The corners of Zhao Qinglong's mouth curled up into a smile. When the first round of the qualifiers started, he took the lead to walk towards the black tower. Han Fei looked at the distance, wondering how to pass the test. However, to Han Fei's surprise, Zhao Qinglong walked out after only 2 seconds, and a green light appeared on the huge door of the tower. At this time, the referee said, in the first round of the qualifiers, the green light represents a successful advancement, and the red light represents elimination. Now please enter the arena one by one. For a moment, many people were surprised, but then relieved. It was only the first round of the qualifiers. There were so many people waiting for the test. The speed of the test must be very fast. After that, Feng Yu walked in, and as everyone expected, she came out in less than 2 seconds. Then 1, 2, 3. About half an hour passed when it was Han Fei's turn. Before Han Fei, no one would fail the challenge. This was because most of the people in Han Fei's ranking range had some reputation and were real strong masters. Their basic combat power was mostly in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Under such circumstances, how could anyone fail the first round? When it was Han Fei's turn, he didn't waste any time and stepped into the door. As soon as he entered this place, Han Fei discovered that the space here was abnormal. There was a great deal of time here, extending the time here to a certain extent. Because there was no comparison, Han Fei didn't know how much time was extended here. Apart from the great Tao of time, the gravity here was 10,000 times that of the outside world. One couldn't borrow the power of the heavenly Tao here. This place seemed to suppress the power of the soul, and there was no power to borrow in the void. One couldn't connect to their origin stars here, but they seemed to be able to summon their spiritual beasts. This was a sea area. Han Fei was standing on the surface of the sea, and what came at him was a huge wave as high as 100,000 feet. This huge wave was about to hit him. Furthermore, as the wave got closer and closer, the pressure his soul felt became greater and greater. It seemed that this tide contained some kind of great Tao suppressing pressure. But Han Fei had seen all kinds of storms. He immediately saw a light bead wrapped in the huge wave. When he saw that, Han Fei knew the elimination rules. In the first round of the qualifiers, in this space, there was the suppression of the great Tao, requiring the participants to penetrate the wave with their own strength and grab the light bead as quickly as possible under tens of thousands of times the gravity. Although it was just a simple test, firstly, it tested your speed. Because of the influence of gravity and the lack of power in various aspects here, the normal speed of outburst couldn't be so fast. In addition to speed, it also tested one's observation ability, strength, soul, resistance, and physical strength. Therefore, although it was simple and crude, it was also the most direct. It was meant to test one's basic strength. If one couldn't even reach the basic standard, then don't participate in the 10,000-year competition. Buzz. However, Han Fei's physique, soul, and speed exceeded the strength of ordinary people, so even if he didn't use anything, he arrived in front of the wave in an instant. Bang! After punching through the tsunami, Han Fei grabbed back and held the light bead in his hand. The light bead appeared in Han Fei's hand, then turned into a ray of light and melted into the qualification token. A faint pattern appeared on the qualification token, indicating that the first round of qualifiers had been passed. When the light bead was grabbed, everything returned to calm, and Han Fei was directly teleported to their door and stepped out of the black tower. At this moment, a green light appeared above his head, and Feng Xingliu's voice reached Han Fei's ears. You came out less than 2 seconds after you entered. Do you want to wait for me? Han Fei looked at the ranking and smiled. I'll wait for you at my residence. Feng Xingliu. The first round of the qualifiers was meaningless. The purpose was too simple. During these 3 days, Han Fei lay in his yard and cultivated in seclusion. In fact, he just lay there and waited for his origin star to stop shaking. However, Han Fei underestimated the power impact after the origin returning. Last time. Even now, his origin star was still shaking. Obviously, he conducted the origin returning before molding the ground veins back then, which caused a lot of energy to be unable to be released. It had been 40 years on his origin star. Although the magnitude of the earthquake had decreased, Han Fei estimated that it might still take decades. So it shouldn't be possible to hurriedly mold the ground veins. Fortunately, this 100,000-year competition would last for a long time. Just such a simple first round of qualifiers would take 3 days. Then, the difficulty of the second round would definitely increase a lot. Otherwise, it wouldn't be effective at all. Therefore, Han Fei was sure that the increase in the difficulty of the second round would inevitably lead to the prolongation of the competition. Of course, if hundreds of thousands of people could participate at the same time, it would be a different story. 3 days later, the final screening results of the first round of qualifiers were out. The elimination rate was only 8%, not even 10%. This also meant that those who could survive all the dangers to reach the divine capital dynasty were more or less capable. This was because God knew how many of the 8% of the eliminated people bought the qualification tokens. These people just bought the qualification tokens as tickets. They didn't care if they participated or not. They mainly wanted to watch the battles. Therefore, it didn't matter even if they were eliminated in the first round. Besides, Han Fei estimated that it might not be able to eliminate all these people in the first round. After all, those born in the divine capital dynasty were not weaklings. In comparison, the elimination rate of sea establishment and venerables was much higher. About 14% of sea establishers and 18% of venerables were eliminated, but there were too many venerables in this world. It was said that the 18% was as many as millions of venerables. The fourth day, all the participants continued to gather on the 101st island. It was still the Black Tower, but this time was different from last time. The referee of the 10,000-year competition said, the participants of the second round of qualifiers will challenge the tower. After this round, only the top 50% of the contestants can stay. The second round of qualifiers will start in an hour. This round of qualifiers will last for 3 months. Hiss. The elimination rate has reached half? 3 months? So long? 1 out of 2, the real competition of 10,000 years has begun. Many people were shocked. What did an elimination rate of 50% mean? As long as they successfully advanced, it meant that they had eliminated the mid or high-leveled participants of this round. In the wilderness, the mid-level and upper level of the competition was equivalent to the upper level. Whether it was to compete for a place or to prove their strength, most people would try their best in this round. Han Fei frowned slightly. 3 months was not a short time. Besides, the referee didn't mention anything about hunting. It could be seen that this round didn't involve conflicts between the participants. Therefore, this was probably a large-scale comprehensive test for everyone. An hour later, the 8 doors of the Black High Tower opened at the same time and a huge teleportation array burst out from the doors. The referee shouted, "All participants, enter the arena quickly. The second round of qualifiers has officially begun." Because Han Fei was ranked very high, he didn't need to wait. He was the first to be teleported in. After coming in, he found himself in a wave again. As far as he could see, it was a crab crawling on the surface of the sea. As he spread out his perception, there was only one crab within a radius of about 80,000 kilometers. Heh! Fight a crab? In Han Fei's heart, the qualifiers were meaningless. The 4 rounds of the qualifiers were just to constantly screen really qualified participants. When this hill-like sky-opening realm crab appeared, Han Fei knew that this was a simulated battlefield. He even suspected that this was an illusion, but so far, he hadn't found any traces of illusions. Han Fei could feel the power of the crab. It was just a beginner in the sky opening realm. At this moment, the crab's claws were like phantoms as it rushed towards Han Fei. Wherever it passed, faint black marks appeared on the sea. When it was still more than 3,000 kilometers away from Han Fei, 2 huge pincers were raised, and it smashed them down like hammers. Boom! Han Fei just raised his hand casually, and the seawater under his feet sank dozens of kilometers. But Han Fei didn't move at all. Instead, cracks appeared on the crab's pincers. Bang! Han Fei punched back. With just an ordinary punch, the 2 giant pincers were shattered. The crab was punched through by Han Fei, but Han Fei was not happy at all. 3 months? With such a long screening time, the test couldn't be that simple. After piercing through the crab, a teleportation array appeared where the crab dissipated. When Han Fei stepped into the teleportation array and was sent to a sea area, he saw a jellyfish. The jellyfish on the 2nd floor were obviously stronger than the crabs on the 1st floor. It was about 10% stronger. And its attack method was to release poisonous mist and strange tentacles, like vines, all over the sea. Like the means of manipulators. Similarly, Han Fei minced the jellyfish with the million knife art. On the 3rd floor, Han Fei encountered a sea urchin, which was about 1 level stronger than the 2nd floor. At this moment, Han Fei felt that something was wrong. Wasn't the strength of the creatures on each floor growing a little too much? According to this speed of strength growth, Han Fei estimated that he probably wouldn't be able to defeat them if he went dozens of floors higher. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. It only took Han Fei less than 10 seconds to pass the 10th floor. His opponent on the 10th floor was a black whale, which was already very powerful, although it hadn't entered the star transformation realm. Han Fei thought that when he reached the next floor, he would have to face the star transformation level. However, after he stepped onto the 11th floor, he found that he was surrounded by more than 10 sea creatures at once. These sea creatures still hadn't entered the star transformation realm, so they weren't difficult to deal with for Han Fei. But soon, Han Fei discovered a problem. There were more than just these creatures on this floor. Every time he killed a creature, the killed creature would turn into 2 identical creatures of equal strength. Huh? Han Fei couldn't help but be a little puzzled. How should he fight? There were Originally only 10, but now there were 20. Wasn't this asking for trouble? According to the human wave tactic, Han Fei estimated that he could withstand no more than 300 sky-opening realm cultivators of this level at the same time. It wasn't that Han Fei wasn't confident, but that those who attacked him were all in the sky-opening realm and the range was limited. It was already good enough that he could resist so many of them. After all, a group of unconscious evil spirits could exhaust Qiu Shouzong and Taiping to death. There was no reason for him to be an exception. No. If this is the combat mode, then half of the people on this floor alone might be eliminated, and it will be very fast. It won't have to take 3 months. Therefore, Han Fei immediately sensed that something was wrong. Since such a screening method had been set, it couldn't be too difficult. Otherwise, there was no need to compete in this 10,000-year competition. The test could just be finished in one go. Therefore, Han Fei looked at the dragon snake that had been pierced through by him and attacked again. His fist mark exploded as he punched twice in a row. Bang! 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 One of the dragon snakes was shattered into nothingness, but it didn't continue to split apart, but simply disappeared. Huff. It can only be split once. In this way, the difficulty of this level was much lower. Golden fist marks shot out one after another, and Han Fei penetrated this floor in only dozens of seconds. Starting from the 12th floor, Han Fei met Star Transformation Realm creatures. Although most people said that the gap between the star transformation and the pre-star transformation was not big, it was actually not true. At least, Han Fei encountered a humanoid this time, which was about 30% stronger than the strongest creature that hadn't entered the star transformation realm he had just fought. Only then did Han Fei feel that this was the real second round of qualifiers. The first dozen floors should be the same as the first round of qualifiers. Just a basic screening. Only the 11th floor was a little bit difficult. After Han Fei pierced through this star transformation realm cultivator, he found that the strength of the next level of the humanoids was only a little bit higher than the last floor, less than 10%. The only difference between them was that they had different great Daos. And this time, Han Fei fought more than 300 floors in a row. Even so, the strength of the late-stage star transformation realm cultivator on the highest floor he had passed was only about 30% stronger than the first late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. However, in these more than 300 floors, Han Fei discovered that the great Daos of these testers were all different. In other words, in this short period of time, he had actually fought more than 300 great Daos. Furthermore, Han Fei felt that the great Daos he had encountered were gradually becoming stronger. Clearly, there were strong and weak great Daos. The stronger, the higher the floor. At this time, Han Fei realized that, according to this pre-selection method, many people should have been eliminated, because the difficulty level was slowly increasing. In fact, in the outside world, only an hour or so had passed since the first person appeared outside the high tower. Another hour later, about 7,000 or 8,000 people were eliminated. Judging from the time, these people were all defeated on the 11th floor. When they found that there were only less than 8,000 people here, they couldn't help but blush. They didn't expect that they were actually the weakest in this large group. Apart from the less than 10,000 people who were eliminated on the first day, hundreds of people would be eliminated every day until half a month later. About 30,000 people had been eliminated in total. Except for the elimination barrier on the 11th floor, there was only one enemy. Each of the other floors. Even if the opponent was very strong, they might be able to slowly grind their way through. Besides, fighting with cultivators who took different great daos was actually a trial for all the trial takers. This would help them grow. After defeating the opponent on that floor, the teleportation array would always exist. As long as one didn't take the initiative to go to the next floor, they wouldn't be voluntarily teleported to the next floor. As a result, the elimination rate in this period of time was actually not high. However, they were not stupid. This was a large-scale elimination. If they didn't hurry up, they would still be eliminated in 3 months. Therefore, invisible pressure forced them to fight up. While many people were fighting up hard, Han Fei had reached the 999th floor. Even on the 999th floor, this opponent was still in the late-stage star transformation realm. Its strength was only twice as strong as the first star transformation realm cultivator. So far, Han Fei had never encountered anyone who took the same great Dao as him. This raised a lot of doubts in Han Fei's heart, because this was not like a simple qualifier. Although the purpose of the second round of qualifiers was to sift people out, how was it possible that he had fought almost 1,000 floors but ended up with only one slightly strong enemy? In the face of absolute strength, no matter how the enemy's great Dao changed, if its strength didn't change much, it was still no match for him. Therefore, Han Fei estimated that in the second round of qualifiers, on one hand, some participants would be eliminated. On the other hand, it might be a benefit for all the participants, allowing them to polish themselves in multiple aspects. In fact, Han Fei wasn't the only one who had such a feeling. The people ranked at the top basically had the same feeling. On the 1000th floor, Han Fei's opponent finally had a change. His opponents suddenly became 10. That move again? Han Fei thought that just like on the 11th floor, after defeating an enemy, that enemy would become 2 with identical strength. It was a one-on-one battle before. Even if he had fought to the 999th floor, it could only be said that the opponent's strength had been getting stronger. 80,000 kilometers was not big, but it was not small either. If one party just defended and refused to fight head-on, as long as the gap in strength between the two parties was not big, it wouldn't be easy for the participant to lose. However, if the opponent became 10, this place would obviously become narrower. Bang! 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 After more than 80 seconds, Han Fei stretched his limbs, quite easily, and a new teleportation array appeared around him. Han Fei had thought that these opponents would be split into 2, but in fact, it was not the case. They were just 10 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. On the 1001st floor, the number of opponents suddenly shocked Han Fei. The number of late-stage star transformation realm cultivators suddenly increased. From 10 to 100. The number suddenly increased by 10 times. This made Han Fei realize that this round was very likely to be the final round. These were not 100 evil spirits, but simulated cultivators in the late star transformation realm. They were much more terrifying than evil spirits. Han Fei looked solemn. In terms of realm, he might not be as good as these simulated figures, because they had already given birth to a star core and were in the late stage of the star transformation realm. However, he hadn't finished molding the ground veins. It wouldn't be easy for him to defeat 100 such opponents. Bang! This time, Han Fei really used all his strength, but he didn't use the god slaying boxing gloves, the god's prayer bead, or the power of the heavenly Tao. That couldn't be borrowed here. Therefore, he was only fighting with his basic strength. Bang! 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 When Han Fei's fist mark pierced through a person, his body was also hit horizontally. Hundreds of techniques descended at once. If it weren't for his super strong physique and soul, he would have been knocked out in a single blow. An hour later, Han Fei had penetrated 16 people, but he had been hammered thousands of times. The reason why he was fighting so slowly this time was that he couldn't find a chance to attack for a while, because there were too many techniques attacking him at the same time, and other great Daos affected him. 2 hours later, Han Fei was sore all over and felt very tired. At this time, he had penetrated a total of 39 people. As the number of people decreased, he had more and more opportunities. Compared to the previous hour, he had penetrated 9 more people. In the second half of the hour, in this crazy and fierce environment, Han Fei couldn't remember how many times he had been beaten, but he was sure that the birth of the power of the great Tao in his origin star accelerated, and his flesh and blood were crazily absorbing the power and resource supply of his origin sea. After such a crazy battle, Han Fei discovered, to his surprise, that this combat method was actually beneficial for him to give birth to the golden jade marrow. Unfortunately, the birth speed was too slow. After fighting fiercely for 2 hours, he had only condensed about 1% of a drop of golden jade marrow, less than a drop. It was still too difficult to temper his body in this way. 3 hours later, there were only 33 people left here. Han Fei felt that he was about to collapse. But fortunately, the pressure was getting smaller and smaller now. Besides, what were left were mainly the opponents who were more oriented on melee with great Daos of thunder, electric arc, gravity, and fist, etc. Different from the battles on the Fighting Dragon Street, although he was also fighting 1 on 100 on the Fighting Dragon Street, the other party didn't have 100 people attacking him at the same time. Besides, at that time, he could operate the great Daos at will and borrow power, but not here. Therefore, it was actually extremely terrifying that Han Fei defeated 100 people here. Buzz. At this moment, Han Fei no longer hesitated and finally activated the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. At that moment, Han Fei felt that every cell in his body was in pain and every inch of his skin was soaked. It was not that he couldn't defeat the remaining people, but that he wanted to use these people to temper his body. Although Senior God of War said that he should only temper his body after molding the ground veins and giving birth to a star core, this round of qualifiers would last for 3 months anyway. He could use their power to trigger the energy in his origin star and stabilize his origin star faster. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The second round of qualifiers, 2 months later. Nearly 720,000 people had gathered outside the Black Tower. Most of these people had been eliminated below the 1,000th floor, but some had been eliminated from several hundredth or even the 1,000th floor. Most of these people who had been eliminated were sitting cross-legged outside the Black Tower. The moment they came out, they didn't even have the time to return to their residences. This was because there were too many things in their minds that needed to be digested. In the second round of qualifiers, there were too many things worth absorbing. Those who came out of the Black Tower later felt that as long as they absorbed this part of the experience, their strength might increase by at least 10%. Of course, some people came out early or comprehended it fast enough, so they had finished their consolidation and review. However, most of these people didn't look quite good. This was because the number on their qualification tokens let them know clearly that they had been eliminated. There were a total of 800,000 sky-opening realm cultivators, but they were ranked below 500,000, so they must have been eliminated. Someone sighed. It said that someone was beaten out after reaching the 1000th floor. Isn't this round of qualifiers too difficult? It's more than 10 times harder than the first round of qualifiers. Someone said, many of the top 100,000 cultivators have been eliminated. It said that many of them have reached the 1001st floor. Do you know what kind of abnormal opponent it is? What is it? It said that the opponents are 100 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators with different great devours. 100? Are you kidding me? I can accept 10, but how can anyone fight 100? And are they ordinary late-stage star transformation realm cultivators? Above the 500th floor, those late-stage star transformation realm cultivators are basically good opponents. Above the 900th floor, they have probably embarked on the star path. 100, I can be sure that I can't last more than 10 seconds. Someone said, 10 seconds? I can't even last 5 seconds. Someone sneered. Just imagine what it will be like if 100 different great devours are crushed on you. To be honest, you are lucky if you can last 3 seconds. It has nothing to do with strength. But someone added, currently, most of the people who were in the top 100,000 are reviewing their battles in the tower. They must have a lot of gains. But I found out that fewer than 10 people in the top 30,000 have come out. Do you know what this means? Just 10 people? Many people were shocked. They were not stupid. They didn't come out, which meant that these people might have reached the 1000th floor or even past it. At this moment, Han Fei, who was surrounded by a group of people, put on a smile. 100 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators were too many for him, but 33 were just right. These people couldn't hurt him, and he wouldn't feel tired. With their power to temper his body and release energy, Han Fei's origin star finally began to calm down and stopped shaking. During this period, his golden jade marrow increased by 4 drops. It was definitely not a lot, but it could at least bring some growth to his strength. His origin star had finally regained peace, which made Han Fei take a long breath of relief. This meant that he could start to mold the ground veins. Last time, he impulsively carried out the origin returning technique, causing him to delay molding the ground veins. If it weren't for that, he would have finished molding the ground veins. After the golden fist mark swept across the 33 people on the next floor, Han Fei encountered a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. Han Fei was not surprised. In the previous floor, it could be said that 90% of the people would be eliminated there. And now, with the appearance of a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, this meant that the difficulty level had increased again. Even the weakest peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator was not something ordinary late-stage star transformation realm cultivators could resist. Reaching the late-stage star transformation realm could only be said to have completed the transformation and embarked on the star path. However, peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators had even completed the star path. After taking this step, their origin stars were indestructible and could connect the power of multiple stars. On the surface, their physique soared, their soul power soared, their combat ability soared, and the great Tao runes born from their origin stars soared. No matter in which aspect, peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Cultivators could fundamentally crush late-stage star transformation realm. Cultivators. For example, if a sky opener transformed his origin seat into a star and gave birth to a star core, his basic strength would be 10 points, then the basic strength of a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator might be 20 points or even more. However, even a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator with a combat power of only 20 couldn't be compared to a few late-stage star transformation realm cultivators with a basic strength of 10 points. Han Fei was strong enough, right? But when he saved Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing in the Sea of Chant, his strength could only barely contend with Black Shark. And how many abilities had Han Fei used? With the God's Prayer bead, the God-slaying boxing gloves, and the enhancement of the power of the heavenly Tao, plus the enhancement of his Dharma idol, he managed to narrowly defeat Black Shark. But in fact, at that time, he mainly scared Black Shark away. After leaving Tomorrow Camp, he killed a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. At that time, his basic combat power had been greatly strengthened. With his full strength and the void-stealing technique, he only killed the original body of a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator who only had 1/3 of his strength left. If that person were him in his complete state, Han Fei was sure that it was impossible for him to kill him. Now, Han Fei's comprehensive strength had made a qualitative leap again. Only then was he sure that he could fight a normal peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. However, since this was a trial, Han Fei didn't intend to use the void stealing technique right away. With the help of the void stealing technique, Han Fei felt that he might be able to reach first place. However, this was only the second round of qualifiers. Ranking wasn't very important. Therefore, Han Fei was beaten for a full day before he had a chance to defeat this peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator who walked the great Tao of speed. However, Han Fei still felt a sense of accomplishment after defeating the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, because he only used the power of the God's prayer beads. Han Fei didn't know if it was because the first peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator he encountered was too weak. When he encountered the second peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, the God's prayer beads were completely useless. He was beaten up for 3 hours. Feeling that he was about to be defeated by the other party, Han Fei stole the other party's combat consciousness, buying himself some buffer time. On the third day, Han Fei was sure that he couldn't defeat this peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator with his pure strength and the 10% boost of the God's prayer bead, so he used the God-slaying boxing gloves. Finally, after piercing through this late-stage star transformation realm with difficulty, Han Fei estimated that he should have no problem reaching the third round. Han Fei naturally walked to the next floor. He didn't stop to carry out the battle review. This was because this was a training of his basic strength. There was no need to review. On the next floor, after a fierce battle, Han Fei found that this person was so strong that he was no match for him even with the God-slaying boxing gloves. Han Fei, who was not going to fight for the ranking, naturally gave up the battle. For him, it was fine as long as he could enter the third round. After all, there were no rewards in the qualifiers. Besides, although he could use the power of the great Tao, the power of time, the Dharma idol world, the void stealing technique, and many other techniques, he didn't have to use them here. Instead, he felt that he had to go out quickly because he still had to mold the ground veins. Buzz. Outside, there were still nearly 80,000 people who hadn't come out yet. Feng Yu, Feng Xingliu, Zhao Qinglong, Wang Beichen, Wu Shuang, and the others all hadn't come out yet. However, Han Fei suddenly appeared. Huh. Why is he here? This is a big shot who killed Yi Qianqing. Why is he out so early? Shoot. Did he pass all the floors? After all, he once killed a peak level Star Transformation Realm cultivator. I don't think so. Even Zhao Qinglong hasn't passed all the floors, and neither has Feng Yu, who ranks first on the heaven roll. Even if he killed Yi Qianqing, it doesn't make sense for him to pass all the floors so early. Immediately, many people looked at Han Fei in surprise. Han Fei, on the other hand, came to the referee immediately. Hello. Can I go back now? The referee seemed slightly surprised too. He looked at Han Fei's wrist, and Han Fei looked down, only to find that the number 306 on his wrist had changed, replaced by 1986. This meant that 1,986 people had gone further than him. However, in any case, he had made it into the third round. The referee nodded slightly. Yes, after this round of qualifiers is over, there will also be a 3-day buffer time for the third round of qualifiers. We will inform you later. In addition, you don't have to change your residence. That's based on your initial ranking. Han Fei nodded. Okay, thank you. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. There were still 24 days before the end of the second round of qualifiers. If he immediately began to mold the ground veins, it would take about 17 years. Origin star. Han Fei lay on the surface of his star. Although this place was a little messy, this was caused by the internal energy riot. Once the star was completely molded, this place could become a paradise at any time. Han Fei didn't rush to create the ground veins. He first communicated with the god of war for a while and discussed with him for half a day before returning to his origin star. At this moment, in front of Han Fei's eyes, an ordinary ball appeared. Outside the ball, there was a layer of ordinary water, which formed a humanoid shape. Han Fei used different materials to mold the bones of this randomly created human model with the ball as the heart. At this moment, Han Fei regarded the ball as a star core, which was equivalent to the heart of a human body. The god of war said that one can observe his own body to mold the veins. Different races have different body structures, so do the methods of molding the veins. Han Fei thought to himself, this is completely copying the circulation of my meridians. However, there was a problem. Although he had a set of meridians, they were divided into the origin spiritual heritage and eternal darkness spiritual heritage. These two spiritual heritages shared one set of meridians. If he molded ground veins for his origin star according to this method, would the circulation of the ground veins cause conflict? After all, there was no such thing as a spiritual heritage in the origin star. It was not difficult to understand how to mold the ground veins. Han Fei's first step was definitely to mold the main veins, and then the branch veins. The so-called branch veins were the veins derived from the main veins and all their paths. These branch veins just needed to carry the operation of the ground veins. Their main function was to direct the energy in the star core and nurture the runes of the great Tao. After only one day, Han Fei had made the plan and began to take action. As Han Fei issued an order in his heart, a large crack appeared on his origin star. Han Fei casually raised his hand, and the surrounding land bulged up, creating mountains. And under this big crack, there were water currents and mountain waterfalls. In this way, mountains and rivers appeared on it, and large veins were hidden under it. The layout of every ground vein was a test. Some were made into steep mountains by Han Fei and hidden among the mountains. Some were arranged by Han Fei at places where water sources gathered, spreading out and opening up rivers on the surface, and hidden under the ground. Some were hidden by Han Fei in the deep sea, covered by the turbid fog of the deep sea. It took Han Fei 8 months to walk to every corner of his origin star and finally set up the main veins, branch veins, and some other important veins. However, that wasn't all. If he wanted to create complete ground veins, he had to slowly connect these large veins through the small veins and arrange them as one. There must be thousands of small veins around a large vein that needed to be sorted out slowly. Han Fei made some places erupt with rich vitality, forming a large forest here. All the flowers, plants, and trees that Han Fei had seen could grow here by category. Although this place would be destroyed during the next origin returning, the layout was already there. If it was destroyed, it could be rebuilt easily. Some places had been turned into vast plains by Han Fei, and some were moistened by water currents. On the origin star, 7 years passed. Originally, the origin stars here could grow freely. As long as Han Fei wanted, this place could turn into a paradise. However, under Han Fei's various arrangements, this place only became a habitable star. In the past few years, Han Fei didn't consume much resources. He found that every time he established an earth vein, the energy from the star core would rush into it. Once the energy from the star core entered the ground veins, it would slowly accumulate into earth vein spring water. After Han Fei finished molding all the energy on the origin star, the energy from Ichangqing's star core was consumed by Han Fei by less than 30%. The reason why it was consumed so little was that this energy hadn't been completely transformed into earth vein spring water and hadn't completely activated the ground veins. When the ground veins settled and were completely transformed, the energy of the star core would probably consume a few more layers. However, Han Fei didn't intend to wait for the energy to slowly settle and transform. Now, there were as many as 1 million veins on Han Fei's origin star, including the branch veins that surrounded some major veins. And there were also as many as hundreds of millions of minor veins under the branch veins. Otherwise, why would it take Han Fei 7 years to plan them? Not only that, Han Fei had prepared volcanic craters for every place where the ground veins converged. When the energy gathered abnormally, it could vent through the volcano, so his origin star wouldn't be like before when earthquakes happened easily and lasted for nearly 100 years. As for the volcanoes that Han Fei created, there were as many as 6,516, which wasn't many, or even a little few. This was because he hadn't sensed any energy explosions yet. Therefore, he planned to perform origin returning again. After this, he could continue to set up more volcanoes in the places where energy gathered. abnormally. In this way, the ground veins molding work would basically be completed. Buzz. When Han Fei sat cross-legged and began to conduct origin returning, all his resources floated outside the sea of stars. The step of ground veins molding didn't require any resources. The small amount of resources consumed was to fill the lack of resources in certain special places. At that moment, Han Fei felt that infinite energy was about to explode inside his origin star. The countless ground veins he had created were almost completely filled with energy in just half an hour. Some of the more than 6,500 volcanoes that Han Fei set up had already begun to tremble. More than 2,500 of the 6,516 volcanoes erupted one after another. The origin returning state ended half a month later, but at this moment, Han Fei's origin star was covered in volcanic ash. 3 years later, the ash hadn't settled yet. In the past 3 years, Han Fei had almost doubled the number of volcanic craters in his origin stars. Although Han Fei didn't want to interfere manually, if he just let the star develop and evolve freely by itself, who knew how long it would take? Therefore, during Han Fei's 12th year of seclusion, he carried out the origin star origin returning again. After this time, Yiqianqing's star core only had about 20% of the energy left. Unfortunately, the time was too short. Even if Han Fei hurried up, the star core's energy still had about 20% left. At this moment, Han Fei's origin star was filled with energy everywhere, and the entire star was covered in volcanic ash. During this period of time, this star was completely uninhabitable. Basically, anyone below the sea establishment realm would be torn to pieces by this crazy energy here. Huff. Han Fei came out during the 15th year of seclusion. He estimated that his origin star needed to settle for a while. In just a month, it was not bad to be able to mold the ground veins. Han Fei looked at his information and found that the data after shaping the ground veins was basically the same as before. He couldn't help but nod slightly. Although he had gotten Yiqianqing's star core back, he might not have fully absorbed its power. Perhaps he hadn't completed the step of star transformation. According to the god of war, when a star core was about to be born, the energy would nourish it and then give birth to a star core. Therefore, no matter how violent the energy was now, it might not be enough when a star core was born. At that time, if it wasn't enough, he would have to find new energy sources or spend all his resources. In the yard, Han Fei's figure suddenly appeared. A smile slowly appeared on his lips. At this time, after the third round of qualifiers ended, he could take the time to perform the last round of origin returning. At that time, he would be able to completely digest Yiqianqing's star core. At that time, he should be able to preliminarily create a star core. Hey! Han Fei, are you cultivating in seclusion again? Huh? Han Fei had just come out and hadn't noticed when Feng Xingliu arrived. Han Fei asked, "When did you come? Isn't the second round of qualifiers not over yet?" According to Han Fei's calculations, there should be 1 day before the end of the second round of qualifiers, and 4 days before the third round of qualifiers. Feng Xingliu, on the other hand, looked at the qualification token on Han Fei's wrist, which read 3,698. Huh? Han Fei didn't even notice that the last time it was 1986, but now he had dropped to the level of Feng Xingliu. However, when Han Fei turned his head to look at Feng Xingliu's wrist, this guy hurriedly covered his wrist, but Han Fei still saw that this guy fell to 8,907th place. Han Fei couldn't help but grin. Well, it's just the second round of qualifiers. Don't take it seriously. However, Feng Xingliu said, I passed the 1001st checkpoint, which is the checkpoint with 100 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. But I only got 8,907th place, although I passed that checkpoint. Han Fei asked, didn't you already fight late-stage star transformation realm cultivators on the Dragon Fighting Street? Feng Xingliu looked puzzled. So I fought some again. Han Fei asked, I guess you can't last long in the hands of the peak level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators? Feng Xingliu curled his lips. Half an hour. I can't hold on any longer. Han Fei nodded slightly. Not bad. If you hadn't endured for half an hour, you wouldn't have reached the 8,907th place. Hey, by the way, why are you here? Instead of reviewing your battles in the tower? Feng Xingliu said mysteriously, those silk pants sent me a message. The third round is a team competition. They want to team up with us. Team competition? Han Fei thought that Li Shenhao was right. There were indeed team competitions. However, Han Fei also asked in confusion, can we form teams freely? Feng Xingliu said, the strong can't join forces with each other, but they say that they are all wastes. Joining forces with us will not be considered a strong alliance. Besides, as long as they use their connections, they can be assigned to our team. Well, since we've taken their resources, it's appropriate to reject them directly, right? Han Fei thought for a moment. Okay. It doesn't matter who I team up with, but you have to tell them not to challenge the top 10,000 cultivators all the time, or they will have to pay more. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. In Han Fei's eyes, the team competition and the qualifiers didn't make much sense. As Li Shenhao had analyzed, the real purpose of the team competition was to find the elites and test their comprehensive ability, adaptability, and so on. However, even after the second round of qualifiers, the number of strong masters who continued to participate could still reach more than 370,000. Han Fei calculated in his heart that no matter how many people were eliminated, and even if each of the remaining 2 rounds eliminated half the people, there were still nearly 100,000 people left. Therefore, in this stage, no matter who he teamed up with in the 3rd round or the 4th round, there was no reason for him to lose. Therefore, Han Fei didn't care who he teamed up with. One day later, the second round of qualifiers for the Sea Establishment realm was over. Compared to the eliminated people in the Sky Opening realm, the number of the eliminated Sea Establishers was particularly intimidating. Good Lord, 4.5 million people had been eliminated. Countless participants had discovered the gap between themselves and the real cultivators in this qualifier. This kind of understanding was very hard to obtain in the vast wilderness of the Sea Realm. Only in the 10,000-year competition of the Divine Capital Dynasty could it be intuitively felt when facing countless strong masters. In any case, the second round of qualifiers had dealt a heavy blow to the confidence of many people. When the information from Neza and Zhang Daqian was synchronized, Han Fei discovered that the contents of the 3-level qualifiers were basically the same. Han Fei didn't care about that. Today, Han Fei continued to lie down and watch the changes in his origin star. He suddenly found that Feng Yu had come with Feng Xingliu that had just left. And that Feng Qingqing was also here. Were they here to eat hot pot? Little junior brother, you look so leisurely lying down. Han Fei rose and said in confusion, Senior sister, didn't I tell you that the guys from the Time Temple might be paying attention to me? Feng Yu replied unconcernedly, it's okay. I asked Feng Xingliu and Qing Qing to come together. Han Fei was thinking about whether to set up an array to talk to Feng Fei alone. He felt that Feng Fei probably had something to tell him. But immediately, Feng Yu said, Han Fei, let me introduce you to a rich woman. Pfft. Han Fei rolled his eyes. What? They all came here just for this? Feng Qingqing looked at Han Fei and Feng Yu in surprise, wondering why her sister was so casual with Han Fei. Feng Xingliu said directly, well, is the rich woman you want to introduce you yourself? Feng Yu slapped him. Where are your manners? Although Feng Xingliu's bloodline had been awakened again, it couldn't resist the strength suppression of Feng Yu, who was already a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. Being slapped to the ground, the aggrieved Feng Xingliu roared, sneak attack. You're launching a sneak attack. Feng Yu couldn't be bothered with him. Instead, she looked at Han Fei with a smile and said, it's Princess Lan Xian, who went to the Dragon Fighting Street with me last time. She is from the royal family of the Divine Capital Dynasty. Her bloodline is astonishingly noble. Are you interested? If you marry her, Han Fei, you can work 10,000 years less. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. 10,000 years less? I still have a lot of things to do. Besides, I'm already married. Feng Yu is such a mess. Han Fei said, no, you'd better introduce Princess Lan Xian to Feng Xingliu. I think Feng Xingliu is a perfect match for her. Feng Xingliu? Then, Feng Xingliu licked the corner of his mouth. Well, actually, I don't mind. I also noticed her at the time. She should be narrowly worthy of me. The few of them bickered as they set up the hot pot and barbecue grill. Then, Feng Yu said without hesitation, I heard that the two of you are together with a group of playboys from the Divine Capital Dynasty. Do we have to team up in the third round of qualifiers? Han Fei thought to himself, didn't Feng Xingliu tell you? Feng Xingliu, do you need me to tell you about such a trivial matter? Feng Yu smiled faintly. No, but the two of you definitely won't be in the same team. Huh? Han Fei and Feng Xingliu couldn't help but look at each other. What did it mean? Didn't those silk pants say that they could use their connections to join their team? Then why wouldn't they make Feng Xingliu join them too? Feng Xingliu couldn't help but ask, why can't we be in the same team? Feng Yu, because the two of you are too strong together. The rule of the third round of the qualifiers is that the strong pair with the weak people like me can only pair with the last few places among all the participants. As for you, it's about the same. You will only pair with the last few. But both of you are in the top 10,000, so your combination is impossible. Han Fei was puzzled. Not randomly distributed? Feng Yu, if you and I are randomly assigned together, what's the point of the third round of qualifiers? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, so, I'll have to lead a group of weaklings alone? Feng Xingliu also said, isn't this a little bit strenuous? Feng Yu looked at the two of them teasingly. Yes. It's quite strenuous. If I've guessed right, because you united some of the hedonistic children, some of the big clans in the Divine Capital Dynasty have turned their attention to you. Therefore, you might be targeted in the third round of qualifiers. Heh. Han Fei couldn't have felt more awful. While Feng Xingliu was stunned, Han Fei took a deep breath and said, "You have to inform them that they have to pay more." 2 days later. Han Fei's origin star was developing well. The energy was slowly precipitating, the ground veins had basically interconnected and the earth vein spring water was also converting, and the efficiency was very high. Han Fei put on a smile. He estimated that he would be able to conduct origin returning again in another half a month. When the energy in his origin star completely settled and his origin star was subject to certain energy baptizing, a star core would be born. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Once a star core was born, he would be able to completely transform his origin seat into a star, and his strength should take a small leap. Of course, if the god of war really had a way for him to quickly condense the golden jade marrow, this small leap might become a huge leap. Han Fei was looking forward to the birth of his star core. At the same time, he also hoped that this qualifier could drag as long as possible. The longer the qualifier was, the greater the probability of his breakthrough before the official start of the 10,000-year competition. Master Han Fei, it's almost time for the third round of qualifiers. There were servants in Han Fei's residence, although the people living here didn't need anyone to serve them most of the time. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Han Fei thought that he was leading a bunch of rich kids, but an unrelated person suddenly popped up. He thought that maybe Chao Mingda and the other guys pulled too many strings and stuffed all of them into his team, so in order to save himself some face, the people who were responsible for dividing up the teams forcibly kept an unrelated member. Han Fei felt that this was the only answer. Otherwise, according to Chao Mingda and the others' personalities, his team would definitely be full of playboys. Han Fei didn't mind it if he could collect more resources from these rich kids. But since this girl was assigned here normally, he would take her for free. Before Han Fei said anything, Wu Bufan had shouted, "Hey! What's your name?" The girl said, "Yi Lingling." The girl clearly showed a trace of vigilance. Although she knew that these people were her teammates, no matter how she looked at them, she felt that none of them were good people. Among them, the one who didn't look like a good person the most was the young man who wasn't holding walnuts or a big pipe in his hands. This was because he was clearly the leader of these people. Luo Dafei asked, "What's your ranking, girl? How can you be on our team?" Yi Lingling frowned slightly. "I'm in the 180,000 in first place." Hiss. Luo Dafei and the others couldn't help taking a breath. So high. Not giving these idiots a chance to make a fool of themselves, Han Fei looked back. "Put away the big pipe. And you, put down the fan. You, put away the walnuts too." Yes, Brother Fei. They were in a good mood, and it didn't matter if they didn't smoke the big pipe for a while. Han Fei looked at Yi Lingling and said, "You can join the team." Yi Lingling hesitated, mainly because she felt that there was something wrong with these people. Chao Mingda said, "Girl, why are you hesitating? Brother Fei asked you to join the team. Why? Do you want to compete with Brother Fei for the captain position?" The guy playing with the walnuts was named Li Chen. He said proudly, "Then you will have no chance. Brother Fei can be ranked in the top 100. It's your honor to join our team." Top 100? Yi Lingling's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. If this was the case, wasn't this person a super cultivator in the peak level late stage star? Transformation realm? Han Fei's face suddenly darkened. Okay, stop bragging. The third round is about to begin. Yi Lingling, no matter what, you will belong to my team in the third round of qualifiers. Yi Lingling took a slight breath and thought to herself, what kind of storm have I not seen? Aren't they just a few playboys who look a little strange? Damn it, why are there such playboys even in the sky-opening realm? Yi Lingling didn't understand, but in fact, Han Fei didn't understand either. When Yi Lingling came to Han Fei, she was silent for a moment and then asked, "Are you really among the top 100? Han Fei sneered. "They're just bragging. Not that high." After that, Han Fei showed his qualification token. When Yi Lingling saw Han Fei's number 3686, she was slightly relieved at first, but then she took a deep breath. Although he wasn't in the top 100, he was still in the top 3,600. Even this position wasn't something she could underestimate. No one ranked in the top 10,000 was weak. Most of the people ranked in the top 5,000 were in the peak level late-stage star transformation realm. Unfortunately, Yi Lingling couldn't tell Han Fei's real strength, because there were too many people here, and Han Fei's origin star couldn't be found in the sea of stars at all. At this moment, the referee of the qualifiers came out. As soon as he entered the arena, he shouted, "Attention, all participants! Attention, all participants! Now I will read out the rules of the third round of qualifiers. After the rules are read out, the third round of qualifiers will begin in half an hour." Instantly, the noisy square fell silent. At this moment, under the high black tower, it was full of groups of teams. Everyone seemed to be temporarily forming teams and introducing themselves to each other. But if one observed carefully, they would find that the participants were basically 7-person teams or 8-person teams. There were a total of 50,000 teams. When the voice fell silent, the referee said, "The rules of this third round of qualifiers are different from the previous 10,000-year competitions. This round of qualifiers is not for your original bodies, so no one will die. You will enter the most precious treasure of the divine capital dynasty, the heaven and earth plate. In the world on the plate, no one will die even if you are killed or your opponent is killed." The heaven and earth plate? Many people sighed. A treasure that could be called as the most precious treasure of the divine capital dynasty couldn't be ordinary. Han Fei couldn't help but frown. Killed without dying? That meant that it wasn't the original body that participated in the battle in the heaven and earth plate. Otherwise, how could the person not die if his original body died? Since it wasn't the original body, what level was a treasure that could completely simulate the strength of so many people? Han Fei felt that it couldn't be an ultra-quality godly weapon. It should be a higher-level weapon than a godly weapon, or a sacred weapon. The referee continued, "The third round of qualifiers will last for 12 days. And your score will be your final result. In the world on the plate, 50,000 teams will randomly appear in 50,000 different locations. Every day, a red flag will appear where you appear. This flag can't be stored in any space, and each flag is worth 100 points. If you guard a flag for more than a day, or at the end of the day, you still have a flag in your hand, your team will permanently gain 100 points. Secondly, if you kill an enemy of any team, your team will gain 1 point. If you are killed by anyone in any team, your team will lose 1 point. If you are killed, you will return to the heaven and Earth played within an hour and automatically appear in the team. By the way, 2 teams will be considered allies if they stay together for more than 2 hours without anyone dying. Those who are allies will have a certain amount of points randomly deducted. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Yi Lingling didn't speak the whole time. Obviously, Han Fei knew these playboys, and they even had a deal? It seemed that these hedonistic children paid a certain protection fee to Han Fei. Therefore, Han Fei could help them pass the 3rd round of qualifiers. In that case, she should have accidentally benefited from it. The only thing she didn't understand was why so many hedonistic children were assigned to the same team as Han Fei. Was there something behind this? Yi Lingling secretly shook her head, thinking, even if you pass the 3rd round of qualifiers in this way, so what? After the 3rd round, there will be the 4th round, and after the 4th round, there will be the official 10,000-year great competition. Even if someone helps you, how many rounds can you last? Could anyone fight in your place in the arena? Anyway, Han Fei had already said that he guaranteed that they could win, and this 3rd round was a team competition. To be eliminated, an entire team would be eliminated. Han Fei was a super cultivator who had killed Yi Qianqing. How could he be eliminated? Wu Bufan and the others would never believe it. Anyone would be eliminated, but not their team. After half an hour, under the referee's command, the 1st floor of the Black Tower was covered in darkness, turning into a strange entrance. Swish! 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 All the teams quickly entered the arena. Buzz! When the eyes of Han Fei and the others lit up, they found that they were standing on a very high mountain. Snow was still falling here, dyeing the mountain and the distance white. Next to them was a bright red flag that was more than 10 meters high. The flag was full of spiritual energy and was very eye-catching. Han Fei immediately released his perception, and soon he got feedback. His perception would not be compromised at all. His perception range had reached more than 7 million kilometers, so it was more than 7 million kilometers. Han Fei felt that his current body was his original body. He couldn't understand why the referee said that the participants would be revived an hour after being killed. Han Fei thought that he'd better not die just in case. After all, Chao Mingda and the others were here. Han Fei estimated that at this moment, many people had already begun to move. However, he suspected that at the first moment, many people were not competing, but forming alliances. Although the referee said that no alliances were allowed, smart people would notice that only when 2 teams were together for an hour without anyone dead would they be considered an alliance. Then why did they have to be together? Couldn't 2 teams be separated by a certain distance? Once a battle broke out, one of the teams would come to help and leave after the battle. Wouldn't it be equivalent to an alliance? Or one person could be sacrificed every hour, which was equivalent to forming an alliance too. Therefore, there were certain loopholes in any rule. Besides, in theory, because each team had at least one strong master, when multiple teams formed an alliance, their strength would be abnormally strong. For example, if 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators came at the same time, even he wouldn't be a match for them under normal circumstances. However, the alliance that Han Fei thought of had certain drawbacks. First of all, the teams that wanted to form an alliance had to trust each other and not have any conflicts. Secondly, there couldn't be too many alliance teams, or it would be difficult to distribute the benefits. For example, if there were 5 teams forming an alliance, they couldn't get too close. One of the teams discovered an opponent and called their allies to help. But as a result, the resources had all been taken by you, and the other 4 teams got nothing. Besides, once there were more alliances, they would have to move in unison and no longer be free. If one team walked in one direction, the other 2 teams would have to walk in that direction too. But there were strong masters in all 3 teams. How could they just walk wherever you wanted? To put it bluntly, after forming an alliance, an absolute leader was needed. And the more teams there were in an alliance, the less likely there would be an absolute leader. Therefore, Han Fei was sure that such alliances generally wouldn't exceed 3 teams. Otherwise, they would start to fight each other first. However, in the early stages of the game, this was a good opportunity for them to form an alliance and suppress their opponents. At this time, everyone was still very unfamiliar with their surroundings. It shouldn't be a problem for them to form an alliance, kill a few teams, and get a few flags. Han Fei grabbed the big flag with one hand, feeling that it was made of an unknown material. Thinking about their current state, maybe this flag was just a rule. Han Fei threw it to Chao Mingde and said, "Take it." "Ah, well." Carrying the flag, Chao Mingde thought to himself, "Whoever carries the flag will be the target. But I don't think anyone can touch me with Han Fei here." Then, Han Fei said, "Mingde. Later, you, Bufan, and the other 5, run around carrying the flag and familiarize yourselves with the environment." "Okay, Brother Fei." The 7 of us?" Wu Bufan and the others also looked at Han Fei. "Why 7? Han Fei thought for a moment and said, "It's okay. This is called pretending to be weak to the enemy. Let's create an image of us being weak first. Then, maybe we can attract many people to attack us. Then we can harvest them." "Ah. Okay." Chao Mingde, Wu Bufan, and the others were dumbfounded. "Do you really think no one noticed you when you were outside? Many people must have noticed you." Han Fei paused and looked at Yi Lingling, who was silent and seemed to be looking at Han Fei up and down, saying, "You go with them. When there are 7 of you, people will think that the composition of this team is more reasonable." Yi Lingling couldn't help but ask, "What about you?" "Me? I want to do a test." "Test?" For some reason, when they heard Han Fei say that he was going to do a test, Yi Lingling and Chao Mingde felt a chill down their spines. Was he serious about the test? So they were just test subjects. However, Chao Mingde and the others were obviously much more receptive than Yi Lingling. Wu Bufan laughed. "Brother Fei, don't worry. We will definitely help you complete this test. How can you go to danger in person? We're most suitable for this mission." Luo Dafei said, "That's right. It's just a stroll. If I can help Brother Fei complete his test by wandering around, I, Luo Dafei, am honored to do so." Li Chen smiled and said, "We won't die anyway. Brother Fei, just wait and see. No matter what happens, don't mind us." Han Fei responded with a smile. In the end, Yi Lingling was speechless. "Are you all F***king crazy? Why are you so happy to be experimental subjects?" However, when he thought of Han Fei's ranking of about 3,600th place, and her ranking of 180,000th place, Yi Lingling decided to go. She couldn't afford to offend this big shot for the time being. Besides, these hedonistic children weren't afraid at all. Clearly, they were confident. Although they didn't know what treasure this heaven and earth plate was, since everyone believed it, they could only believe it. Yi Lingling said, "I'm with them." Although Yi Lingling didn't like Chao Mingde and the others, for now, she always felt more comfortable with them than with Han Fei. Another moment later, Chao Mingde carried the flag. Wu Bufan was holding a big pipe, flying and smoking at the same time. Li Chen held 2 walnuts in his hand, spinning them quickly. The 7 of them were not fast. They were more like they were here to tour their backyard. Bo. Half an hour later, Wu Bufan spat out a mouthful of golden smoke and said to Yi Lingling, "Sister, don't panic. It's just the 3rd round of trials. With Brother Fei here, we can win it in minutes." Luo Dafei flapped his fan and said, "That's right. We've been wandering for so long and haven't met other teams, which shows that there is a lot of space in this plate. It seems that it shouldn't be difficult to guard the flag. Maybe we can defend it ourselves, without Brother Fei." Buzz. Suddenly, just as Luo Dafei finished speaking, the surrounding void was locked. In an instant, a large array surrounded them, and a void barrier appeared. Chao Mingde was horrified. He wanted to run, but a huge hand had already slapped towards them. At this moment, if they diverted their attention to attack the void barrier, they would be taken advantage of by the other party. Although Chao Mingde and the others were all rich playboys, they had made it through the 2nd round of qualifiers. They were not that weak. However, the opponent's attack was too powerful. Han Fei had observed the instantaneous speed. It was 8 times the speed of light. Whoever had this speed was undoubtedly in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. He didn't expect his luck to be so good. The first group of enemies he encountered actually had a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator guarding them. Bang! Luo Dafei was slapped away. At that moment, -1 point appeared on Han Fei's qualification token. Seeing that, even Han Fei was a little embarrassed. Li Chen roared, "Be *starred, come at me if you dare." The 2 walnuts in Li Chen's hand began to revolve around his body. It turned out that the walnuts in his hand were not only toys, but also a godly weapon protecting him. Yes, this thing was a damn godly weapon. However, the power of a godly weapon depended on the person who controlled it. When the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator slapped down again, the void collapsed, and the void around Li Chen twisted. Under 3 consecutive layers of void gravity, Li Chen exploded with a bang. On Han Fei's wrist, the number jumped again, -2 points. As for the enemy's team, it was obvious that they had already started attacking. Only Yi Lingling unleashed a shocking sword chi, but someone had already ambushed Yi Lingling. A void blade suddenly turned the space where Yi Lingling was into darkness. In the next moment, Han Fei lost another point, -3 points. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 7 people were gone. It hadn't even been a second. Sure enough, after 2 seconds, -7 points showed on Han Fei's wrist. Chao Mingde roared before he died, "I'll be back soon. Wait for me here if you dare." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei secretly peeped from a distance, thinking that this team was not easy to lead. He had thought that no matter how weak Chao Mingde and the others were, they should be able to hold out for 10 seconds or so. However, they were wiped out in only 3 seconds. On the other side, the attacking squad looked at Xiaomingde and his teammates, who were instantly killed. Someone said, "Aren't they too weak?" The others couldn't help but be a little puzzled. They didn't feel anything about the fact that they had just destroyed a team, and the other party was already gone. However, the peak-level star transformation realm cultivator frowned and said, "Something is wrong. This team is too weak." According to the principle of balanced matching of the strong and the weak, even the weakest team should have a strong master. It's impossible for all the members to be so weak. Someone came back to himself and couldn't help but ask in confusion, "There are 7 people on the other side. There doesn't seem to be any problem. If there are still people on the other side, why aren't they together? What if they're together?" Swish. Immediately, these people felt a chill down their spines. If there was really a strong master ambushing them, wouldn't he be somewhere they couldn't see? But the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator shook his head slightly. "I've already checked, but there's nothing. But in any case, let's see how they will be reborn." Someone was surprised. "Will they be reborn here?" "I'm not sure, so we have to wait and see. If they're reborn here, we can kill them again and increase our scores. If not, it doesn't matter. At least we can understand the rules." Han Fei thought to himself, "They must have been reborn here because I'm not dead yet. But the point is, what I want to know is whether they had any special protection at the moment of their rebirth. Otherwise, every time they were reborn, they would be killed, which would be easy for the other party to earn points." It wasn't Han Fei's style to be bullied like this. Because Xiaomingde and the others died too quickly, it seemed that he had to do something. Han Fei took action with his black mist body. Steel. Among the 7-person team, the 3 people with the strongest combat power, including the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, suddenly felt their consciousness sink, and in the next second, they lost consciousness. Before the other 4 noticed it, someone suddenly felt that he was crushed by a terrifying force and his body exploded. The moment Han Fei took action, he had already fused his twin bodies. At that moment, the first reaction of the other 3 who were sober was to resist. But at that moment, what puzzled them was why their captain didn't react. Unfortunately, they didn't have much time. All great Daos in one sword burst. One of them in an instant. Han Fei punched out tens of thousands of times in the blink of an eye, and the guy who had just launched an attack was crushed into pieces after taking about 600 punches. The last person finally realized that something seemed to be wrong with their captain and the others. His first reaction was to run away. Even if the captain and the others were killed, they would revive next to him. However, how could Han Fei let him go? He burst out at full speed, nearly 8 times the speed of light, and the person was caught up by Han Fei in the blink of an eye. Bang! Half of this person's body exploded under Han Fei's punch. Then, Han Fei held the God-sealing spear and nailed him to the ground, flattening a hill on the ground. However, Han Fei didn't kill this person. Just now, he deliberately let him run for a while. At this moment, he was about 5 million kilometers away from the place where Xiaomingde and the others died. This range happened to be in Han Fei's perception. After sealing this person, Han Fei slowly returned to the other 3. The 3 of them fell into a deep slumber. Even the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivator would have to sleep for at least 300 seconds before waking up. He was no longer the person he used to be, and could make them sleep longer. After 100 seconds, Han Fei casually killed one of them. After another 100 seconds, Han Fei killed another one of them. Then, Han Fei nailed the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivator to the ground with the God-sealing spear. They wanted to earn points, so did Han Fei. He asked Chao Mingda and the others to carry the flag alone because he wanted to see if there would be any loopholes in the rules about rebirth. For example, if they were reborn one by one without any protection, the other party could kill them again and again to earn points. For example, if they were protected when reborn, how long the protection period was and whether he could earn points as allowed by the rules. For example, if the two enemy members were nearly 5 million kilometers away, where would their reborn teammates appear? These were things that the referee didn't tell him, so he could only test it himself. The test was completed in an hour. If other teams came in this hour, they would be unlucky. Han Fei guessed that if the Divine Capital Dynasty wanted 50,000 squads to fight chaotically, theoretically speaking, the space in this heaven and earth plate couldn't be too big. Otherwise, if the squads couldn't find any opponent within an hour or two, how could a chaotic situation be formed? In the next hour, Han Fei was waiting and making God-sealing spears, preparing to turn this place into a place for him to earn points. Finally, he encountered another squad. Then, theoretically speaking, his squad encountered 2 squads in 2 hours. Judging from this encountering frequency, if the other squads were the same, the heaven and earth plate should have been full of fighting now. If he met more than 3 or even 4 squads in 2 hours, he wouldn't need to rest but could just fight the whole time. Then whoever got the flag would be courting death. In the second team that Han Fei encountered, someone discovered that a late stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivator was sealed by the God-sealing spear. On Han Fei's side. Is he sealed? When they realized that someone had been sealed, they were all horrified. They were all sky-opening cultivators. Why didn't this guy kill the other party, but seal him here? The first thought of ordinary people was that someone was farming here, sealing one of them, and then repeatedly earning points. Gulp. These people were dumbfounded. It had only been less than an hour since the game started, and someone had already started to farm? Except for the strong master in the team, the others felt that it was F*King ridiculous. Could the strong do whatever they wanted? However, in the next moment, 3 people in the team fell asleep. Han Fei repeated the same trick and killed 4 people in a row. This time, he didn't give these people a chance to run away, because the previous test had already been done. Now he was waiting for the test results. A moment later, of the 3 people who had fallen asleep, only the strongest one was left. He was nailed to the mountain by Han Fei. Han Fei had no choice. They had delivered themselves to him. How could he not accept it? Carrying 3 big flags, Han Fei sat where Chao Mingda and the others were killed. Buzz. Suddenly, Wu Bufan's figure appeared in the void without any warning. As soon as Luo Dafei appeared, he looked vigilant as if he was about to use his ultimate move. But the first thing he saw was Han Fei, and then he saw that Han Fei was carrying 3 flags in his hand. For a moment, he was stunned. Brother Fei. Don't talk. Han Fei interrupted Luo Dafei because he had observed that there was a faint golden light on Luo Dafei's body. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Tell me how you feel now. Buzz. At this time, Li Chan and Yi Lingling appeared one after another. Just like Luo Dafei, they looked at the 3 flags Han Fei was holding in surprise, stunned and shocked. Han Fei extended his hand to stop them from talking and shouted, "Tell me, how do you feel now?" Wu Bufan hurriedly said, "Well, I feel that I seem to have become stronger. My strength seems to have become more than 50% stronger." Li Chen nodded. "Me too." Yi Lingling said, "It's comprehensive power. I feel that my speed and strength have become much stronger than before." Buzz, buzz. Wu Bufan, Chao Mingde, and the others also appeared one after another. They were all excited and wanted to speak, but Han Fei immediately stopped them. Han Fei said, "Yi Lingling, try attacking me. Hurry up." Huh? Han Fei didn't let Luo Dafei and the others attack him, because these cowards were very slow. Although Yi Lingling had doubts, she remembered what Han Fei said about the test, so she immediately attacked Han Fei. Han Fei didn't resist it, but he immediately discovered that the power wrapped in the faint golden light couldn't cause any damage to Han Fei. It was as if it hit the air. Huh? With a thought, Han Fei attacked Yi Lingling. If he couldn't attack Yi Lingling, it meant that the person who had just been reborn couldn't take the initiative to attack, but was absolutely immune to any attack. Sure enough, as Han Fei expected, he found that his attack missed completely, ignoring Yi Lingling. So, after being reborn, there will be a short period of invincibility. But in this invincible state, you can't attack, can't be attacked, and can only escape? Han Fei thought that if that was the case, it would be much more difficult to farm. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart did a flip. No, he and Yi Lingling were in the same squad, and the frequency of their qualification tokens was the same. What if they weren't in the same squad? Han Fei couldn't help but look at the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator that was pierced by the god sealing spear. With a thought, he grabbed the other party's power and attacked Yi Lingling again. However, this time, the faint golden light on Yi Lingling's body turned into a faint red light. Han Fei punched Yi Lingling away. Yi Lingling seemed to realize something and attacked Han Fei again. This time, her finger mark actually fell on Han Fei, releasing a loud clang, setting off surging ripples in all directions. I see. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. At that moment, Han Fei understood, but Yi Lingling didn't. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. It turned out that the rules didn't completely forbid farming, but increased the difficulty of farming. Han Fei said, "If my guess is correct, a person who has just been reborn can't take the initiative to attack. You can't fight back until you're attacked by the enemy. Because you've just been reborn and are in a protected state, the Heaven and Earth plate can temporarily increase your combat power by 50% in case you're attacked the moment you're reborn. However, if you're given an additional 50% combat power, you still can't escape and are still farmed by the enemy, then you deserve to be eliminated." Han Fei grinned. Sure enough, there were loopholes in the rules. Han Fei looked around at them, and they all stared at the flags in Han Fei's hand, thinking that they had only died once. Good Lord, they just closed their eyes and opened them, but there were already 3 flags on their side. This meant that in the hour before they were reborn, Han Fei not only snatched back their flag, but also killed 2 squads. They couldn't help but look at the qualification token on their wrists. The score had changed from -7 to 4 points. Besides, the person below was nailed to the mountain. What did it mean? From Luodafe's rebirth to the disappearance of the golden light on his body, there was a total of 5 seconds. These 5 seconds were theoretically the time for Luodafe to escape. After 8 seconds, the golden light on Xiaomingda's body also disappeared. And Han Fei said, "Okay, the test is basically over. Every time you are reborn, you have 5 seconds of invincibility. If you are attacked in these 5 seconds, you will have 1.5 times your combat power and can fight back. But forget it. It doesn't matter if you fight back or not. If anything happens, you can use this power to escape." Luo Dafei asked, "Well, Brother Fei, have you worked out the rules?" Wu Bufan didn't care about the rules. His eyes had always been on the flags. At this moment, he said in shock, "Brother Fei, why are there 3 flags?" Yi Lingling was also shocked. She knew that Han Fei was the only one left in the team just now. According to the score, Han Fei destroyed 2 squads alone, killing a total of 11 people. And there must be strong masters in the other squads. Han Fei could still get the flags, which meant that the other parties' strong masters had also been killed by Han Fei. Oh, no, they might be suppressed, such as the one below. But Yi Lingling still had a question. "Captain, you said that I could only fight back if the enemy attacked me, but you just..." Han Fei pointed down. "I borrowed his power to attack you." Yi Lingling's heart skipped a beat. Is this really possible? The cultivators ranking in the top 10,000 are really terrifying. Han Fei stuffed the 3 flags into Xiaomingda's hands. "Keep carrying them." "Huh? Well..." Xiaomingda was stunned. "Me again?" For some reason, he had a feeling that he would die if he carried the flags. Xiaomingda couldn't help but look at Wu Bufan, who hurriedly took out his big pipe. "Look, I'm very busy." Xiaomingda turned his eyes to Li Chen, only to see that Li Chen had already begun to play with the walnuts in his hand. "Alas, it seems that I am still not proficient enough in using the protective godly weapon." Without waiting for Xiaomingda to look at him, Luo Dafei quickly took out his folding fan and clicked his tongue. "Mingda, you look ferocious and scary. You're the most suitable to carry the flags." In the end, Xiaomingda had no choice but to turn to another guy who kept a low profile for help. The guy chuckled and took out a backscratcher, pretending not to see his gaze. These people were all smart and refused to carry the flags. Otherwise, if they encountered a strong team, the first one dead must be the one carrying the flags. Han Fei said, "Everyone, except for Xiaomingda, be prepared to use all your strength. If I've guessed right, someone in the squad just now will be reborn soon. In their reborn state, as long as they are attacked by you, their invincible state will immediately be broken. However, the other party's strength will increase by more than 50%. Therefore, you have to kill them quickly." "Us?" Wu Bufan and the others were stunned. "We're ranked below the 370,000th place. Who can we kill?" Han Fei said with a dark look, "No matter how weak you are, it's 6 against 1. It's impossible for you to lose. Take advantage of the fact that the other party doesn't know the rules of rebirth yet. This is a perfect opportunity to earn points. Otherwise, as long as half a day passes, more than 80% of the teams may understand the rules. Then they will work out many ways to deal with them, and it will be difficult for you to kill your opponents at will. Li Chen asked, Brother Fei, what are you going to do? Do you still want to test the rules? Han Fei said, I sealed another person in this team 5 million kilometers away. I want to see where their teammates will be reborn. Everyone, Li Chen and the others couldn't help taking a breath. Han Fei was really awesome. A team that could destroy the 7 of them in 3 seconds was sealed by Han Fei however he wanted. Seriously? Han Fei went to the other side alone. However, his perception was constantly on Wu Bufan and the others. Han Fei could have used the twin divine technique, but he also wanted to see the real combat power of Wu Bufan and the others. Did they really think that he couldn't tell anything just because they pretended to be trash? So far, everybody, including Chao Mingde, had disguised themselves well and seemed to be vulnerable in the battle. However, how could this be so coincidental that they all made it to the 3rd round of qualifiers with the rankings below the 370,000th place? They had almost occupied the last few places. Was this reasonable? Buzz. Suddenly, on the side of Wu Bufan and the others, a figure appeared out of thin air, exuding a faint halo. The moment this person appeared, Yi Lingling had already taken action. The 2 daggers in her hands turned into a blade storm that filled the sky. This blade storm was not ordinary. Her daggers had the power to break through defenses. The person who had just been reborn was caught off guard. The pale golden light on his body turned pale red, preventing him from experiencing the specific state of rebirth. In an instant, Yi Lingling penetrated many parts of his body. But this person was the first to be reborn. According to the order of death, he was the first person killed by Han Fei, who was also the strongest in this team except for the 3 people controlled by Han Fei at the time. According to the division of strength, his strength should be of a mid-level, which was about the same level as Yi Lingling. He might be a little weaker than Yi Lingling, but not much. Therefore, although Yi Lingling could penetrate him in the first clash, she couldn't kill him. Wu Bufan raised his big pipe and attacked. Perhaps he was deliberately showing it to Han Fei. There was a mystic light on the pipe that was like a knife. The moment the mystic light hit the other party, the latter was stunned for a moment as if his soul was shaken and he lost his mind for a moment. Then, Li Chen also screamed, and the 2 walnuts in his hand became the size of 2 purple gold hammers and smashed at the man. Boom! Boom! The man's body was dented but didn't explode. It seemed that Li Chen's combat power was not good enough. Even if the other party stood still and let him hit him, he still couldn't kill him. Luo Dafei followed him closely and cut the man into halves with his fan. The others also attacked together, punching and kicking that person, using all kinds of techniques. Han Fei couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Wu Bufan and the others were a bit overacting, but he didn't intend to expose them. At least, Han Fei was more certain of one thing. Wu Bufan and the others were much stronger than they described. Han Fei could see their use and control of power clearly. No matter how well they pretended, in the eyes of an old actor, how could there be no flaws? 1, 2, 3. 3 people were resurrected in a row, all on Wu Bufan's side. Because these resurrected people were relatively weak, it was easy for them to fight them. Huh? They were all reborn there. Is it because they all died there? Or will they only be reborn by the strong? Han Fei continued to wait for a while. When the fourth person was reborn, this guy was stronger than Yi Lingling and reacted faster. Yi Lingling and the other 6 tried their best but failed to kill him. Boom. At that time, the playboy who used the backscratcher suddenly threw out 3 dice, 3 sixes. As soon as the dice were thrown out, a big golden bell flew out of his body and instantly landed on the top of his enemy's head. Clang! As the bell rang, the person trapped in the golden bell was covered in blood, and his body exploded in many places. The person who attacked shouted, "Everyone, hit my big bell and shake him to death." Knock, knock, knock. Clang. 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 Sure enough, that person was obliterated. Wu Bufan and the others looked at the person who attacked in shock and couldn't help but exclaim, F***ck, Zhou Run, how did you come up with such a super ultimate move? Zhou Run grinned and said, haha, I got it from my father. It's an amplification dice and a sealing bell. Don't envy me. Luo Dafei cursed, F***ck, it turns out that you have 2 godly weapons. Then, are you just pretending with your back scratcher? Zhou Run said, I'm not pretending. I use it to refine my body. Are you stupid? How can it compare to my amplification dice? With it, I can borrow different degrees of strength according to the number of points on the dice. Yi Lingling was dumbfounded. Are these people serious? Godly weapons? 2 godly weapons? Han Fei, on the other hand, looked at Luo Dafei and the others with a smile. No matter how good at pretending these silk pants were, they were still silk pants. Although the strength Zhou Run showed seemed to come from godly weapons, this was also a kind of strength. If Zhou Run had this strength, how could others not? At first, Han Fei was afraid that they wouldn't be able to solve the enemies if they continued to pretend. But now, he was no longer anxious. Instead, he fused with Little Black and Little White and looked at them with the yin-yang divine eyes. He guessed that Zhou Run just guessed that he was observing them, so he deliberately exposed some powerful means. But he didn't know that Han Fei had suspected their fundamental strength from the beginning. Translator *Henyi Translations Editor *Henyi Translations. Sure enough, after Zhou Run took action, the others seemed to realize something. In the next moment, another person was reborn. This person's strength was unsurprisingly among the top 100,000. A team was usually composed of cultivators of different levels. The man just now was as strong as Yi Lingling, but this one was not something Yi Lingling could resist. As soon as this person was reborn, he reacted. When the sealing bell appeared, with the thought of this person, many jellyfish appeared in the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. As soon as Zhou Run's sealing bell was pressed down, the person narrowly dodged it. At this moment, Luo Dafei roared, Son of AB *TCH, don't run. Take my demonis. Enchanting. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, charming laughter sounded within hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The strong master who had just escaped the sealing bell suddenly felt that he was infected by something. On his back, there was a naked woman. At some point in time, the woman's long hair hung down, and there was a strong fragrance on her body that could directly seep into this person's soul. Not good. Water bind. God-shattering hand. At that moment, the seawater seemed to be cut apart, and this person and the strange woman on his back shattered into pieces. Huh? I've become much stronger, by about 50%. However, although his strength had soared, to his surprise, when he appeared on another jellyfish, a strange woman had already appeared behind him. Besides, the woman's long hair was drilling into his mouth and nose. Soul explosion. Boom. This person was certain that he had been hit by a soul-killing technique. Anyway, he wouldn't die in this place. Besides, the strength of his soul seemed to have increased by 50%. He could just suppress this thing with his soul. Bang. The woman behind this person was killed by him. This person couldn't help but grin. His comprehensive strength had increased by 50%. He felt that he was extremely powerful now, even comparable to peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. As soon as the idea popped up in his head, he saw Wu Bufan sucking on his big pipe and spewing out a golden mist. The golden mist turned into ropes that stretched in all directions. The man was shocked to find that he seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force. However, this power was not strong enough to completely suppress him. Wu Bufan shouted, "Li Chen, what are you waiting for?" Li Chen immediately threw out 2 walnuts, one black and one white, which were not the walnuts in his hand. The black and white walnuts revolved rapidly around the golden ropes, turning into countless blades that slashed at the cultivator. The man still despised this kind of attack. He tried to penetrate these blades, but when he pierced through one of the black blades, the white blades would instantly land on him, ignoring obstacles, space and time, and vice versa. At this time, the strength of a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator who might already be in the 3rd step of the sky-opening realm was revealed. Although he suffered a storm-like attack, his powerful strength and physique allowed him to withstand it. He could even fight back. Seeing that the 6 of them couldn't suppress this man, and seeing that Han Fei had no intention of attacking, Chao Mingde immediately roared and a small seal flew out of his body. As soon as this seal appeared, the void sank, and the man's speed plummeted. He roared unwillingly, "B***stards, you are just a group of trash relying on godly weapons." Bang! His speed and strength were restricted. Although his strength soared by 50%, he was still crushed in the end. Seeing the whole process, Han Fei casually pierced through the guy sealed by him. At this moment, the score on everyone's qualification token had become 10 points. At this time even Han Fei couldn't help being surprised. It seemed that the key to the 3rd round of the qualifiers was still to grab the flags. Killing each person would only get 1 point, but snatching a flag could get 100 points, which was equivalent to killing 100 enemies. How could it be so easy to kill 100 people in the sky-opening realm? Even if there was a super strong master in your team, there was also in other teams. And a small team usually only had 7 or 8 people. Assuming that the enemy teams were all 8-person teams, you had to kill 13 teams to get 100 points. This meant that the strong masters in your squad had to defeat the strong masters and other 13 squads to get the points for a flag. Therefore, after experiencing the real battle in the plate world, all the participants would probably have this consciousness. Killing wasn't the key. The key was how to snatch the flag. There might be many people who were already thinking about how to get other people's flags. But Han Fei was different. He felt that he had to both kill people and snatch the flags. According to the rules, he just needed to suppress the strongest person in the other party's team and not kill him. He could stay beside the sealed guy and wait for his teammates to be reborn. Then, he could hunt repeatedly. In the 22 hours a day, if he killed quickly, he could hunt them 23 times with 6 points each time, which would be 138 points. Well, if he farmed more than one team, such as 2 teams, the score could be doubled. Then what if he suppressed 3 or 4 teams? In any case, Han Fei felt that he should have a try first. After a while, Han Fei returned and looked at Wu Bufan and the others meaningfully. Hey! Your strength is not bad. You were instantly killed just now, but now you can kill all your opponents together. Wu Bufan immediately said obsequiously, Brother Fei, we can't compare to you. It's all thanks to the godly weapons. Li Chen hurriedly said, Brother Fei, we're really not good at fighting. We only know about throwing treasures out. Luo Dafei nodded repeatedly. Yes, the last person was too strong. The 7 of us almost couldn't suppress him. What should we do if we fight the strongest guy on the team? Yi Lingling had complicated feelings now. Except for Han Fei, these 6 people all had godly weapons. Some even had 2 godly weapons. What was wrong with this world? Were godly weapons so cheap these days? She really wanted to ask if they knew how rare and scarce godly weapons were. In the wilderness, Han Fei didn't expose their lies. Okay. Keep guarding. After a while, Han Fei put the strongest people in the 2 teams together. Because their teammates died at different times, their rebirth times were naturally different. Soon, Han Fei saw Wu Bufan and the others piercing through 6 strong masters, one after another. However, because Han Fei didn't take action, Luo Dafei was pierced through and reborn. Han Fei thought to himself, forget it. These guys seem to be very good at enduring. They seem to be sure that they won't lose this round, so they didn't use any more strength. Han Fei certainly wouldn't give back the points he got so easily, so he gave up trying. At this moment, it had been an hour since Han Fei met the 2nd team, but he hadn't met the 3rd team yet. He was thinking when the 3rd team would pass by. Suddenly, 2 perceptions appeared in Han Fei's perception. Huh? These 2 perceptions came from different directions. Han Fei's heart stirred. And he said to everyone via voice transmission, attention, 2 teams are coming. Get ready to fight. Li Chen, be prepared to cover Chaomingda with your godly weapon Golden Bell at any time. As for the others, be prepared to sacrifice yourselves. Even if you blow yourselves up, hold off the enemy until I have time to take action. In fact, Han Fei didn't need them to hold off the opponents desperately. Because even if all the members of these 2 teams were present, they wouldn't be able to snatch the flag from him. However, he couldn't take anything lightly. To Han Fei's surprise, the targets of the 2 squads were very clear, as if they had long known that they were here. This surprised Han Fei. Logically speaking, in the world on the plate, he wasn't his original body. Why did the other party take the initiative to find him? Could it be that the other party's soul power completely exceeded his, so he didn't notice it when the other party spread out his perception? But this was impossible. He had already cultivated a young soul. Even if a perfected star transformation realm cultivator's perception swept over, it was impossible to avoid his perception. Therefore, the people who came were a little strange. From the moment the other party entered the range of his perception, to appearing in front of him and the others, the speed was very fast. After all, at this point, at most 10% of the participants hadn't mastered ultralight speed. Even most of the people in the first round had mastered ultralight speed. Otherwise, how could they participate in the 100,000-year competition of the Divine Capital Dynasty? Therefore, the participants now could be said to be the elites of the elites. However, to Han Fei's surprise, not only were there 16 people in total in these two teams, but the two captains didn't choose to come close to him and even deliberately avoided him. Han Fei frowned slightly. Something was definitely wrong. But the battle was about to start. Han Fei immediately found the strongest person in the team and stole his consciousness. A seashell appeared in the void, and the person whose consciousness Han Fei had stolen walked out of the big shell. Huh? Han Fei suddenly realized that the other party knew who he was. The other party had specially come to hunt. However, the other party should also know that they probably couldn't hunt him down, even if both of them were in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Therefore, the only thing they could do was to kill his teammates, or take his flag. If they did this, there could only be two kinds of people on the other side. One was the people from the heavenly race who came specially to destroy his third round of tests. The other was that these people were enemies of Wu Bufan and the others. They knew that Wu Bufan and the others had formed a team with him and received his protection, so they came to ruin their advancement. However, Wu Bufan and the others looked so useless. And even if someone from their respective clans wanted to kill them, they shouldn't have done it in this plate world where people couldn't be really killed. Therefore, the answer was obvious. The other party was most likely the heavenly race. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The moment Han Fei saw that his void-stealing technique didn't work, he guessed the origin of these people. They were the strong masters of the heavenly race who were specifically targeting him in the third round. However, according to the rules, if the strong were matched with the weak, their other teammates shouldn't be very strong. Therefore, Han Fei was also curious how they would attack him. On the other hand, Han Fei no longer focused his attention on the two peak level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. It would make no difference to kill the others first. After killing the others, when only he and these two people were left here, what could they do to him? Did they think they could ruin his game with just the two of them? Therefore, with a thought, Han Fei stole two ordinary participants in the sky opening realm. However, this time, one of them turned into a flower bud, bloomed and walked out from the other side. The other person, for some reason, was still fighting, even though he had stolen his consciousness. Huh? Han Fei discovered that no matter what the reason was, the other party had come prepared. These people actually had a way to deal with his void-stealing technique. It was just 3 thoughts in an instant and didn't waste any time, but Han Fei realized that these two teams were difficult to deal with. It had only been more than 2 hours since the beginning of the game, but the other party had already come over. Obviously, it had been planned. At this moment, how could Han Fei dare to be negligent? Han Fei shouted, "Zhou Run, protect the flags." Zhou Run was quite surprised. The enemies hadn't come yet, but Han Fei had already ordered him to protect the flags. But Han Fei was the boss. He would just do what he was told. Buzz. The golden bell fell, protecting Qiaomingde in it. In Han Fei's hand, the god slaying boxing gloves had appeared, and the god's prayer beads were activated. 2. Swish. Han Fei launched all great Daos in one sword with his full strength. He was confident that no one below the star transformation realm could resist this blow. With this attack, the other party's offensive power was unleashed too. For a moment, dozens of great Daos smashed at Wu Bufan and the others. Obviously, they wanted to solve Wu Bufan and the others first before working together to deal with Han Fei. Although Wu Bufan and the others had godly weapons in their hands, the heavenly race methods were domineering. As soon as they attacked, they didn't give them a chance to use godly weapons at all. In just one clash, they had pierced through two of them. In the blink of an eye, only Luo Dafei, Chao Mingde, Li Chen, Zhou Run, and Yi Lingling were left. Li Chen exclaimed, F***ck, the opponent is so strong. Even my magical yin-yang walnuts can't resist it. Luo Dafei shouted, prepare to blow yourself up. Luo Dafei released the female ghost-like spiritual illusion in an attempt to confuse the other party. However, a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator of the other party simply swept his thoughts over and the female ghost was crushed into pieces. Luo Dafei vomited blood crazily. Someone tried to kill him in one fell swoop. Just when the man was about to kill Luo Dafei with one finger, the void trembled, and Han Fei appeared, instantly stealing the other party's combat power and then punched out. Bang! This person exploded. Perhaps he had a way to resist Han Fei's consciousness stealing, but what Han Fei stole this time was power. Sure enough, this person's body dispersed and turned into a cloud of water mist. However, once his resistance against Han Fei was exposed, Han Fei had found a flaw. The mist turned into a human shape the next moment. Han Fei punched again, and this person exploded and died. Luo Dafei was dumbfounded. What happened just now? He just said blankly, Brother Fei, you're awesome. While Han Fei was dealing with this person, Yi Lingling had already been penetrated. Han Fei pointed at Yi Lingling's side and the other party retreated quickly. However, as soon as he retreated, he found himself in front of Yi Lingling. Again. The Great Tao of Time? The man realized that he had entered the Great Tao of Time and was about to escape in case Han Fei caught him. But in the next moment, he was cut apart by a dazzling knife light. Bang! However, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Han Fei had just helped Yi Lingling. On the other side, Luo Dafei and Li Chen, who had just been rescued, almost exploded into slag at the same time. Of course, the two of them still remembered what Han Fei said. Before they died, they would blow themselves up to buy some time for Han Fei. At that moment, Han Fei grabbed at the air, and the 2 figures were shaken by the impact of the self-detonation. They couldn't escape immediately and were caught by Han Fei. They were instantly punched tens of thousands of times by Han Fei. Then they saw a divine path and were lost until they were blasted away by Han Fei. In just an instant, 4 on Han Fei's side and 4 on the other side were gone. Only Chao Mingde and Zhou Run were still hiding in the Golden Bell. The 2 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators blocked Han Fei's way, causing a flurry of attacks behind him, and the sealing bell was shaking. At the moment when the Golden Bell disappeared, the 2 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators had already attacked Chao Mingde and Zhou Run. Han Fei made a prompt decision and chose to replace them. The Tao of Time circulation was activated. These people might have a way to block his void-stealing technique, but couldn't they escape time? Not good. The time here has something wrong. They discovered that the attack they launched disappeared halfway through, and Han Fei had already slashed 3 people with multiple all-great Daos in one. Swords. Of course, there were a total of 5 people trapped in the Great Tao of Time. Although these 5 people were bound to die, Yi Lingling on his side was ambushed. Bang! At the last moment, the only emotion in Yi Lingling's heart was that the opponent was so strong, really strong. At that moment, she fought with the opponent, but in the end, she only pierced through a shadow, and the opponent seemed to be fine. However, before she dissipated, Yi Lingling seemed to see a strange sort of light appear out of thin air and cut the shadow. Then she seemed to see the shadow shatter. Han Fei looked solemn at this moment. He had used time jump, which he had learned from Tian Ran from the Time Temple. After the unexpected battle, although the 2 teams of opponents killed 6 people on Han Fei's side, they lost 8 people. Of course, in terms of the battlefield situation, they didn't suffer a loss at all. Chao Mingda's voice was trembling. Brother Fei, what should we do? Han Fei frowned. There were 2 ways now. One was that he ran with the flags. But then the farm he had just set up would be gone. That would be a great loss. If he was chased crazily in the end, although with the flags, he could earn 300 points, Chao Mingda and the others would probably be wiped out 20 more times. Then if the 7 people were wiped 20 more times, he would lose 140 points. Therefore, he couldn't run. As for fighting, although the other party was targeting his ability, there were only 2 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators and 2 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators who could really be called his opponents. The Black Shadow, the one who killed Yi Lingling, had been pierced by him. In other words, although the other party still had 8 people left, there were only 3 people who could really be called his opponents. Han Fei wanted to summon Blood Fiend. But in the next moment, Han Fei realized that something was wrong. Although he thought Blood Fiend was just a puppet, the rules didn't allow it. For example, if I were to fight in the arena and ended up using a puppet in the perfected star transformation realm, my opponent definitely wouldn't accept it. Otherwise, if someone had a monarch-level puppet, wouldn't he be invincible? Therefore, there was no need to think about the Blood Fiend puppet, which made Han Fei's heart sink. At this moment, Han Fei felt his heart palpitate. Something was wrong. The 2 teams seemed to be stalling for time because they didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack. If the other party was not in a hurry to take action, they must be waiting for something. Suddenly, Han Fei realized that if the other party also had a way to seal him and was setting up a seal now, as long as they forcibly sealed him for 12 days, they would be able to make his score negative by killing his teammates, and then he would definitely be eliminated. Han Fei's mind was racing. Why did they think that they could seal him? With a godly weapon? An array? Or a great Tao? But in any case, Han Fei felt that there should be more than 2 groups of people on the other side. In that case, they should have far more peak level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators than these 2. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He was unwilling to give up this place. This place was a place he had prepared for farming points. He planned to use 2 teams as the basis, wait for other teams to pass by, lure them over, and continue farming. As long as the strongest person in the other party's team was sealed, All passing teams would be equivalent to his ATM. Besides, when Wu Bufan and the others died, Han Fei already had some understanding of the surrounding environment and was already thinking about setting up a trap. However, he didn't expect to be besieged by the heavenly race so quickly. If he had known earlier, he would have already started setting up the trap at the end of the first wave. However, it didn't seem too late now. Han Fei appeared beside Chao Mingde and Zhou Run and laid his hand on their shoulders. Pure black fog flowed out undetectably. Han Fei said, "Give me the flags. Prepare to be reborn." Chao Mingde said solemnly, "Brother Fei, don't mind us. Just kill them all." Han Fei was lost for words. "Why are you so confident in me?" Chao Mingde immediately said, "Of course I'm confident in you. Brother Fei, you even defeated the Dragon Fighting Street and killed Yi Qianxing. How can these people be your match?" Heh. Han Fei thought to himself, it's true that the ignorant are fearless. The people on the Dragon Fighting Street are mostly only ordinary late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. But what level are these people today? They were all peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, and specifically targeting my team. Besides, there might be more such teams than just two. Carrying the flags in one hand, Han Fei casually drew out the big pipe that Wu Bufan gave him. Boom. Huff. Under the teasing gazes of the two peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, Han Fei let out a long breath of golden mist and then said to Chao Mingde and Zhou Run via voice transmission, "It's up to you whether we can win or not. Charge up and blow yourselves up." Chao Mingde? As for Zhou Run, he didn't talk much. After thinking for a while, he suddenly took out the amplification dice and threw it out. It was 666. Immediately, a wave of heat enveloped Han Fei's body. Zhou Run didn't say what effect the dice brought to Han Fei. If he said it now, what if the other party found it? So, let Han Fei experience it himself. Translator ** Henyi Translations Editor ** Henyi Translations. Huh? My speed and strength seemed to be enhanced by about 5%. Although it didn't increase much, and Han Fei didn't know if this was Zhou Run's true strength or if he was hiding his strength, it didn't affect him much now. Compared to Zhou Run, Chao Mingde was dumbfounded. He thought to himself, when did I become so capable? There are more than a dozen people on the opposite side, including two peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. If I rush up and blow myself up, what damage can I bring about? I'm not a monarch. Chao Mingde estimated that Han Fei probably wanted to maintain the dignity of a strong master and didn't want him to see him being humiliated. After all, these people were targeting him now. Thinking about that, Chao Mingde roared and rushed out. When Chao Mingde was charging suicidally, he didn't notice that when Han Fei laid his hand on his shoulder, a shadow that couldn't be seen or touched was attached to him. Kill. Chao Mingde knew that he wouldn't die anyway, so he didn't care. He felt it a pity that he didn't carry the flags. If he could carry the flags and charge at the same time, he would look more heroic. The peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator pointed in the air and a pillar of energy pierced through Chao Mingde. Anyway, one wanted to die, and the other wanted to kill. With a bang, Chao Mingde exploded in the void. Zhou Run tried to attack with the backscratcher, which made Han Fei speechless. Sure enough, he was no better than Chao Mingde. Buzz. At the moment Chao Mingda self-destructed, Han Fei had already unleashed all his strength and fled at full speed. He even used the time acceleration to reach 7 times the speed of light. However, how could the opponent give Han Fei a chance to escape? At the moment Han Fei rushed out, they also rushed out, and their speed was even faster than Han Fei. Because the time was too short, one of them even felt that Han Fei's speed seemed to be slower than expected. This was because the intelligence given by his family said that when Han Fei unleashed his full strength, his speed was about 7.5 times faster than the speed of light. Of course, they thought that maybe Han Fei didn't burst out with such a fast speed, or he still had some trump cards left, so they didn't suspect him. Han Fei fled with the 3 flags, but the strong masters of the heavenly race were all chasing him. Of course, it was not close combat. Han Fei's void stealing technique was listed as a top divine technique in the heavenly race. Such a strange technique wasn't supposed to be owned by someone in the sky opening realm, because they didn't dare to get too close and would be easily defeated by Han Fei if they used their clones. Even though Han Fei's speed was slower than the 2 of them, they didn't dare to rush up immediately and force Han Fei to stay. Because of this, Han Fei escaped for about 3 seconds. On the 3rd second, Han Fei suddenly perceived that a brand new team of 8 people had rushed out. Yes, the heavenly races sent 3 8-person teams led by 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators and 3 strong late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, and the rest was ordinary sky-opening realm cultivators, who were here to make up the number, but they had the power to temporarily resist Han Fei's void-stealing technique. In fact, except for the 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, everyone else only needed to create opportunities for them. Han Fei's face turned green. There were 3 squads. The heavenly race must have used a lot of their connections. Han Fei was speechless. Wasn't the 100,000-year competition too casual? How could the heavenly race mobilize the teams so easily? This team that had been hiding for a long time couldn't have just been watching the show. They must be preparing for something. Sure enough, this new team blocked Han Fei's way and took out a bead. Heavenly Seal, Reincarnation Mystery Barrier. The moment the pearl shone, the surrounding 1,000,000 kilometers were instantly covered by a dense light. Buzz. Around Han Fei, the great Tao of time burst out. He wanted to reverse time. However, he heard a sneer. Han Fei, do you really think we came to deal with you without any preparation? Although the great Tao of time is strong, the space here is chaotic and time is frozen. If you want to reverse time, save it. Han Fei sneered. Why? Just the 3 of you? You want to suppress me? What makes you think you can? Ha ha ha. One of the middle-aged men sneered. I know that you have a divine technique. And even Yi Qianqing was killed by you. However, do you think only you have a divine technique? Our heavenly race has been established in the divine realm of the East Sea for countless years. How can you, a junior, can shake it? Spread out and open the gate of heaven. Buzz. At this moment, fighting was actually secondary. Even if Han Fei tried his best, he couldn't defeat these people at once. But if these people ganged up on him, it would be easier for Han Fei to find a chance. Therefore, the heavenly race didn't come up to fight him head-on. At some point in time, the strong masters of the heavenly race all held a glowing bead in their hands, and a white door of light appeared behind each of them. surrounding Han Fei. The moment the heavenly gates appeared, Han Fei had already taken action, trying to penetrate one of them. However, just as he took action, before he rushed to the person, he seemed to hear strange murmuring sounds from the gates. Puff. Han Fei felt that his young soul shook, and then he vomited a mouthful of blood. His mind went blank for a moment. Bang! At that moment, the 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators of the heavenly race grasped the chance at the same time. One of them slashed out an axe beam that pierced through the starry river and slashed at Han Fei. One of them used the long sword in his hand and pierced through Han Fei's body. Another person grabbed a golden bowl with floating Tao patterns on it and tried to cover Han Fei under it. Heaven dies, darkness has arrived. Han Fei didn't break free from these murmurs immediately. He felt that his entire soul was about to explode. At that time, he seemed to have fallen into chaos. However, at the moment when the murmurs appeared, the demon purification pot suddenly appeared in Han Fei's mind, and the god's prayer bead on his neck suddenly shone. The 2 forces immediately pulled him back to reality. However, it was impossible for him to dodge the 2 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators' killer moves now. Clang! Pfft! Han Fei blocked the axe light with both hands, but his hands were destroyed and then pierced by the sword. He could even feel a great poison bursting out of the sword. In the end, seeing that the golden bowl was about to cover him, Han Fei thought that he definitely couldn't let this thing cover him. It looked much stronger than Li Chen's golden bell. The heavenly race must have their reasons for choosing to attack him in the 3rd round of qualifiers. Han Fei thought that they must be afraid that he would enter the killing segment. The strength he had shown was enough to make most heavenly talents of the heavenly race fear him. If he was eliminated in the 3rd round, his influence on the heavenly race in the 10,000-year competition would be minimal. Furthermore, he wouldn't get any rewards from the 10,000-year competition, let alone an origin ground. Therefore, Han Fei made a prompt decision to fuse his twin bodies. However, the moment Han Fei sobered up, the people of the heavenly race were all shocked. What? How is that possible? How can he get rid of the god's murmur so quickly? Buzz. When the golden bowl smashed down, Han Fei had already disappeared without a trace. Buzz. Han Fei returned to the battlefield just now in the blink of an eye, but he wasn't in good shape. The god's murmurs heavily injured him. Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. Han Fei didn't come back to his senses until the healing divine light descended. Although he had lost 3 flags, he could still snatch flags. But if he was suppressed just now, he would be eliminated in this round. Sure enough, you returned here. You used Xiaominda's self-detonation to leave your invisible original body behind. Do you think you can hide it from us? Han Fei had just recovered when a spatial channel suddenly appeared here. In the distance, another 8-person team appeared. Han Fei's face changed slightly. 4 squads? This person was clearly guarding here to fight his black mist body. He had indeed exposed the twin divine technique outside Tomorrow Camp. However, he didn't expect that the other party had been so prepared this time. At this moment, as soon as the teleportation channel opened, the other parties' squads gathered. It only took them 6 seconds to gather. At this moment, a total of 24 people had surrounded him, including 4 peak level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. And the other party seemed to have found a way to counter the void-stealing technique. If he wanted to rush out by force, he naturally couldn't. Suddenly, Han Fei grinned. Alas! I underestimated the heavenly race. I didn't want to expose it. Hee hee. Since you have sent 4 teams at once, you should stay here forever. Buzz. At that moment, he activated the Void Descends technique, and 360 Han Fei appeared within 300,000 kilometers. Each of them held a spear pillar in their hands. There were 360 God-sealing spears. When the God-sealing spears were pressed down, everyone except Han Fei felt that their strength was instantly suppressed. Except for the 4 peak level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, the others lost at least 50% of their strength. As for Han Fei, he wasn't in a good mood either. Although he had prepared some God-sealing spears, it wasn't to deal with the heavenly race. Therefore, he didn't prepare much in the beginning. What he prepared later was made with his origin star by his black mist body just now. Fortunately, his origin star had the ability to accelerate time. In just 6 seconds, he had 2 hours to make 360 God-sealing spears. Otherwise, with the number of God-sealing spears he had, he could at most weaken them by about 10%, and they would be penetrated in a few seconds. Not good. Open the heavenly gate. Open my ass. All laws forbidden in this space. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. When all laws were forbidden in this space, some people's methods of resisting the void-stealing technique became ineffective. Han Fei circulated his great Tao to the upper limit of his endurance. His strength was nearly 30 million waves, and his speed was nearly 8 times the speed of light. With such combat power, Han Fei was truly comparable to peak level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. Bang! 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 The 3 people who opened the door of light first were blown up by Han Fei without even having a chance to react. The 4 peak level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators attacked Han Fei with their clones, but how could their clones be Han Fei's match? Han Fei suddenly threw out a scroll and 36 immortal fiend sabers burst out. However, the power of the immortal fiend sabers was actually not strong enough now in the sea establishment realm, because the immortal fiend saber had the power of the sky-opening realm. It was very powerful. But in the sky-opening realm, when everyone used this power, the immortal fiend saber had no advantage. Instead, the great Tao of one sword that he had created was a great technique that became stronger as he grew stronger. Now, it far exceeded the immortal fiend saber. Of course, even if the immortal fiend saber couldn't kill a sky-opening realm cultivator now, that was still a powerful blow in the sky-opening realm, which couldn't be blocked so easily. 36 immortal fiend sabers tried to charge out, and more than 20 of them were crushed in the blink of an eye. But in the next moment, many people from the heavenly race discovered, to their shock, that the immortal fiend sabers that had just been crushed appeared again. What happened? This attack has clearly been annihilated. Not good. There's a problem with the time here. Han Fei thought to himself. Sure enough, on the path of growth, any epiphany could be a help in the future. He had comprehended the chaotic frequency of time after just a trip to the prophecy house and a fight with a random person in the time temple. It could make the attack cycling and appear at least 7 or 8 times before it truly disappeared. Bam! 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 Han Fei had nothing to worry about now. There was no reason for him to lose. In the blink of an eye, 3 more people were crushed. After all, the heavenly race could form many 8-person teams through connections. However, once there was a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator in your team, the overall strength of the others would inevitably be weak. Otherwise, if you had peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators and late-stage star transformation realm heavenly talents, and the others were all mid-level, the composition would be completely unfair. Even the heavenly race couldn't cheat like this. Therefore, although these 4 heavenly race teams were intimidating, only 8 of them could really fight. The rest were all cannon fodder. Han Fei's figure that was faster than the speed of light flashed crazily here. And the number of people in the 4 teams of the heavenly race decreased visibly. Even with the intervention of 4 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, after more than 60 seconds, there were only 6 people left here. It was not difficult to deal with these people. Although they all had a way to temporarily avoid his void-stealing technique, they didn't give Han Fei a chance to fight just now. Now how could Han Fei be willing to give him a chance to fight him head-on? Han Fei retreated from the God-sealing spear array as he issued an order in his heart. The God-sealing spear array revolved and took off, approaching the center. The divine beast, disguised as a god in the ruins of gods, used this method to force him into the small valley. The sealing area of 300,000 kilometers quickly shrank. At the same time, Han Fei grabbed at the void and took out a god-sealing spear, frantically replenishing the array. Not good. This guy's sealing technique is strange. Not only can it seal individually, but it can also form a sealed space. We can't be surrounded by this seal. Once we're sealed by him, the consequences will be disastrous. The 4 of them looked at each other and immediately attacked one spot of the array together. They realized that in the range of this seal, even if they detonated themselves, it would be useless because they might be reborn in it. Then wouldn't they become Han Fei's farming machines? Because these people were too strong, they came to Han Fei from the beginning. So they hadn't had the time to study the rules of this round of qualifiers. They didn't know that after their rebirth, they would be in an invincible state and their strength would increase by as much as 50%. Therefore, their current thought was to quickly open an exit. As long as they could escape, Han Fei wouldn't be able to accumulate points according to the rules. Unfortunately, it was already too late when they made this decision. If they had done this the moment they were sealed by the God-sealing spear array, they might have been able to rush out, but now, no way. The God-sealing spear was a great technique created by a god, and it used the Tao patterns of the heavens and earth. The level of this great technique was terrifyingly high. How could they leave so easily? In the ruins of gods, the 5 God-sealing spears could even suppress a divine beast. Did these people think they were stronger than divine beasts? However, Han Fei was also afraid that they would blow themselves up. Once they blew themselves up and were reborn, even with the help of the God-sealing spear array, he might not be able to completely suppress them. Therefore, Han Fei deliberately damaged part of the God-sealing spears to make it look like they had penetrated them. Han Fei, on the other hand, seemed to be grabbing at the air, trying to repair the damaged gap. But in fact, Han Fei activated the Twin Divine technique again, and his black mist body quietly ran to where they were. Steal. 3 of them were directly caught. Because they didn't expect Han Fei to use the Twin God technique again at this time. At the critical moment when their strength was suppressed and they were breaking the array in a panic, even if they were in the mood to pay attention. To Han Fei's black mist body, Han Fei was not a weakling. How could he let them discover it so easily? That would be embarrassing. After stealing the consciousness of 3 people in a row, the 4 teams of the heavenly race were completely crippled. However, Han Fei wasn't quite happy. This was because he couldn't really kill these people in this round, so he could only suppress them. And his trump cards were exposed one by one. In fact, when they were escaping just now, Han Fei wanted to fish for the big golden bowl of the man just now, which seemed to be very powerful. However, if he did that, wouldn't his trump card, fishing time, be seen through by the other party? In short, Han Fei was actually not in a good mood. He didn't feel proud even if he won. After all, what was his reliance? It was the Void Temple, the demon purification pot, and godly weapons. Besides, he had already transformed his origin seat into a star and had even shaped the ground veins. He was only short of producing a star core. His distance from the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm was getting smaller and smaller. After 100 seconds, these people's strength was completely suppressed and they had no power to resist anymore. Han Fei nailed through the last peak level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator and immediately went to take the lost flags back. Then he gathered these people together and suppressed them with the God-sealing spear array. Anyway, his God-sealing spear array had been exposed, so there was nothing to hide. Han Fei raised his hand and looked at his hand. It showed a total of 31 points. His team had been wiped out twice as soon as they appeared. Fortunately, he had wiped out 6 teams. A moment later, the 2 teams that were suppressed by Han Fei were reborn and eliminated by Han Fei one after another, and his score became 43 points. Then, Luo Dafei and the others were reborn one after another. Hiss. Huh? This. Is that a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator? When Chao Mingda was reborn and saw this scene, he couldn't help but say in shock, "God, Brother Fei, did you really kill them all?" Chao Mingda couldn't believe it. Before he died, he thought that Han Fei was trying to save his face and that they would probably be wiped out this time. But now it seemed that the other party was clearly the one who was wiped out. And Han Fei, as usual, nailed them into a skewer with the pride of a winner. Wu Bufan and the others were all excited. They chose the right boss. He was too strong. More importantly, during their rebirth, Han Fei killed not only 2 teams, but also 2 other teams. Yi Lingling was in a strange mood. Is this how it feels to win without doing anything? She felt that the 3rd round of qualifiers was too difficult. She would basically die the moment she met an enemy. She had never felt so frustrated since she was born. He had thought that she was already very powerful, but it was not until today that she realized that in the Divine Capital Dynasty, in the 10,000 year competition, she was just a clown at the mercy of others. But the man in front of her was really strong. Han Fei was also quite tired now. He looked at Wu Bufan, who was smoking a big pipe and looking at the 6 cultivators nailed into skewers with a shocked expression. Han Fei couldn't help but take out his big pipe and take a puff. This place has been sealed by me. After these people's teammates are reborn, their strength will be greatly reduced by my array. You guys, just stay here quietly and earn points for me. Let's farm them for 7 days and 7 nights. Han Fei thought that it was very precious to have a place to farm points in. Such a chaotic place. However, he didn't dare to take it lightly. If a few more such teams came, he might become too busy and make mistakes. This time, with the lesson he learned just now, Han Fei was preparing in advance and kept making God-sealing spears, ready to attack at any time. He felt that he had passed the 3rd round of the game. If he farmed with these people, he could earn 960 points in a day. After 12 days, it was impossible for him to not even pass the 3rd round. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. 1 day later. Han Fei underestimated the mobility of the strong masters on the plate world. In just 1 day, his God-sealing spear array had been filled with 18 captain-level strong masters. This meant that in less than 22 hours, Han Fei had defeated another 12 teams. This method was actually very simple. Chao Mingde and the others were running around carrying flags, as long as it didn't exceed 5 million kilometers. As a result, there were a lot of people who came to grab the flags. Now, Chao Mingde and the others no longer carried the flags around because they were busy killing the reborn almost all the time. This was because up to now, the 18 squad leaders had been nailed into a string, and 119 squad members were taking turns to be reborn. Almost every few seconds, one person would be reborn. Because of the powerful sealing power of the God-sealing spear array, even if the reborn would be in an invincible state for 5 seconds, once they entered a combat state, their invincibility would disappear. Besides, invincibility was passive. As long as someone hit you, other than maintaining a 50% increase in strength, you would be no different from ordinary people. But under Han Fei's continuous addition of the God-sealing spears, the additional 50% of combat power was directly weakened. Therefore, even if someone was reborn every moment, they still couldn't resist the crazy attacks of Chao Mingde and the others with godly weapons. Occasionally, some people were reborn at the same time, and Han Fei would only take action when Chao Mingde and the others couldn't beat them. Most of the time, Han Fei was wondering if he could create a killing array. Although he could set up many large arrays, and even set up arrays with the Tao patterns of the heavens and earth, these large arrays couldn't kill so many sky-opening realm cultivators. Arrays mostly drew power from nature. However, the God-sealing spear array had already extracted too much power. If he set up a killing array, this place would immediately become extremely dazzling and attract more people. Therefore, Han Fei had no choice but to prepare for battle all the time. In this way, on the first day, when 24 hours passed, everyone was fighting crazily elsewhere, but Han Fei and the others were continuing to farm. Casually, Chao Mingde said, "I killed another one." The flag is gone. My total score is 1,928 points. Shit, so many points. It's equivalent to 19 flags. Among the 1,928 points, there were a total of 8 flags. Among the 12 teams that came later, only 5 teams still had flags in their hands. Wu Bufan waved his big pipe, and the golden threads bursting out of the godly weapon cut one person to death. He said unconcernedly, the 52nd. I feel that we can already pass the 3rd round of qualifiers. It's only the first day, and we already have such high scores. I'm afraid other teams can't get such high scores even in the whole 12 days, right? However, Han Fei didn't think so. There were 50,000 flags refreshed every day. If each flag had 100 points, it would be 5 million points. And the flags would inevitably become points every day, which meant that the flags would only be concentrated in the hands of a small number of people. Even the strong teams could only get 200 points a day. It would be 2,400 points in 12 days. No matter how they fought, it would eventually become a competition of strength. Plus the normal hunting and killing, it could be said that in 12 days, it wouldn't be a problem for the remaining teams to have at least 2,000 points. Therefore, although Han Fei and the others had obtained 1,928 points on the first day, if they didn't improve, or if they were killed later, they probably wouldn't be able to pass the third round of qualifiers. Therefore, in any case, Han Fei felt that he had to hold on for another day and farm points for another day. 1.5 days later, the God-sealing spear skewers became 25, with 3 new flags in their hands. Yes, another 3. At present, their team's score totaled 3,278 points. At this moment, there were too many people who had been sealed, but everyone else, including Han Fei, was fighting all the time. If they were slightly slower, someone reborn would try to break the God-sealing spear array. While Chao Mingde, Wu Bufan, and the others were killing randomly in the array, Han Fei encountered a special team. The captain of this team shocked Chao Mingde and the others. Zhao Qinglong? Wu Bufan's face changed greatly, and he said to Han Fei telepathically, "Brother Fei, come on, let's go. We can't continue to farm here. Zhao Qinglong is on the god roll." Li Chen said, "Brother Fei, go now. I'll stop them for you." Yi Lingling's face became ghastly pale. She had seen Zhao Qinglong from a distance at the beginning of the first and second rounds of qualifiers. He was a strong master on the god roll. It was said that in the entire sea realm, only the Central Sea Divine Realm would issue a god roll when they felt it necessary, so the god roll was usually issued every 1,000 years. However, in fact, under normal circumstances, as long as the cultivators on the god roll hadn't proved their Tao, they wouldn't be removed from the roll. Such cultivators were too strong. There were only 10 of them on the authoritative list issued by the Central Sea Divine Realm. When Chao Mingde and the others' legs became soft, Han Fei didn't feel anything. After all, the Plate World was a battlefield, and it was possible to meet anyone here. Although Zhao Qinglong was on the god roll, Han Fei had learned from Fengyu that the so-called god roll was actually a list evaluated on the strong cultivators that had the potential to prove their Tao by the age, great Tao, comprehensive strength, battle results, and so on. Those who could be on the god roll were definitely the strongest of the strong. It could be said that with a little time, they would be able to prove their Tao. However, no enemy was invincible. For example, although Han Fei had the void stealing technique, if he only had the void stealing technique, he would have been defeated countless times. When he had so many trump cards, Han Fei no longer feared Zhao Qinglong. He even wanted to fight him. On the other side, Zhao Qinglong's squad was also full of weaklings. When these weaklings saw Han Fei and the others, they looked calm. Although they had already discovered that Han Fei seemed to be farming points here, they only showed some joy, because they felt that this farming ground had become theirs. Zhao Qinglong's heart did a flip when he saw the god-sealing spear array. 2. Be able to suppress so many strong masters, this sealing technique must be extraordinary. Besides, when he paid attention to Fengyu, he seemed to have heard news about Han Fei. Although he didn't pay attention to this person, it seemed that this person had a deep relationship with the Phoenix divine race. At this moment, he knew that he was actually a little late. The other party had been setting up the array for so long, so the sealing array must have already been very perfect. Although Zhao Qinglong was confident that he was the strongest in the 100,000-year competition this year, he would not underestimate anyone. Therefore, Zhao Qinglong put on a faint smile and said, "Give me the flags." Carrying the flags, Chao Mingde was relieved when he heard that Zhao Qinglong only wanted the flags. He grinned and was about to speak. But suddenly, a hand laid on his shoulder, and Han Fei's indifferent voice sounded, "If I give the flags to you as you told me, I'll lose face. I won't give them to you." Han Fei felt that his fighting spirit had been aroused. This was a rare opportunity to fight against a powerhouse on the god roll, which could best measure his true strength in the sky-opening realm. How could Han Fei give up this chance so easily? Oh? Interesting. Zhao Qinglong smiled casually. He was not in a hurry to fight. Stepping in the air, he walked towards Han Fei. "I only wanted 3 flags, but if you don't give them to me, I'll take the farm too." Han Fei, on the other hand, was fearless. "Just because you're on the god roll doesn't mean you can take it. Who do you think you are?" Hiss. Chao Mingde, Wu Bufan, and the others were all stunned. Wait, why did Han Fei suddenly start a fight with Zhao Qinglong? Why can't we just farm quietly? We can farm more than 3,000 points today, and now we're only halfway through. How much are 3 flags worth? Is it worth it to compete with Zhao Qinglong for them? However, Chao Mingde and the others didn't understand. The moment Han Fei and Zhao Qinglong met, they had a vague sense of tit for tat and could even find a trace of familiarity from each other. As Zhao Qinglong and Han Fei got closer and closer to each other, Han Fei finally realized why he vaguely felt a sense of familiarity. It was the feeling of the path of invincibility. Had Zhao Qinglong embarked on the path of invincibility? However, Zhao Qinglong didn't notice this, because Han Fei had too many great Daos. What was running now was the commonly used Great Tao of Heavenly Enlightenment, the Great Tao of Time, and the Great Tao of Space. Therefore, Zhao Qinglong didn't notice it because other complicated Great Daos covered up the aura of the path of invincibility. However, although Zhao Qinglong didn't notice the collision between the paths of invincibility, for some reason, he just didn't like Han Fei and even felt like killing him. This was also the first idea that came to Han Fei's mind. He didn't like Zhao Qinglong and wanted to fight him or even kill him. Zhao Qinglong smiled. "You seem rather annoying." Han Fei grinned. "I had the same feeling for you." Chao Mingde had already slowly stepped back. He felt an inexplicable killing intent, and his heart almost jumped into his throat. These 2 people are going to fight. Zhao Qinglong raised his hand, and there seemed to be a dragon roar. It was a cyan long sword. When the sword stabbed out, it was as dazzling as a falling star. This sword gave Han Fei the feeling that it was an exploding star, blooming in the darkness and sweeping away the surrounding darkness. Han Fei didn't want to be outdone either. He raised his hand, and between his fingers, the various great Daos paralleled each other, and all great Daos in one sword shot out. When the sword shot out, the mountains and trees behind him shook violently, and the void surged with waves. Seeing Han Fei's attack, Zhao Qinglong's eyes flickered. This person's strength seemed to be not bad. This attack was enhanced with complicated great Daos and was full of power, making him feel threatened. He felt as if he were fighting a strong master of the same realm as him, but this person was clearly not. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Qiao Mingda and the others were all dumbfounded at the moment. Why did Han Fei have to mess with Zhao Qinglong? Clank. An ear-splitting sword hum resounded endlessly. Under this blow, although Han Fei still stood proudly, his body was pushed back tens of thousands of kilometers by a terrifying force. Crack. Many cracks suddenly appeared on Han Fei's fingers, palm, and entire arm. Han Fei also sensed that a special force was trying to break into his body and destroy it. How could Han Fei let it do as it wished? He activated his origin spiritual heritage and blocked the energy in his body, forcibly suppressing the strange and domineering power. Then, divine light descended, and the wounds on Han Fei's arm were healing at a visible speed. As for Qiao Mingda and the others who were watching, they were sent flying thousands of kilometers away by the aftershock. So strong. Han Fei's face became extremely solemn. If he guessed right, this person was the strongest person he had ever met except for Yi Qianqing. No, this person was even stronger than Yi Qianqing. Yi Qianqing was only hard to kill and had a fast speed and many means. However, this person's head-on combat power far exceeded Yi Qianqing's. Sure enough, no one who walked the path of invincibility was weak. With just one clash, Han Fei could tell that the other party's strength was even stronger than the strongest state he could show now. Because of the limits of his body, he couldn't unleash all his combat power. Nor could he fully use his great Tao. But even so, he could still unleash the super combat power of the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. However, even peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators were far inferior to this Zhao Qinglong in strength. Han Fei was almost certain that if he didn't use his full strength, he might not be able to resist this person. The main reason was that there was a realm gap between him and Zhao Qinglong. He hadn't finished the star transformation yet, but Zhao Qinglong was already in the perfected star transformation realm. On the other side, Han Fei was knocked back tens of thousands of kilometers. But Zhao Qinglong's faint smile was gone. This was because although Zhao Qinglong easily blocked all great Daos in one sword, he was still forced to retreat more than 30 kilometers by this force. This surprised and puzzled him. Judging from this person's aura, he had just entered the star transformation realm. But how could such a person withstand his azure dragon sword chi? A person who had just entered the star transformation realm was almost unscathed after taking his sword? A person who had just entered the star transformation realm could push him back for more than 30 kilometers? Not only was Zhao Qinglong shocked, but his teammates, as well as Qiao Mingda and the others on Han Fei's side, all widened their eyes. Qiao Mingda exclaimed, F***ck, Brother Fei can actually compete with Zhao Qinglong? Wu Bufan muttered, gulp. So strong, but Brother Fei seems to be no match for him. Luo Dafei and Li Chen looked at Wu Bufan as if looking at an idiot. Are you King stupid? If Han Fei can match Zhao Qinglong, wouldn't Han Fei be able to enter the god role? Although Han Fei was arrogant, he was not stupid. With just one blow, he knew that in terms of combat strength and comprehensive strength, he was no match for Zhao Qinglong. The only things he could use against Zhao Qinglong were the void stealing technique and the god sealing spear. However, at this moment, 3 people had been reborn in the god's sealing spear. Array. Wu Bufan and the others wanted to rush in and kill those people, but the people in Zhao Qinglong's team blocked in front of Qiao Mingde and the others. The members of Zhao Qinglong's squad said coldly, "We've given you a chance. But you didn't take it. Now you still want to farm points? In your dreams." Wu Bufan said, "Damn it, do you know who I am? Do you believe that I can easily hire someone to kill you with a little money?" Luo Dafei said, "Get out of the way. Go to the dragon fighting street to ask around. Do you know who your brother Dafei is? Get lost, before I get angry." The quarrel between Luo Dafei and the others didn't affect Han Fei and Zhao Qinglong. In fact, Luo Dafei and the others were also diverting their attention. Looking at these 2 people, they felt uneasy. They had to find something to do. Zhao Qinglong said indifferently, "Interesting. Your physique is very strong. And has reached the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, or even stronger. Your strength and comprehensive combat power have also reached the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. However, your realm is much weaker. If you fully grow to the perfected star transformation realm, you might become a peerless heavenly talent comparable to Fengyu." Han Fei didn't speak, but was quickly calculating in his heart, which of the void stealing technique or the god sealing spear could deal with this person. However, Zhao Qinglong didn't give Han Fei much time to consider. He simply said, "It just so happens that there's still some time before the competition begins. I'd like to spar with you." Buzz. In the next moment, Zhao Qinglong disappeared, and what Han Fei saw was 10 times the speed of light. No, it seemed to have exceeded 10 times the speed of light. Han Fei's heart trembled. He remembered what senior brother Azure Dragon said. Sky openers generally couldn't exceed 10 times the speed of light except for some special heavenly talents who had comprehended special powers. However, the speed that Zhao Qinglong showed didn't seem right. It was a speed that almost exceeded normal consciousness and reaction. Han Fei's first reaction was to steal Zhao Qinglong's consciousness, but at that moment, Han Fei was still sent flying tens of thousands of kilometers away. It was too fast. The moment his consciousness was born, Zhao Qinglong had already appeared in front of him and his attack had almost fallen on him. However, Han Fei's physique was not weak. This was just Zhao Qinglong's ordinary blow. It was nothing to be proud of to block it. After all, he had been knocked back more than 20,000 kilometers by a single punch. In the next moment, Zhao Qinglong just shook his head and an eye suddenly opened between his eyebrows. Although his eyes lost consciousness for a moment, the third eye suddenly opened, and Zhao Qinglong seemed to come back to himself immediately. Huh? Han Fei was surprised. He regained consciousness so soon? This seemed a little beyond his expectations. It hadn't even been a second, right? It had only been an instant. Then, Zhao Qinglong burst out at a terrifying speed 10 times more than the speed of light again. This time, Han Fei stole Zhao Qinglong's speed. Zhao Qinglong staggered in the air and almost fell to the ground. Suddenly, he regained his balance, tapped the ground with one foot, and jumped up again. Rumble. A mountain collapsed and Zhao Qinglong rushed towards him without slowing down. However, Han Fei clearly discovered that he seemed to have stolen a special speed, a strange speed of the dragon leaping into the sea of stars, which shuttled through the void. Huh? Han Fei felt that this didn't seem to be the power of a humanoid, because he seemed to see a dragon shadow. Han Fei subconsciously activated it, but he still felt a little rusty with it. He subconsciously moved at a weird speed and narrowly avoided Zhao Qinglong's sword. But Zhao Qinglong came too fast. He didn't care that this sword missed. With another backhand slash, he and his sword turned into countless shadows. With Zhao Qinglong's speed, Han Fei didn't completely dodge it, so he stole Zhao Qinglong's great Dao. This time, Han Fei felt that he was touching an extremely strange great Dao. It was a dark shadow, and a pair of scarlet eyes glanced at him. In an instant, Han Fei's 7 orifices were bleeding. Before he felt the great Dao he had stolen, this great Dao had already broken free. His void-stealing technique was actually blocked by the other party? How is that possible? Wait, there is another existence in his body? Han Fei clearly knew that he could steal a kind of power even if the target was a monarch. But the scene he saw just now seemed a little different from the power Zhao Qinglong showed. The power unleashed by Zhao Qinglong's Azure Dragon sword had the power to cleanse the darkness. However, what he saw just now was somewhat dark and evil. Why were these two completely different Dao runes on Zhao Qinglong? Or, Zhao Qinglong was both good and evil. One side was Buddha, and the other side was devil. That was why there was such a weird situation. Either that, or Zhao Qinglong had also embarked on the path of yin and yang, which gave him this illusion. Or there was another existence in his body. The reason why Han Fei felt that there was another existence in his body was that he had once seen this identical scene. It was the first time he saw the Azure Dragon in the ideal palace. At that time, the gaze of the dragon alone could immobilize him. However, according to his understanding, it was impossible for Zhao Qinglong to be from the dragon race, because so far, the dragon race hadn't appeared. Senior brother Qinglong was from the dragon race. If there was a dragon cultivator walking outside, how could he not know? Wait. Han Fei suddenly thought of something. Senior brother Azure Dragon and the others had discussed it several times in gatherings. A black dragon of the dragon race had defected. With senior brother Azure Dragon's level, how could the black dragon be simple? It was at least at the monarch level. This also explained why he couldn't steal the other party's great Dao at all. It also explained why Zhao Qinglong broke free the moment he stole his consciousness. Although Han Fei was confident, he was not as arrogant as to fight a monarch. Bang! Han Fei was blocked by the sword. This time, he only stole the power of the sword and slowed down the surrounding time. Stop! Han Fei was almost pierced through by the sword, and golden blood oozed out of his chest. But he didn't care. Instead, he raised his hand. Stop. Fine. You win. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Although Han Fei was reckless, he knew when to be reckless and when not to be. The moment he clashed with Zhao Qinglong, he knew that he was no match for this person. At first, Han Fei was not afraid at all, thinking that even if he was no match for the enemy, he should still be able to run. But now, Han Fei guessed that there was a dragon in Zhao Qinglong's body, a black dragon that ran out of the dragon race, and a mysterious monarch level powerhouse. Under such circumstances, how could he fight this guy? Han Fei said, I have to admit that I'm indeed no match for you for the time being. So, I'll give you the flags and the farming ground. However, Zhao Qinglong, I'll go to you sooner or later. At this moment, Han Fei still showed a tough stance, although he had admitted defeat. He knew that if the other party had a monarch in his body, the god sealing spear wouldn't be able to seal the sky. Although this person's speed hadn't been fully revealed, he definitely wouldn't be slower than Yi Qianqing. And if the black dragon erupted, as long as he lent a trace of power to Zhao Qinglong, he could even directly break the god-sealing spear array. As for the void-stealing technique, even without the black dragon, it couldn't trap Zhao Qinglong for long. This person walked the path of invincibility, so his will was definitely not weak. He was also a powerhouse at the edge of Dao, proving even if he could steal his consciousness, it would only work for a very short time. During this period of time, Han Fei was sure that even if the other party let him attack him, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Therefore, all things considered, Han Fei found that it was meaningless to fight Zhao Qinglong head-on. Besides, he might even be beaten. In that case, it was best to leave first. After he completed the birth of the Star Core, his strength would definitely soar. Then when he met this person, he might have some confidence. Han Fei seemed to admit defeat, and Zhao Qinglong took a deep look at Han Fei. On this trip, he only knew that Feng Fei, Wu Shuang, and the others were here, and had never paid attention to Han Fei. But after a round of confrontation, he found that this person was abnormally powerful. More importantly, for some reason, he hated Han Fei and wanted to kill him. Zhao Qinglong glanced at Han Fei coldly and said indifferently, "I will find you in the next round." Heh. Zhao Qinglong didn't chase him, because it was useless. He didn't intend to kick Han Fei out of the arena now. He was waiting for an opportunity to kill Han Fei. Han Fei glanced at Qiao Mingde and the others and said, "Let's go." "What are you looking at?" Qiao Mingde and the others suddenly shivered and hurried to run towards Han Fei desperately. Then, they left this damn place without any hesitation. Up to now, Han Fei and the others had obtained a total of 3,278 points. After running far away, Qiao Mingde and the others exclaimed, "Shoot! We've challenged a cultivator on the god roll." Bo. Huff. Wu Bufan spewed a mouthful of golden smoke at Qiao Mingde and said, "Save it." Brother Fei challenged Zhao Qinglong head-on. "What did you do?" "He can crush you with one finger." Qiao Mingde said, "I'm talking about Brother Fei." Zhao Qinglong may be arrogant now, but it's hard to say who will win if they're in the same realm. Luo Dafei echoed, "That's right. It's just that Zhao Qinglong is in the perfected star transformation realm. If Brother Fei were given more time, the god roll would be nothing." Li Chen said, "He offended my Brother Fei today. He is doomed." Looking at the playboys who were bragging about Han Fei, Yi Lingling couldn't have felt more awful. What kind of people were these people? That was a legendary powerhouse on the god roll, the god roll. Each of them was a peerless talent who had great luck and countless trump cards. How could Han Fei defeat them? Yi Lingling didn't look down upon Han Fei. In fact, she felt that Han Fei was already very strong. To be honest, she couldn't even see him clearly at all when he fought Zhao Qinglong just now. However, it seemed that the two of them had fought to a draw. To be able to fight to a tie with a powerhouse on the god roll, it was needless to say how strong Han Fei was. However, she felt that no matter how strong Han Fei was, it was relative. In this world, there were ordinary people, heavenly talents, top heavenly talents, monstrous figures, and existences that she couldn't understand. In Yi Lingling's view, Han Fei was between peerless heavenly talents and monstrous figures. Perhaps he was the kind of person that she couldn't catch up with even if she spent her entire life trying. But Zhao Qinglong, a powerhouse on the god roll, was an existence that she couldn't understand. Even if Han Fei didn't say anything, everyone knew that Han Fei couldn't beat him. Otherwise, with Han Fei's personality, how could he easily abandon the farm he had worked so hard to build? Of course, Yi Lingling and the others were also shocked that although Han Fei had lost in the last round, his tone was no weaker than before. It seemed that he was still challenging Zhao Qinglong, but the point was that Zhao Qinglong didn't pursue the matter, which made them raise their judgment on Han Fei's strength again. Han Fei said, "Okay, we just lost one game. With our points, it shouldn't be a problem for us to advance. However, in order to ensure our advancement, we still have to hunt normally." Hunt normally? Everyone didn't know what Han Fei meant by hunt normally. Had Han Fei ever hunted normally? Obviously not. From robbing the heavenly race repeatedly in the wilderness to making a fortune by storming the dragon fighting street, and then to setting up an array to earn points, when had he ever hunted normally? However, they didn't know that after the fight with Zhao Qinglong, a flame ignited in Han Fei's heart. He didn't know how long it had been since he felt that he was completely defeated. Whether it was physique, speed, strength, soul, or techniques, the other party was not weaker than him. Han Fei suspected that in addition to physique, the other party's speed, strength, and soul might be more than 50% stronger than his. Just now, Han Fei was 100% sure that Zhao Qinglong didn't use his full strength. Furthermore, the other party had a monarch black dragon hidden in his body. And what was hidden in his body was an old turtle who only knew how to sleep all day long. Furthermore, it was only in the sky-opening realm. Of course, he didn't mean to look down on the old turtle. If the old turtle returned to his original body and restored all his memories, he probably wouldn't be weak. But this time, Han Fei realized that there was always someone stronger. If you had opportunities, others had them too. Other people's opportunities were not necessarily weaker than yours. The Black Dragon was so powerful that even senior brother Azure Dragon had to remind them. However, the dragon was willing to lie dormant in Zhao Qinglong's body, which meant that Zhao Qinglong was not simple. He had the ability to make the Black Dragon stay in his body. Therefore, this time, Han Fei easily realized that he wasn't strong enough. Or rather, he realized that on the path of cultivation, there would always be strong masters appearing, which were mountains that needed to be conquered. However, as Chao Mingda said, Han Fei didn't think that he would lose if he was in the same realm as Zhao Qinglong. He didn't even need to be in the same realm as him. As long as he could withstand all his strength, he didn't think he would be weaker than Zhao Qinglong. In the eyes of others, Zhao Qinglong was an unreachable peak. In Han Fei's eyes, this person was just a hill on his way. What he needed to do was to flatten him. An hour later, Han Fei and the others encountered a small team carrying a flag. They must have just fought. Since such a squad dared to carry a flag, they couldn't be weak. After meeting Han Fei's team, this squad didn't see Han Fei's team carrying a flag. Firstly, they were not interested, and secondly, they were vigilant. The strong master in the other team said, "Let's go our separate ways." Buzz. As soon as this person said so, Han Fei's figure disappeared. Under the effect of the great Tao of time, Han Fei's speed soared to the fastest, 7.5 times the speed of light. The opponent's cultivator was shocked. What the hell? Fight me? Do you think I'm afraid of you? However, when he was about to attack, he met Han Fei's eyes. In the next moment, he felt that he was in a trance, and then his body was pierced by the power of many complicated great Daos. Bang! Bang! Boom! Han Fei struck 3 times in a row and killed this person. The first blow was all great Daos in one sword. The second blow, 300 invincible fist marks as fast as one punch, penetrated the other party's soul. The third blow was the self-detonation of the infinity water. Of course, this was also because the other party wasn't in the peak level late-stage star transformation realm yet. After all, not every team had a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator guarding them. Among the 50,000 teams, only less than 5,000 had a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, which was less than 1/10. This could be seen from Han Fei's ranking in the second round. In the second round of qualifiers, Han Fei beat 2 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators and was finally ranked 3,868th. From this, it could be roughly inferred that the number of participants in the peak level late-stage star transformation realm was not high, only less than 5,000. And once the opponent was not in the peak level late-stage star transformation realm, when facing Han Fei, it was just a matter of how long he could last. Under the shocked gaze of Chao Mingde and the others, a 7-person team was completely wiped out by Han Fei in a total of 6 seconds. F***CK. Wu Bufan said to the others via voice transmission, "Brother Fei is angry now. Let's not provoke him. He can do whatever he wants. We'll just follow him." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Wu Bufan and the others saw that Han Fei was angry and became very obedient. Along the way, in the last hour of the second night, Han Fei had already carried 4 flags. During this period, he defeated 9 teams. Chao Mingde and the others didn't take any action. Han Fei resolved the teams in a moment. But this was not the end of it. In the last 2 hours of the second day, under Han Fei's lead, they found a team with 5 flags. Chao Mingde and the others still didn't have to take any actions. In fact, it might be useless even if they took action. Anyway, it only took Han Fei 43 seconds to pierce through the opponent's peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator and finally get 5 flags. Therefore, on the next day, their final score was 4,234 points. On the third day, Han Fei seemed to be in a better mood, and everyone was relieved. In the next 10 days, Han Fei no longer set traps. On the 5th day, Han Fei found Feng Yu. Han Fei didn't go to Feng Xingliu. It was useless to look for him. If the people of the heavenly race came again, he might not be confident in suppressing them again. Who knew if Zhao Qinglong would let go of the heavenly race he had sealed? Besides, Feng Yu was the strongest person on the heaven roll, so Han Fei could rely on her. Han Fei didn't care about the remaining battles of the third round of qualifiers. It wouldn't be a big problem for him to follow Feng Yu and get a few more flags. Of course, this was not the biggest reason why Han Fei came to Feng Yu. The first thing he did when he saw Feng Yu was to say to her via voice transmission, "I saw the black dragon." The black dragon? Feng Yu didn't react for a moment, but she recalled carefully. Wasn't the first time she heard of the Black Dragon at a gathering of the Void Temple? Hiss. Although Feng Yu was surprised, she didn't show it. Where could it be that it has transformed into a human form to participate in the 100,000-year competition in the East Sea Divine Realm? Han Fei said, he's hiding in Zhao Qinglong's body. A few days ago, I accidentally met Zhao Qinglong and had a fight with him. I found that the Black Dragon was hiding in his body. Han Fei believed in his own judgment. He was certain that the feeling brought about by the void-stealing technique was definitely from the dragon race. The failure of the void-stealing technique made Han Fei even more certain that it was the Black Dragon. Feng Yu asked, "Are you sure? I heard from Senior Brother Azure Dragon that the Black Dragon is a monarch, right? And I'm afraid it's not a weak monarch." Han Fei said, 90%. How do we deal with this matter? Should we inform Senior Brother Azure Dragon to come over and take the Black Dragon and his body away? And this guy, why does he have to name himself Zhao Qinglong? I don't think Senior Brother Azure Dragon can bear it. Feng Yu said, we'd better discuss this matter with Senior Brother Azure Dragon. If the Black Dragon is really hiding in his body, who can be his match in this 100,000-year competition? Han Fei said, yes. He probably doesn't know that I discovered his secret. But there's one more thing. This person walked the path of invincibility, and so did I. Therefore, theoretically speaking, the two of us were born enemies. If I've guessed right, he wants to kill me now. Feng Yu was not surprised. She said, 300 years ago, Zhao Qinglong just entered the god role. However, he didn't take the same routine promotion path as me. He didn't participate in the competition in the Central Sea Divine Realm but directly killed Wang Feng, the former 10th cultivator on the god role. Therefore, I haven't fought him. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Killing a powerhouse on the god role? Suddenly appearing 300 years ago? According to Senior Brother Azure Dragon, it seemed to be 500 years ago when the Black Dragon defected. Therefore, in terms of time, it was completely matched. On the 12th day. Because they followed Feng Yu team, Han Fei's team had a smooth journey. However, Han Fei had never seen Feng Xingliu the whole time. God knew where this guy was fighting. On the 12th day, Han Fei's team's score reached 7,204 points. In the following days, they actually didn't grab many points. Anyway, Han Fei felt that this score was definitely enough to pass the third round of qualifiers. When the last 2 hours passed, Han Fei's heart suddenly stirred. When he opened his eyes again, he had already appeared outside the Black Tower. Coming out with Han Fei were Chao Mingde, Wu Bufan and the others. Chao Mingde remarked with mixed feelings, "It's so exciting. The third round of qualifiers is already so exciting. What will the fourth round of qualifiers be like?" Wu Bufan, I really don't understand. Why are there so many rounds of qualifiers? What a headache. Li Chen, I'm afraid there will be casualties in the next round of qualifiers. Right? Luo Dafei said, it's very likely. If that's the case, we. At this time, Luo Dafei and the others looked at Han Fei. Of course, they wanted to seek asylum from Han Fei. Anyway, in the third round of qualifiers, many teams knew that they hung out with Han Fei, so there was no need to hide it now. However, Han Fei said, if you can get me the essence blood of a divine beast, or a ferocious beast, I can consider doing you a big favor. It includes, but is not limited to, helping you survive, preventing your enemies from assassinating you, or even helping you kill them. If the quality of this essence blood is high enough, I can even help you kill your competitors, or even the main branch competitors. Hiss. Chao Mingda and the others were stunned. Han Fei had charged 1,000,000 kilometers of resources before. If they wanted him to help them kill their opponents, it would still cost 500,000 kilometers. But now, Han Fei proposed to exchange the essence blood of a divine beast or a ferocious beast for his help. This was a king opportunity. As a big clan that had existed for countless years, they had abundant resources. Hearing Han Fei's words, Wu Bufan and the others were all tempted. Even if they had to steal, they would steal the essence blood of a divine beast. Han Fei reminded everyone via voice transmission, it's best not to let others know about this. Besides, I don't want any essence blood. I only want good ones. Don't give me the inferior, ordinary, and insignificant ferocious beasts and divine beasts' essence blood. Chao Mingda said, Brother Fei, don't worry. I may not be able to get the resources, but these things are usually used as refining materials. I think I can get some. Wu Bufan said, although the essence blood of high-level divine beasts is difficult to find, if Brother Fei wants it, I can definitely get it for you. Li Chen said, Brother Fei, wait for me. I'll look for it when I get home. Puzzled, Yi Lingling looked at Chao Mingda and the others who looked overjoyed and strange. It seemed that Han Fei had said something to them. Sure enough, she was not on the same side as them. She was just accidentally assigned to the same team. This team relationship should be disbanded from now on. At this moment, Luo Dafei said, Miss Yi, you are an itinerant cultivator in the wilderness. You should already know how terrifying this 100,000-year competition is. If you want to compete for a ranking here, you don't even know what kind of terrifying opponent you will encounter. Miss Yi, if you don't mind, how about being a retainer of the Luo family? In terms of resources and benefits, it should be much better than in the wilderness. Wu Bufan said, haha, Miss Yi, you can come to our Wu family too. The treatment is good, and more importantly, I'm not a lecher. Chao Mingda said, Miss Yi, you can consider this matter on your own. If you want to stay in the Divine Capital Dynasty, you can contact us. Han Fei's heart stirred. In fact, Wu Bufan and the others were very smart. The power of the family just belonged to the family, and they didn't trust many people in their families. Yi Lingling's strength wasn't weak. When he didn't take much action in the last few days, Yi Lingling's strength had been revealed. If they could recruit such a strong cultivator, she would be a good helper. Even in the Divine Capital Dynasty, it wouldn't be easy to find such a person. Han Fei also nodded slightly. Their proposal is good. You can consider it. Han Fei. As soon as Han Fei said so, Feng Xingliu ran over and hit Han Fei's chest. Why didn't you come to me? I'm exhausted these days. Han Fei smiled. What's wrong? Were you robbed? Feng Xingliu put on a disdainful look. How could I be robbed? Of course, I robbed others. Alas, to be honest, these people are too fierce. I fought almost every hour of the 12 days. Unfortunately, this score is indeed not easy to earn, so I only got 4,212 points. I thought you would come to me. I waited for you for many days, but you just didn't come. Hanfei patted Feng Xingliu's shoulder and said, not bad. Why would I look for you? I definitely believe in your strength. Do you think I will think you can't pass the third round of qualifiers? Feng Xingliu scratched his head. You're right. I didn't really need your help in the third round. Hey, how many points does your team have? Feng Xingliu, who was familiar with Hanfei, simply grabbed Hanfei's wrist and glanced at it. Immediately, Hanfei felt that his breath stagnated and his body stiffened. Hanfei patted his shoulder. Get used to it. Feng Xingliu. At this moment, the referee said, everyone, the third round of the qualifiers is over. According to the data on your qualification tokens, the advancement line we have set is 2,378 points. Any team below this point will be eliminated. Hiss. So high. How many people will you eliminate with such a high score? This is unfair. Some teams are too strong. One member of them can fight a whole team. Isn't this third round of qualifiers unfair? For a time, there was a heated discussion in the field. After a while, when these people had shouted enough, the referee said in a cold voice, if someone can fight your whole team alone, it means that you really can't enter the following competitions. Even if we let you enter, you'll only be eliminated later. Besides, there aren't as many eliminated teams as you think. There are 27,689 eliminated teams this time, a total of 207,661 people, just a little more than half. When the referee gave the specific data, many people fell silent. In terms of whether the competition was fair or not, it was actually relatively fair. In these 12 days, they had enough opportunities to hunt and obtain points. Unfortunately, their strength couldn't allow them to obtain more points, so they were eliminated. There were weak people in their teams, but there were also weak people in other teams. Their teams had strong masters, but the other teams also had strong masters. Therefore, they couldn't blame anyone for being eliminated. Only those who thought they were strong felt that they should be able to enter the final arena. However, the referee told them that they were only eliminated in advance. Otherwise, if they went to the arena and encountered someone of the same level, they would still be eliminated, so it was meaningless. Someone shouted, I'm ranked 39,219th, but there are still 160,000 people left. Why am I eliminated in advance? Even if I can't beat them, I shouldn't be in this ranking. The referee said indifferently, the 100,000-year competition is for everyone to watch. It needs cultivators at all levels, not just strong masters. Otherwise, we can just let the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators participate. Why do we need so many people to participate? Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Just as the referee said, the 100,000-year competition was not for a small number of people, but for everyone. At that time, those who passed the 4 rounds of qualifiers and entered the arena would be carefully selected. However, those who were chosen in the end would definitely not be paired based on their ranking. There would probably be a suppression in terms of strength. Of course, this was only a guess for now. Only such an arena battle would be exciting. Whether it was those who had entered the star transformation realm or those who hadn't, their fights could be seen clearly. Otherwise, if it was really a battle between cultivators in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, To be honest, 80% of the people couldn't even understand it. They could only sit in the auditorium in a daze, which wouldn't help their strength grow. The referee said, all participants who have passed the third round of qualifiers, please gather here in 7 days for the fourth round of qualifiers. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, look, the ranking on the qualification token has changed again. Hearing that, Feng Xingliu quickly looked down and found that its ranking had become 4066. Han Fei looked down and found that his ranking had become 398th. Chao Mingda said, huh. I'm 131,120th now. Li Chen was surprised. I'm 140,215th. Wu Bufan said, I'm 141,123rd. Yi Lingling also looked down and found that her ranking had become 98,021st. This ranking had almost doubled, which surprised her. The corners of Feng Xingliu's mouth twitched. In the end, Han Fei's ranking still became about 300th. Although his ranking had dropped, his own ranking had risen. With this in mind, Feng Xingliu couldn't help but be in a great mood. Hey! How about we go pick up Qingqing? We've been fighting for 12 days. Let's go. Have a meal without Feng Yu. At this time, Feng Yu said to Han Fei via voice transmission, are you going to tell senior brother Azure Dragon, or should I? Han Fei said, senior sister, it's better if you tell him. I fought Zhao Qinglong and had an epiphany now. I need to cultivate in seclusion for a few days. Feng Yu was surprised. There are only 7 days away, and you're still going to cultivate in seclusion? Even if you have the great Tao of time, you only have 7 days to accelerate. Han Fei said, I can't waste these 7 days, right? Anyway, it doesn't matter which of us goes. Let's see if senior brother Azure Dragon will attack. The Black Dragon. Feng Yu nodded slightly. All right. No wonder you've grown so fast. You're really racing against time. Han Fei, did you hear me? Feng Xingliu shook Han Fei. He knew that Han Fei was talking to someone via voice transmission, but he didn't know who Han Fei was talking to. For some reason, Han Fei's soul seemed to be exceptionally powerful, and no matter where his spiritual power touched, it couldn't be detected. This made Feng Xingliu depressed. At this time, Han Fei also felt a gaze, which was from Zhao Qinglong. But Han Fei didn't care. He was sure that the Black Dragon wouldn't investigate the sound transmission between him and Feng Yu. This dragon hid itself very well. In this place, if he dared to reveal his spiritual sense, would he really think that the people of the Divine Capital Dynasty were a bunch of junks? Therefore, Han Fei and Feng Yu could chat without being eavesdropped on by the Black Dragon. Zhao Qinglong glanced at Han Fei, then turned around and left, but the look in his eyes was extremely aggressive. Han Fei couldn't help but feel that whenever he encountered someone else taking the path of invincibility, there must be one killed unless the difference was so great that he didn't even have the mood to harvest. Han Fei and Zhao Qinglong were at loggerheads with each other. Even though Zhao Qinglong hadn't found out that he was on the path of invincibility, he had developed a strong desire to kill him. This proved that this was also the end of the path of invincibility. In the end, Han Fei didn't go to the hot pot at the invitation of Feng Xingliu, mainly because his time was too precious now. Zhao Qinglong had already developed a killing intent towards him. This killing intent made him have to work hard to grow up on his origin star. Hanfei's origin star had already settled. Now, a large amount of earth vein. Spring water had been born in the ground veins he had created. Because he had enough energy, Hanfei tried crazily to accelerate the birth of the star core. Half a day later. On the origin star, more than 6,000 volcanoes began to erupt, and large black clouds enveloped the sky above the origin star. This time, Hanfei had completely consumed the star core of Yiqianxingyin. Origin returning. Because it was very close to the last origin returning, this time, Hanfei's origin star almost became a star burning with raging flames. Of course, this wouldn't affect the ground veins. All he needed to do was to sort out the Earth's surface. Now, Hanfei could feel that his origin star was filled with terrifying energy. This energy manifested on the surface as burning, but underground as energy shock scattered in the ground veins. Because Hanfei had already shaped the ground veins, there were no crustal movements or earthquakes for the time being. 3 days later. Above the sea of stars, above the flame curtain of the altar, the god of war sent a message. Oh. It's only been a few days, and you've already completed the ground veins molding? Hanfei responded, Senior God of War, I have to be quick. I met a man who is on the path of invincibility. He is a super strong master on the sea realms. God roll. I have a feeling that I will have to fight him someday. God of War, didn't I tell you to keep a low profile first? Why did you mess with a cultivator on the god roll? Hanfei said, Who knows when trouble will come? My ground veins have been molded, and the energy on my origin star is overflowing. I feel that it's time to give birth to a star core. So I'd like to check with you, after a star core is born, I should continuously compress the star core, right? Is it to suck back all the energy that is released? On the fire curtain, the god of war responded, How does it feel when you take someone else's star core? Hanfei said, It contains an extremely rich power of the great Tao, and is extremely repulsive to me. I have to obliterate the aura of the great Tao in the other party's star core, before I can use it for my own use. The god of war said, Isn't this it? The star core is a core with a base. And the core of the star core is the great Tao. To be precise, you have to first condense a great Tao crystal to use it as the base, and then cover it with energy. After a long time and the accumulation of countless resources, you can create a star core filled with terrifying energy. I see. The problem is that I've walked too many great Taos. What great Tao should I use to condense a great Tao crystal? God of War, haven't you ever embarked on your own path? The unique Tao that belongs to you? Hanfei thought about the huge mirror at the end of the road behind the green jade stone bridge. Up to now, he hadn't figured out what his original great Tao was. If he had to use his original great Tao as the base of the star core, it would be a little difficult. Hanfei asked, Do I have to use my original great Tao? My other great Taos are also very strong. God of War, logically speaking, it doesn't matter after a star core is born. Because a star core can be compatible with any great Tao. However, at the beginning of the birth of a star core, the choice of the star core's base is very important. Only your original great Tao is most compatible with you. You can condense many great Tao crystals, but it's best if these great Tao crystals are only attached to your original great Tao. In this way, your star core will be perfectly compatible with your own great Tao. Once the base is born, it will automatically absorb energy. You can carve an array to accelerate energy absorption or let nature take its course. Anyway, from that moment on, your star core will be born. Of course, you have to continue to prepare enough energy and vitality to prevent the star core from absorbing too much energy. The stronger you want to become, the more energy and vitality you need. When that time comes, most people will have insufficient vitality, so they have to reduce the star core's absorption speed. Otherwise, their vitality will be overdrawn. Huh? Overdraft vitality? God of War, that's right. The birth of a star core requires sufficient energy and vitality as support. These two are the fundamental power that the star core can maintain the operation of the star. Otherwise, why do you think that all strong masters have to find world origin? World origin is the external manifestation of energy and vitality. Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. It's easy to get energy. I can get other people's star cores to provide me with energy. But how can I get vitality? Several spots appeared on the fire curtain, and Han Fei seemed to be able to see the God of War's speechless expression behind the fire curtain. The God of War said, "You can already get a star core from others' origin. Stars. Can't you deprive them of their vitality too? Don't underestimate the vitality of these origin stars. If they can all be gathered, they'll be no worse than the world origin fruit. Think about it. The lifespan of a sky opening realm cultivator is at least millions of years. As long as you don't mess around with an origin star, the vitality contained in it will only be more than its owner. Of course, the vitality in different people's origin stars is different for you. You can't measure others with your own." Han Fei's heart did a flip and he hurriedly sent a message. "Senior God of War, how can I deprive an origin star of its vitality?" The God of War asked, "What I'm curious about is how you obliterated the great Tao contained in the enemy's star core." Han Fei thought to himself, "How can I tell you? I have to keep the demon purification pot a secret. What if you covet it too?" Han Fei immediately said, "My original great Tao can obliterate the other party's great Tao, but I haven't completely understood what my original great Tao is." In the distant sea of stars, the God of War was puzzled. Destroy the other party's Tao? Is there such a Tao? The God of War replied with uncertainty, "I can teach you this technique first, but it's still very troublesome to teach it to you from such a far distance. I'm very weak now. You have to understand the old man. Sacrifice a sky-opening realm creature to me later. Keep the origin star for me. Don't take it away again. It'd better be within 10 years. How does that sound?" Han Fei said, "Senior, let me try. If it goes well, it may not even take 10 years." Han Fei thought that if someone died in the 4th round of the qualifiers, then not only could he get the corpse, but he could also get the other party's star core and the vitality in his origin star. This would greatly speed up the birth of his star core. Sure enough, the God of War instantly replied, "Okay. Kid, keep your word. Don't take away the star core again, okay? Now take it." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Above the sea of stars where Han Fei was, a green light suddenly appeared and rushed into Han Fei's body. Han Fei suddenly had an epiphany, and a great technique gradually appeared in his mind. Vitality Condensation Technique, Sky Opening Realm, Ultra Quality. Introduction: This is a method of vitality condensation, but this technique violates the law of nature. If you use this technique, you have to suppress all the rules in the area and use your own vitality as the catalyst to condense the vitality in the area. All creatures in the area will feel their vitality draining away. When the vitality is completely condensed, everything in the area will wither and can't be regenerated. The gathered vitality has nothing to do with lifespan. If you swallow it by force, your body will explode and you'll die. After your body explodes, your body will transform into all things and evolve into infinite creatures. Deduced art, not available. Note 1, you've reached the demon purification pot's current deduction limit. If you deduce it again, it will involve the mysteries of the world and damage the demon purification pot. Note 2, if you use this technique frequently, it will strengthen your hellfire and increase the risk of transcending the tribulation. Seeing the introduction of this vitality condensation technique, Han Fei understood that ethically speaking, this was not a good technique, but it existed to quickly deprive life. And the note said that if he used this technique often, it would increase the danger of his tribulation. It seemed that if he wanted to take a shortcut, he had to pay a price. Feeding. His origin star with the vitality contained in others' origin stars was a shortcut. This shortcut saved countless troubles and a lot of time. However, while it was convenient for him, it would affect him negatively in the future. The specific manifestation might be that his heavenly tribulation might be even more terrifying. However, at this point, Han Fei didn't have the time to learn from those old monsters to spend thousands or tens of thousands of years condensing vitality and slowly finishing the star transformation process. If he really did that, he might have died midway and wouldn't have deserved to be Zhao Qinglong's enemy, because if the latter was given so much time, he might have proved his Tao. Han Fei continued to ask, Senior God of War, then how can I mobilize my original Great Tao if I still don't know what it is yet? God of War, you can use it however you like. Besides, if you don't even know what your original Great Tao is, how can I know what kind of Great Tao it is? Well, I'm tired. It's very tiring to give you this thing from afar. Let's talk next time. Huff. The fire curtain was extinguished, and the God of War had already left. In fact, Han Fei was very curious about how the God of War could give him things from such an infinite distance. Even he couldn't figure out remote chatting. He had asked the God of War once, and the latter said that this was an unknown field for him. However, Han Fei felt that this kind of long-distance chat must be transmitted through some kind of signal, right? But didn't the signal need speed? Could the signal ignore distance and time to send a message? If the signal had speed, how fast could it be? Thinking of Zhao Qinglong's speed, Han Fei couldn't help but think that the speed of more than 10 times the speed of light was already beyond ordinary people's understanding. Now that he was using the Great Tao of space and the Great Tao of time, he could reach 7.5 times the speed of light at the fastest. Then how could he continue to surpass the speed of light? He had to ask his senior sister later if she had any insights. After chatting with the God of War, Han Fei got the answer he wanted. Now, everything was ready except for the east wind. This east wind was the mirror at the end of the path behind the green jade stone bridge, Han Fei's original Great Tao. In fact, in the past hundreds of years, Han Fei rarely thought of the mirror. The specific reason was that his current physique could no longer withstand the power born from the full outburst of this Great Tao. Therefore, he felt that he was not in a hurry, and there was no need to study the mirror first. But now, to give birth to a star core, he needed to use the power of his original Great Tao and condense a Great Tao crystal. This was a little troublesome. It was not troublesome to condense a Great Tao crystal. As long as there were enough Great Tao runes, it would be fine. Just like the gods' crystal, too. Gods, that thing was at their fingertips. However, Han Fei couldn't clearly recognize what his original Great Tao was. Therefore, he was wondering how he could condense the crystallization of his original Great Tao. On the green jade stone bridge. Han Fei lay in the middle of the bridge for a while and looked under the bridge. In the projection, there was both him in front and behind the bridge. On this bridge, he was not himself, but countless versions of himself. He had two sides of yin and yang, no, multiple sides. Han Fei had already figured out the meaning of this level. Han Fei walked down the green jade stone bridge and came to the road behind. This road was nothing special. It was just a difficult road. But this road was mainly to draw out this mirror. At this moment, Han Fei walked to the end of the road in boredom. In front of him, there was a mirror that was infinitely high. In the mirror, Han Fei could see himself and even the road behind him, but he couldn't see the green jade stone bridge behind. My original Great Tao? Han Fei shook his head. Why am I walking on this road? Is this my road? Han Fei clenched his fist and punched the mirror hard. However, his power couldn't shake the mirror at all. Han Fei looked at the mirror wall. No matter what he did, his reflection in the mirror didn't move at all. If this is a mirror, why don't the me in the mirror move when the me outside the mirror moves? Is it me in the mirror? Han Fei sat cross-legged. Everything was ready except for the east wind. If he wanted to condense the crystallization of his original Great Tao, he had to know what his original Great Tao was first. Han Fei had a feeling that if he didn't crack this mirror, he might not be able to give birth to a star core for the time being. After staying here for a year, Han Fei had used all kinds of methods. He tried to communicate with his reflection in the mirror with his soul, tried to penetrate it with his yang soul, tried to blend it with other great Taos, tried to practice great techniques again, and tried to slash and smash it. However, the mirror remained unmoved, so did his reflection. At this moment, Han Fei was imitating himself in the mirror. The two of them were in the same posture and state, looking at each other. They stared at each other for a long time. Suddenly, Han Fei activated his original Great Tao. All along, the way he activated his original Great Tao was with his Tao seed. This was the only evidence that his original Great Tao existed. This was because this Tao seed was born out of nowhere. When crossing the green jade stone bridge and establishing this path, Han Fei had always been able to activate his Tao seed, knowing that he was in his strongest state. Now, although he could completely activate the Tao seed, he couldn't withstand this power. At this moment, standing here, he tried to mobilize all his strength in his Great Tao. In fact, he had tried this method countless times. But every time, he couldn't fully mobilize all his strength, because he couldn't hold on. So Han Fei wondered if it was because he hadn't been able to fully mobilize all his strength, so he couldn't break the mirror. If he could fully exert all his strength in his current state, could he break the mirror? Han Fei seemed to have made a decision. With a thought, he left the green jade stone bridge and his origin sea. In the Sea Establishment Realm Arena, Zhang Daqian suddenly opened his eyes. Because he knew that his original body had come. Han Fei took the risk to come to Zhang Daqian. Of course, he came in his black mist body. Here, little Fatty popped out with a swish and then turned into a ray of light, entering the center of Han Fei's eyebrows. For such a long time it had always been Neza with 9 tails and the licking dog, and Zhang Daqian with little Fatty and little Gold. With his avatars, they had space to gain experience. But with Han Fei's original body, they could only lie in his origin stars and sleep. At this moment, little Fatty had already reached the peak of sea establishment realm. After all, it didn't lack resources. After only a moment, Han Fei returned to his origin star. Little Fatty appeared on his origin star and seemed to guess what Han Fei was going to do. He couldn't help but ask, "Are you going to kill yourself? Although I can help you be reborn, I only have 5 chances left. Every time I use it, there will be 1 less chance." With a thought, all his resources were gathered here, piling up into an endless resource mountain. Han Fei said, "Some things have to be done once, and some hurdles have to be overcome once." With that, the green jade stone bridge appeared. Han Fei walked on it, and then little Fatty lost consciousness. Coming to the mirror wall again, Han Fei took a deep breath. Even if he couldn't withstand all the power and exploded, it shouldn't be a problem. After all, this was his origin star. All the power of his original body wouldn't disappear and could be reunited. At most, it would take him some time to make up for it. There should be less than 3 days left in the outside world. Even if he died and then was revived, it would take less than 2 years. This was different from previous resurrections. In the past, resurrections had no resources and had to be naturally absorbed from the void. But now, he had plenty of resources and was on his origin star, so the speed of resurrection would be very fast. Huff. Han Fei took off the god's prayer beads and activated his great Tao. In an instant, 3 times his strength erupted, and his body was filled with infinite power. However, this was not enough. Han Fei made up his mind and increased his strength by 4 times. Bang! 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 At that moment, Han Fei's flesh and blood exploded and even began to collapse into mush. However, Han Fei was still conscious at this moment. Roar! 5 times. Crack, crack, crack. When Han Fei shouted 5 times his strength, with the last bit of his consciousness, he punched the mirror in front of him. However, Han Fei thought that he smashed out his fist, but in fact, he was only smashing out a mixture of flesh and bone fragments. Crack! There seemed to be a cracking sound, but Han Fei didn't see anything. At this moment, he had already exploded. At the last moment, he seemed to feel a touch of golden light shining on him. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Scorching. The moment Han Fei regained consciousness, he felt unusually hot, as if magma like blood was flowing in his body, and he was in the core of the star core. Oh, no, all Han Fei could feel was a kind of soul burning. However, in this scorching heat, Han Fei seemed to feel his boiling qi and blood, and every flesh, bone, and meridian in his body was exuding unparalleled heat. Will I experience this when I'm reborn? Why didn't I feel it before? Huh. Wait a minute? Han Fei was shocked. That's not right. He suddenly remembered that at the last moment, he seemed to hear a shattering sound. Shocked and delighted, Han Fei quickly came back to himself. However, when Han Fei regained consciousness, he suddenly found that he was still standing on the road behind the green jade stone bridge. Yes, this road was personally established by him. How could Han Fei not know it? Han Fei saw a road appear in front of his eyes for some reason, but this road frightened him a little. This was a strange road. Different from the road he was standing on. The road in front of him seemed to be a shadow world outlined by many strange lines. Han Fei could see stones, rocks, and undulating wilderness on both sides of the road, but what constituted their existence seemed to be corroded ruins. What was revealed by various mixed lights and shadows was death, evil, pain, and even inexplicable fear and silence. Different from the strangeness displayed on both sides of the road in front of him turned out to be a yellow mud road. There was fog on the road, but the fog was not rich. Han Fei could vaguely see an extremely tall door at the end of the road. That door was even countless times larger than the bronze door at the entrance of the Void Temple. Therefore, even if his current location might be very far away from the door, Han Fei felt that he could see it. Unfortunately, because of the faint mist, Han Fei couldn't see the specific appearance of the door, nor could he see if there was anything special on the door. However, from the door to where he was now, Han Fei felt that light was shooting from there. Besides, he could feel an abnormal scorching heat. The scorching heat on his soul came from the direction of the giant door. Even now, Han Fei could see faint golden light shining on him through the mist. This was why he felt hot. In addition to the scorching heat, Han Fei also felt an infinite amount of Dao runes. Yes, Han Fei could tell that it was a kind of Dao rune, the kind of power that burst out when activating the Dao seed. Dao runes of my original great Dao? Is this the world behind the mirror? Han Fei suddenly looked back. He could still see that it was the direction of the green jade stone bridge, and what was under his feet was the normal path. Wait, I've been resurrected once? Han Fei hurriedly looked down at his body. At some point, his body had been intact, and at this moment, he wasn't circulating his great Dao. However, Han Fei soon discovered that some earth-shaking changes seemed to have happened in his body. Then, he suddenly felt that there were 100 more drops of golden jade marrow in his bones. Yes, this number was exactly 100 drops. Han Fei knew how difficult it was to get the golden jade marrow. Before he practiced the 9th level of void fishing, he only had a few drops of the golden jade marrow. After that, under the baptism of lightning, his golden jade marrow became 160 drops. After that, through his cultivation and breakthrough, it only increased by 8 drops, totaling 168 drops. But now, for some reason, he had 100 more drops of golden jade marrow. Han Fei couldn't help but think of when he lost consciousness. He seemed to see a golden light in the end, which seemed to submerge into his body. Gulp. Han Fei felt that he couldn't stand the faint light coming at him. It was too hot. He felt that staying here for a while was extremely painful. He quickly stepped back a few steps and then felt a little better. However, the faint golden light had already shone on the normal path he had established. When Han Fei retreated to the side of the green jade stone bridge, he felt a little more comfortable. But compared to before, Han Fei felt that his original great Dao had changed. Even when he reached the green jade stone bridge, he still felt a little hot. Han Fei didn't condense a great Dao crystal immediately, because he felt that it was unbelievable that 100 drops of golden jade marrow appeared at once. These 100 drops of golden jade marrow meant that the upper limit of his physique would definitely be greatly increased. However, wouldn't it take a lot of time to nurture so much golden jade marrow? If he missed the 4th round of qualifiers, because he stayed on his origin star for a long time, he would be doomed. The origin ground reward would be gone. Buzz. Han Fei came out of the path and happened to meet little Fatty's eyes. Han Fei asked quickly, "How long have I been in it?" Little Fatty's big eyes revealed a strange look. "Didn't you just go and not long ago? It's only been 6 hours. Huh?" Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. 6 hours? Are you kidding me? 100 drops of golden jade marrow were produced in 6 hours? Han Fei had passed the green jade stone bridge before, but he wouldn't stay there for long, so he hadn't thought about this problem before. But now, he had gained 100 drops of golden jade marrow for no reason, but it only took him such a short time? Oh, I see. By the way, how many more times can you resurrect me? Little Fatty looked at Han Fei as if he were an idiot. You were not dead just now. Of course, 5 times. Han Fei was shocked and then nodded slightly. Stay here. I'll go in again. After that, the green jade stone bridge appeared again. When he reached the bridge, Han Fei exclaimed, F***ck, I was not dead? Then how did I reshape myself? With 5 times the strength, shouldn't my body explode? Even if I can reshape my body, I should have consciousness. Why don't I even have the basic consciousness? There was no reason for all the strangeness, nor could he find the reason. Han Fei felt that if he could walk on the road of loss and mud, he might be able to detect something. Han Fei did so. The moment he walked onto the road of yellow soil against the scorching heat, he felt that his whole body was burning. Damn it, it's burning. Han Fei felt that the soles of his feet and his body were both hot. Fortunately, he was not burned to death, or rather, he had just taken the first step, so he was not burned to death. But if he walked further in, he might be roasted directly. Forget it, I'll walk this road later. I must still be too weak. I'll definitely be burned to death if I force my way forward. Han Fei didn't bother to think about how he could rebuild himself. Since time passed very slowly in his origin star, he should be able to condense the great Dao crystal more quickly. As Han Fei issued an order in his heart, Dao runes swirled in front of him and were compressed. After a long time, a fist-sized golden crystal appeared in front of him. When Han Fei sensed this rich original great Dao, he knew that he could condense a great Dao crystal. After condensing it, Han Fei retreated as if escaping. Halfway through, Han Fei looked back. He had a question in his heart. Since there was still a way forward, why did there have to be a mirror erected there before? Strange. Han Fei didn't know what was going on with his original Great Dao. The green jade stone bridge, the Great Dao of Mist, the mirror wall, the Lus Road, and the distant giant gate were all fancy and inexplicable. Even though he had broken the mirror wall, he still knew nothing about his original Great Dao. Han Fei came out again, and little Fatty's big eyes were still staring at the place where he disappeared. Han Fei asked, How long was I gone? Little Fatty said, Dozens of seconds? It's very short anyway. Okay. Han Fei's heart stirred. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll send you back. Little Fatty glanced at the resources piled up like a mountain and couldn't help but ask, Can I take some resources back? Heh. Go ahead. You can't take much anyway. Little Fatty didn't hesitate at all. He plundered at least hundreds of thousands of kilometers of resources. He didn't stop until his origin sea was full. Han Fei didn't expect that he wouldn't use Little Fatty this time. After sending Little Fatty away, Han Fei returned to his origin sea. He first activated his Great Tao to see his current endurance. After the test, Han Fei was roughly sure that his upper limit of endurance was about 3.5 times without the support of the God's prayer bead and the others. The limit didn't increase much, but it still increased. Then, he increased his strength by 3.5 times and walked on the yellow mud road. For a while, he walked forward for nearly 10,000 meters, but it was getting hotter and hotter. The power burning his soul made him unable to withstand it. So he retreated. However, Han Fei could also tell that when he activated his original Great Tao, he could indeed walk a section of the yellow earth road. He could even feel that if he stayed here for a long time, it seemed to be able to strengthen his physique and soul. Although it wasn't a lot, this was rare. Could he cultivate in his own Great Tao again? 1 month later. In the core of the origin star, a total of 9 Great Tao crystals floated in front of Han Fei, with the original Great Tao crystal as the main body and the 8 secondary Great Taos as the auxiliary. In fact, as long as Han Fei was willing, he could add 80 auxiliary Great Taos. However, what he pursued was essence. Furthermore, auxiliary Great Taos could be fused into the star core at any time. It wouldn't be a problem to put as many as he wanted now. The 8 Great Taos he had chosen were the Great Tao of Yin-Yang, the Great Tao of Space, the Great Tao of Gravity, the Great Tao of Heaven Enlightenment, the Great Tao of Invincibility, the Great Tao of Time, the Great Tao of Life, Borrowing, and the Great Tao of Speed. Han Fei felt that it was best to cultivate speed alone. The speed was sometimes too helpful in combat. Unfortunately, he didn't have time now. Otherwise, he would have studied it carefully to see how to quickly increase his speed. After the base of the star core was completed, Han Fei connected the ground veins he created to the base of the star core. Immediately, Han Fei felt a tremendous amount of energy gathering. The energy surged like a tide, and the Great Tao crystals were immediately enveloped and sank into the energy vortex. At this moment, Han Fei's star core was finally born. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. After the star core was born, Han Fei suddenly felt that his origin star seemed to be nurturing his original body. At this moment, Han Fei seemed to have an epiphany. When the time was right, he could connect the spiritual heritages of his original body with the ground veins of his origin star. Then, his original body would be directly connected to the star core, making the star core become his second heart. Then, he would be able to achieve a leap in strength. However, he couldn't do it now. He had to wait until the preliminary growth of the star core was over. Although the star core had just been born and could absorb the energy of the origin stars crazily, there was too much energy in his origin star. According to this sucking method, it would take at least 1,000 years for the energy in his origin sea to gather. Han Fei couldn't help but remember that it took 300 to 500 years to release the energy of the 2 star cores he gained. The recovery was slower than the release. 1,000 years. Even if it was in his origin star, how could Han Fei be willing to wait? He immediately began to engrave a large energy storage array outside the star core. A year later, Han Fei had made several improvements. Considering the speed at which the star core was condensed. If it was too fast, it would expand too much. Therefore, he set up a space array to compress the energy here and strengthen the density of the star core. In the end, Han Fei finally managed to increase the speed at which the star core gathered energy by about 10 times. However, there were also disadvantages, which was that if the energy storage array was exposed to energy shocks for a long time, it would be easily destroyed and corroded. Therefore, according to the time flow on his origin star, an energy storage array could only last less than 200 years. Sure enough, in essence, I'm not that kind of rare genius. Han Fei really didn't understand how Fengyu could reach the perfected star transformation realm at the age of 1800. It was simply incomprehensible, unbelievable, and inexplicable, which made Han Fei very jealous. Han Fei bet that if he didn't have time acceleration, it would take him 8,000 years to reach the perfected star transformation realm. But Han Fei didn't panic. With the energy storage array, 1,000 years could be shortened to 100 years. The flow of time in his origin star was different from the outside world. 100 years would only take about 4 months. In this case, although the 10,000-year competition was coming, it was clearly not something that could be completed in 4 months. Therefore, theoretically speaking, it might take him 4 months, or at least 3 months, to connect his original body more closely with his origin star. However, there was still 1 day before the 4th round of qualifiers. Unfortunately, the time was too short. In the past few days, it was already very impressive that he could go from molding the ground veins to nurturing a star core. At least, he had already had a life and death experience. Although he hadn't really died, it at least meant that he had the courage to face death. Of course, with little Fatty around. Buzz. Han Fei returned to the outside world. His courtyard was empty. After the 3rd round of qualifiers, Han Fei said that he was going to cultivate in seclusion. He didn't know if Feng Xingliu came to find him. But whether he came or not, it was impossible for him to find him. So, Han Fei turned around and went to Fengyu's house first. The place where Fengyu lived was easy to find. It was Residence A2. When Han Fei came, Fengyu was sitting cross-legged in the yard, seeming to be cultivating. Seeing Han Fei coming, Fengyu said angrily, "Little junior brother, aren't you cultivating too hard? I asked someone to visit your yard 6 times, but you weren't there even once. Are you cultivating in the sea of stars?" Han Fei smiled awkwardly. Huh. Well, I had an epiphany from the battle with Zhao Qinglong. Yes, I was. Fengyu rolled her eyes and said, "I've been waiting for you here these past few days. I didn't go anywhere. Alas, it seems that it's not good to be a senior sister. When I was the little junior sister, it was simply too comfortable." Han Fei changed the topic. "Senior sister, what did senior brother Azure Dragon say?" Fengyu said, "Senior brother Azure Dragon told us to be careful and not to make this person our enemy. If we're already his enemy, then..." As she spoke, she took out a blue dragon scale, which stunned Han Fei. Name: Heaven-defying scale of the Azure Dragon. Introduction: This is the heaven-defying scale of a monarch dragon. It can be activated with essence blood to strengthen the body and soul and help one temporarily acquire some combat power of the monarch dragon. It requires a lot of energy and resources to use it. Quality: ultra-quality godly weapon. Number of use times 1. Can't be reforged. No need to refine it. When Han Fei saw this scale, he roughly knew the result of the communication between Feng Yu and Senior Brother Azure Dragon. Han Fei asked, Senior Brother Azure Dragon gave it to me? Feng Yu nodded. Yes, this is the Azure Dragon's heaven-defying scale. If you're really forced to fight him to the death, you can use this scale. We each have one such scale. Whoever fights him can use it. However, we'd better not use it at the same time. This is because if we use the Azure Dragon's heaven-defying scale at the same time, it might expose our identities as disciples of the Void Temple. Han Fei suddenly looked at Feng Yu in surprise. Feng Yu said, There's nothing to be surprised about. Although Senior Brother Azure Dragon is a dragon and lives in seclusion, a long time ago, Senior Brother Azure Dragon also appeared and was invincible. Senior Brother Azure Dragon isn't sure if anyone in the Divine Capital Dynasty will recognize his scales. Han Fei thought for a moment. What if our identities as disciples of the Void Temple are exposed? Feng Yu pondered for a while. Nothing. Most powers in the Sea Realm naturally don't dare to fight the Void Temple and the Time Temple. However, if the identity of a disciple of the Void Temple is exposed, I'm afraid we have to be careful of the Time Temple and the Immortal Temple. Once we are targeted by these two temples, it won't be easy for us to travel around and explore the Sea Realm freely. Han Fei couldn't help but bare his teeth. Well. Han Fei didn't want to fight the two temples now. Compared to others, he was an itinerant cultivator and had many things to do. Once he was targeted by the two temples, how could he do anything? Furthermore, Feng Yu shouldn't expose her identity as a disciple of the Void Temple at this moment. Feng Yu was about to prove her Tao. Perhaps after this 10,000-year competition, if she obtained an origin ground, she would be able to prove her Tao. If her identity was exposed, once the two temples, or someone with ill intentions tampered with her monarch-level heavenly tribulation, it would be a big matter. As if seeing Han Fei's worry, Feng Yu said, Don't worry. The worst outcome isn't as bad as you think. With eldest Senior Brother, it's almost impossible for others to destroy my monarch-level tribulation. Once I become a monarch, even if the two temples find out about my real identity, they probably won't come after me because I've already proved my Tao. It's meaningless for them to come after me. As for you, Junior Brother, if he encounters you, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to walk the latter stage of the sky-opening realm. Han Fei frowned slightly. Can the Black Dragon appear in the Divine Capital Dynasty? Feng Yu said, I've asked this question. Senior Brother Azure Dragon said that he would tell Great Monarch East Marshal not to let the Black Dragon get his way. Therefore, using the Azure Dragon's heaven-defying scale is the worst case scenario. Theoretically speaking, Zhao Qinglong won't completely borrow the power of the Black Dragon. However, the Black Dragon can lend him a little power. Besides, with his strength of the perfected star transformation realm, little Junior Brother, you shouldn't be a match for him now. Therefore, my suggestion is not to fight him. Han Fei shook his head slightly. On the path of invincibility, either he dies or I die. If we don't fight in the Divine Capital Dynasty, we'll have to fight after we leave the Divine Capital Dynasty. Besides, when the fourth round of qualifiers ends and the arena matches begin, I'll probably still encounter him in the end. Feng Yu nodded slightly. It's best if I meet him first. Apart from the Azure Dragon's heaven-defying scale, I'm also a member of the Phoenix divine race. How can I not have other means? So, junior brother, don't worry. Han Fei was worried that he would have to fight Zhao Qinglong in the fourth round of the qualifiers. Zhao Qinglong didn't take action in the third round, probably because he knew that he couldn't kill him. He let him pass the third round of qualifiers so that he had a chance to kill him later. Han Fei's eyes turned ruthless. Senior sister, I'm going to find Feng Xingliu first. Feng Yu was surprised. Why are you looking for him? He's fooling around with a bunch of playboys all day long, and I've taught him a good lesson 5 or 6 times. He's just as useless as before. And you shouldn't hang around with the trash either. Han Fei laughed to cover up his embarrassment. But Feng Yu didn't know that. Although these people were playboys, they had a lot of connections. Under Feng Yu's stare, Han Fei ran away with a swish. When Han Fei came to Feng Xingliu, he found that these guys were actually playing a kind of chess game called 4 Cs War Chess. This kind of chess game was based on the 4 major divine realms. Each battalion would be allocated 36 chess cards, and they were using the method of dark chess. The essence of 4 Cs War Chess was gambling. When Han Fei arrived, 2 tables of 4 Cs War Chess were set up in the courtyard of Feng Xingliu. The 4 people, including Feng Xingliu and Wu Bufan, all held a big pipe in their mouths, smoking and roaring from time to time. At this moment, Wu Bufan spewed out a mouthful of golden smoke and shouted, "Explode! I'll kill you with my ultra-quality godly weapon chess piece." Feng Xingliu stepped on the stool. "Hey, you have an ultra-quality godly weapon chess piece, but I don't have it? Ha ha ha, let's die together." Smack. "Who hit me?" Feng Xingliu was about to scold the one who hit him, but when he saw it was Han Fei, he immediately said unhappily, "Hey, I'm playing chess. Don't spoil the mood." Han Fei said angrily, "Chess my ass." Wu Bufan, Chao Mingde. How is it going? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Because of Han Fei's arrival, the others stopped playing chess. Wu Bufan and the others had actually been waiting for Han Fei here. Seeing Han Fei arrive, they didn't hide it. Immediately, Wu Bufan said, "Brother Fei, I got something. Look what I got. The essence blood of the prehistoric ferocious beast, Heaven Si Conch." When Wu Bufan took out something, a fierce light suddenly flashed. Han Fei stomped and directly covered the courtyard of Feng Xingliu. Han Fei said, "Keep a low profile." "What are you doing? Are you afraid that others don't know that we have a treasure here?" Wu Bufan hurriedly chuckled. Okay, I'll keep a low profile." Han Fei nodded slightly, but the thing that Wu Bufan took out just now was already sealed, but it was still fierce and looked very extraordinary. Then, Chao Mingde said, as if presenting a treasure, "Brother Fei, mine is not that fierce. This is the essence blood of the divine beast, the divine tide. Whale blood, a powerful divine beast ranked in the top 10,000 on the divine beast list." Han Fei's eyes glittered. "Show me." Then, Han Fei looked at Wu Bufan. "Show me yours too." Feng Xingliu was dumbfounded. He didn't know why Han Fei began to collect the essence blood of divine beasts and prehistoric ferocious beasts. When Chao Mingde took out the blood of the divine tide whale, a blue light flashed, and Han Fei felt that the humidity in the yard had increased by 1 level. "Oh my god!" Han Fei asked, "What else is there?" Luo Dafei quickly said, "Brother Fei, I have the blood of a divine beast. Green water Qilin. Han Fei frowned slightly. He already had that thing. He shook his head. That one won't do. Li Chen immediately sneered. I told you, the green water Qilin blood is nothing. He just made a name as a divine beast. Brother Fei, I have the thick Earth Dragon Turtle blood here. Zhou Run said, Brother Fei, I have the essence blood of the prehistoric ferocious beast, jellyfish immortal. When everyone took out the essence blood of divine beasts or ferocious beasts that they had obtained, Han Fei couldn't help but look at the information of the demon purification pot. Number of races in the infinite ocean, 2, 962, 1356. Owner, the 200,016th. Nearby bloodlines, twin Yinyang spirit swallowing fish, emperor sparrow. Heaven sea conch, divine tide whale, jellyfish immortal, thick earth dragon. Turtle, blood dragon shark, sky strike jade shell, star scorpion. Recommended bloodlines, divine tide whale, thick earth dragon turtle. Jellyfish immortal, blood dragon shark, sky strike jade shell, star scorpion. First of all, the green water Qilin blood that had appeared before didn't appear in the nearest bloodline. However, what surprised Han Fei was that the essence blood of the divine beasts and ferocious beasts that Wu Bufan and the others got were about the same level. Could it be that they could only get this level? Huh? Wait. Han Fei was surprised. It seemed that the Heaven Sea Conch didn't appear in the recommended bloodlines, which meant that the Heaven Sea Conch was of a higher level than other creatures. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Wu Bufan, although I don't know much about other things, I'm more or less familiar with them. But what species is the Heaven Sea Conch? Wu Bufan immediately grinned and said, Brother Fei, I'm not sure either. However, I checked an ancient book in my family, and it said that the Heaven Sea Conch was a spiritual beast that helped the gods deliver their oracles in ancient times. It's called an oracle. However, it's clearly a ferocious beast. Many people in the Wu family wanted to extract the Heaven Sea Conch bloodline to strengthen themselves, but in the end, they went crazy. No one could withstand the ferocity of the Heaven Sea Conch. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. In any case, this was a good thing. Han Fei immediately said, Wu Bufan, your essence blood is worth 1,000,000 resources to me. In the future, if someone from your Wu family wants to attack you in the trial, I can help you kill him, even if this person is from the Wu family's main branch. Or you can tell me if you have any other thoughts. Wu Bufan was immediately refreshed and took a deep breath. Brother Fei, is it true? Han Fei grinned and said, Of course. I was paid to help you. Everyone couldn't help but look at Wu Bufan enviously. Among all the essence blood of so many divine beasts and ferocious beasts, Han Fei only took a fancy to Wu Bufan's Heaven Sea Conch. In the next moment, Han Fei said, I want the essence blood of all the other divine beasts and ferocious beasts, except for the common goods like the green water Qilin blood. However, their value is definitely not comparable to the Heaven Sea Conch. I can provide protection for your subsequent competitions and help you resist the sneak attacks of other strong masters of your race. If it's convenient and suitable, I can also help you kill the members of your family who are not from the main branch and are malicious towards you. Besides, from now on until the end of the 10,000-year competition, I won't ask you for resources anymore. After all, these essence bloods of divine beasts and ferocious beasts were all priceless. Besides, as for the protection, it was actually only protection in The fourth round of qualifiers. This was because according to speculation, only in this round would there be deaths. Furthermore, even if there would be deaths in this round, the percentage of deaths wouldn't be high. After all, the longer the selection went on, the stronger the remaining cultivators were. Most of the participants were from the East Sea Divine realm. It was unreasonable and meaningless that a large number of sky-opening realm cultivators were killed because of one competition. Therefore, Han Fei felt that no matter what the rules of the fourth round of qualifiers were, the probability of death wouldn't be too high. After Han Fei accepted all their essence blood, he added, "Of course, if any of you think the remuneration I give you is not enough, you can take the essence blood back. I won't force you." Chow Mingde immediately said, "How can we do that? We've already got it for you. How can we take it back?" "Brother Fei, aren't you looking down on us?" Li Chen nodded. "Yes, the essence blood of a divine beast is nothing. I can't take it back." "That's right. Brother Fei, just take it as a toy." The most embarrassing one was Luo Dafei. His green water Qilin blood was regarded as a common commodity, but in fact, he was not confident when he took it here. Now it seemed that this bloodline was garbage and worthless indeed. However, Han Fei thought that since he had agreed to help so many people, it didn't seem right for him to ignore Luo Dafei. Therefore, Han Fei said, "Dafei, fine, give me your green water Qilin blood. 2. I can protect you, but I won't help you kill the strong masters of your clan, okay?" Luo Dafei's eyes lit up. Okay. Thank you, Brother Fei. I won't cause trouble." After sending them away, Feng Xingliu asked in confusion, "Why do you want so much divine beast essence blood? Do you have a way to improve your bloodline?" Han Fei couldn't help but look at Feng Xingliu in shock. "How do you know?" Feng Xingliu said indifferently, "It's not hard to guess. What's the use of the essence blood of a divine beast other than improving your bloodline? Drawing arrays or engraving talismans? In fact, they know very well that you'll probably only choose one or two, but you want them all." Han Fei thought to himself, "God knows how useful these essence bloods will be. It was used when I created Zhang Daqian." Feng Xingliu said, "Let's go. You've already driven them away. Let's go eat hot pot with Feng Qingqing." Han Fei shook his head. "No, I'm going back to cultivate in seclusion." Feng Xingliu was stunned. "Didn't you just finish your cultivation? Why are you cultivating again?" "The fourth round of qualifiers is tomorrow." Han Fei said, "You know that I need to stabilize my origin star after I transform my origin sea into a star, and I've gained a lot of insights recently. Eat it yourself. I should be free soon." After bidding farewell to Feng Xingliu, Han Fei returned to his residence and eagerly observed the essence bloods of the divine beasts and ferocious beasts. In the end, he chose the essence blood of the thick earth dragon turtle. The thick earth dragon turtle was not a divine beast, but a real prehistoric ferocious beast. This creature was a turtle with a dragon head and a dragon tail. Its defense was extremely strong, and it could unleash its innate ability, absolute defense, to block all damage under a certain realm for a certain period of time. The thick earth dragon turtle was relatively rare. It was an extremely rare ferocious creature with an irritable personality, mainly because there were too many people looking for trouble. Because the thick earth dragon turtle was full of treasures, once it was discovered, it would cause a storm of blood. Devour. In his origin star, Han Fei cultivated for a moment, and information popped up. In his eyes. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 105, Sky Opening, Star Transformation. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 200,016th. Evolving, 0/13064 years. Immortal Chi, 420,000. Soul, 7.15 Origins, 7,157,564 points. Perception Range, 7,150,000 kilometers. Strength, 7.19 Star Powers, 7,199,293 waves. First Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage. Second Spiritual Heritage, Eternal Darkness Spiritual Heritage. First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 99. Second Spiritual Beast, the Emperor Sparrow, Level 101. Main Art, Void Fishing Level 9, Void Stealing Technique, Monarch Level, Ultra. Quality. After seeing the new template, Han Fei wasn't too surprised. His strength increased by 100,000 waves, exceeding the soul, for the first time. This should be because of the 100 more drops of golden jade marrow. Han Fei looked at the power of his soul for a long time and his heart stirred. From now on, he had to find a way to cultivate the soul. This was because once the star core was born, his physique would definitely become stronger. Although theoretically speaking, his soul should also become stronger, it definitely wouldn't be that strong. If his physique kept getting stronger, the gap between his soul and strength would be widened again. At present, the difference between the two was 41,729 points. According to the interchangeable characteristics of the two, the extreme balance could be reached in a few days. But Han Fei thought that it wouldn't make much difference anyway, and his foundation was very solid now. In order to deal with the fourth round of qualifiers, he'd better make up for it with energy crystals first. To live? Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. In the outside world. The next day, Han Fei came out of his origin star and went straight to the 101st island, which was the competition area for the sky-opening realm. Brother Fei, here. Chao Mingde and the others waved at Han Fei. They knew that Han Fei had been cultivating in seclusion recently, so they didn't disturb him. At this moment, they were all eagerly waiting for Han Fei, who was their savior. Whether or not they could pass the fourth round of qualifiers depended on Han Fei. Han Fei, here. Feng Xingliu was staying with them, and Feng Yu looked at them from afar with a look of disdain. All of them, including Han Fei, were despised by Feng Yu. Han Fei said, "Hey. You're early." Wu Bufan said, "Brother Fei, we've been waiting here for a long time." Well, Brother Fei, let me tell you something. Then, Wu Bufan said via voice transmission, "Brother Fei, it's up to you whether we can survive this time." When Wu Bufan finished speaking, the others also looked at Han Fei and nodded slightly. It seemed that they had all placed their hopes on Han Fei. Han Fei's heart did a flip. At this moment, Wu Bufan, Chao Mingde, and the others all looked relatively solemn. This made Han Fei feel that something was wrong. This fourth round of qualifiers was probably not simple. He looked around. Compared to the first time he came to the 101st island, this time, there were only about 160,000 people. Logically speaking, there were only 160,000 people left, so they could directly participate in the arena matches. As long as there was one round. Half of the people could be eliminated. Besides, in this round, there were many relatively ordinary people. Of course, at this time, no matter how ordinary they were not weak. But now, the divine capital dynasty had their own thoughts. When the referee appeared here, everyone knew that there must be a new rule. The referee's face was as indifferent as ever. Without hiding anything, he said, "First of all, congratulations to all the contestants present. You can pass the first 3 rounds of qualifiers and come to the 4th round. But next, I will tell you a cruel fact. In the 4th round of qualifiers, there will be a nearly 20% chance of death. Therefore, if you want to quit now, you can choose to quit. Once you choose, you can't go back on your word." Buzz. However, before this, there had been rumors that there might be deaths in the qualifiers. Originally, most people didn't believe it. This world needed strong masters. Although in most places in the sea realm, there were just ordinary survival games, some places were still relatively cruel, such as the Sky Crater world where people fought all year round, or the exploration of distant stars. Furthermore, sky openers were not sea establishers. Of the 160,000 people, even if only 10% died, there would be 16,000. 20% meant more than 30,000 sky opening realm cultivators. How many sea establishment realm cultivators would it take to produce 160,000 sky openers? Furthermore, these more than 30,000 people were not weaklings who had just opened the sky. They had been selected through the wilderness auditions of the East Sea Divine Realm and the 3 qualifiers of the Divine Capital Dynasty. Which one of them wasn't a heavenly talent? How could the Divine Capital Dynasty tolerate so many heavenly talents dying in just a qualifier? Sure enough, someone immediately questioned, "It's just a competition. Everyone came here to grow and fight other cultivators to verify themselves and learn to grow. Why is there a mortality rate?" That's right. We're all in the sky opening realm and have entered the star transformation realm. Isn't this a joke? It's just a qualifier. There aren't even any rewards. Why is there a mortality rate? For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. However, the referee was unmoved and shouted, "I will tell you the reason after you make your choice. Now, since you are here, please choose whether or not to participate in the 4th round of qualifiers." At this moment, the aura of the referee emerged, and a terrifying suppressing pressure suddenly suppressed everyone. Hiss. Many people were shocked. Even Hanfei was shocked. This referee suppressed the entire audience alone? Is he a perfected star transformation realm cultivator? Definitely not. He was a monarch. Immediately, Hanfei couldn't help taking a breath. F*CK, the divine capital dynasty sent a monarch to be the referee. Before this, no one had noticed it. Even Hanfei didn't notice it. This powerful monarch forced everyone present to make a choice without knowing the rules before the game. Most people could guess the reason. This monarch wanted to see if they had the courage to face the 4th round of qualifiers without knowing anything. However, most people felt that courage was courage, but it was not as important as their lives. They had already entered the star transformation realm. 20% of them would die, which would be more than 30,000 people. In the wilderness, how many years would it take to kill so many people? Even if it wasn't 10,000 years, it would be thousands of years. However, the referee didn't care. There were only two paths for them now. They could either break through or leave. Finally, someone couldn't withstand the pressure. Perhaps it was because they knew that they were actually weaker than most people here. After all, the people left behind weren't all strong masters. Based on his own strength and the overall strength of the remaining people, that person felt that it was probably difficult for him to compete with these people. There were only 160,000 people left, which meant that for every 3 people he met, there might be one ranking among the top 50,000. This was too King dangerous. Therefore, someone shook his head. My lord, I quit. A man shook his head. He came here for opportunities, not to die. Now he didn't see any opportunities, but he was going to die first. Who was willing to do this? He felt that even if he quit now, he could still watch the arena game. It would be equally exciting. He could learn a lot of things and get a lot of inspiration from it. Why should he risk his life to fight for the unknown? He had stayed until now just because he had a strong captain in the previous team. Even if he passed the 4th round, how many rounds could he fight in the ring? Therefore, this person was very determined. As soon as someone made an example, many people immediately followed suit. Most of these people were the weaker members of their teams in the 3rd round of qualifiers. They were not confident to face the 4th round of qualifiers. However, some people were different. For example, Yi Lingling, although she was no longer in Han Fei's team, she saw that Han Fei, Chao Mingde, and the others didn't move at all. It was natural for Han Fei to stay, but Chao Mingde, Wu Bufan, and the others were all famous playboys in the Divine Capital dynasty. She had asked around these days. And these people were described as trash. In addition, in the 3rd round of qualifiers, Yi Lingling had observed them. Even if they took out their godly weapons, their strength was not very strong. But they still dared to stay. Why didn't she dare? It was impossible that the 4th round was also a team competition. It would be meaningless to compete like this. For them, the 4th round might be very dangerous. However, these big shots still chose to go. This meant that even if the 4th round was dangerous, there was a reason why they had to attend it. In conclusion, the pros had outweighed the cons. Even if she would die, she had to have a try. Unfortunately, most people were not as observant as Yi Lingling. Voices rose and fell in the crowd. After half an hour, more than 13,000 people had proposed to quit. As for the rest, although many people were hesitating, they felt that even if the 4th round was dangerous, it wouldn't be so dangerous. Among the remaining people, there were still many people who had just entered the star transformation realm. If it was easy to die in this realm, why was the death rate only 20%? Therefore, they felt that the rules definitely protected them. At this time, the referee shouted, "Anyone else want out?" The monarch referee roared 3 times, and less than 100 people chose to quit. Then, the referee said coldly, "Since no one quits, you can't quit. Even if you want to now. Now let me tell you about the 4th round of qualifiers." The referee said, "In the 4th round of the qualifiers, you will go to an extremely powerful origin ground. It's a very dangerous place, a world of the strong, a world of demonic creatures. Isn't it normal to have casualties in such a place? 20% because you are all star transformation realm cultivators. Otherwise, the mortality rate would be much higher." With that said, the referee sneered. "As for the reward, this is an Unopened origin ground. It itself is a reward. This origin ground contains countless treasures. As long as you survive, you won't suffer any losses. Hiss. An origin ground? An origin ground that can accommodate hundreds of thousands of sky opening realm cultivators? It's actually undeveloped land. How many resources does such an origin ground have? No wonder there is a 20% chance of death. However, it's a bargain. Those who stayed were overjoyed. Most of the people here had never been to the origin ground. Even if they had been there by chance, they would only experience the benefits of the origin ground. As for the mortality rate, well, most of the origin ground was hidden in the sea of stars. If they really went there, the mortality rate would be more than 20%. Immediately, the people who stayed behind even cheered and rejoiced. This was because they had mostly come for opportunities, and this fourth round of qualifiers was an opportunity. Those who chose to quit were dumbfounded after hearing the rules of the fourth round of the qualifiers. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. They were not afraid of death, but they were afraid of meaningless deaths. If they were told in advance that the fourth round of qualifiers was to explore a super origin ground, they didn't think they would give up. Looking at the more than 10,000 people who looked surprised and even disappointed, the referee looked over with pity and disdain. He said, "Great monarch East Marshal once said that if you don't have the courage to die, how can you have the glory to live? It's impossible for you to become great." Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Next to Han Fei, Chao Mingde couldn't help but click his tongue. What a bunch of fools. They've already passed the third round, but they just gave it up. Stupid. Wu Bufan said, "After all, not everyone is well informed. If they were informed in advance, would so many people quit?" Feng Xingliu, you speak as if you've known in advance. Why didn't you tell us that? Wu Bufan said, "Brother Xingliu, we didn't know it, but guessed it. Besides, we can't tell anyone about it, or we might be punished. But don't worry, Brother Xingliu and Brother Fei. This is just the fourth round of qualifiers. It won't be a problem for you." Han Fei's heart stirred. "I think in this round of qualifiers, you are facing both a life and death crisis and a great opportunity, right?" At this moment, Chao Mingde and the others couldn't help but nod. That was the truth. If they really planned to idle around for the rest of their lives, it didn't matter. They could choose not to participate and continue to fool around on the dragon fighting street. However, once people had great power, who would be willing to stay in the divine capital dynasty for thousands or even tens of thousands of years? Could they stay for 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or 1,000,000 years? Humans had their own pursuits and wouldn't be willing to live a mediocre life. Even the playboys would be tired of living a befuddled life someday. Han Fei had seen them fight before. It could be seen that none of these guys had used their full strength. They were hiding their strength, waiting for a chance to turn the tables. The main reason why they all came to Han Fei through Feng Xingliu was that Han Fei was ruthless, independent, and unscrupulous. In the divine capital dynasty, he dared to challenge the heavenly race and even kill Li Qianqing in public. This ruthlessness and reckless spirit was the main reason why they came to cooperate with Han Fei. Han Fei didn't ask further. It was up to them when they showed their fangs. The referee continued, "Before the fourth round of qualifiers begins, everyone Needs to know a few things. The fourth round of qualifiers would last for 3 years. You can't leave the arena in advance for this round. You have to wait until the 3-year period is up. Although you can enter your origin sea, you'd better wait at the origin ground when the 3-year period is up. Otherwise, you'll have to find a way back from the Sea of Stars. By immersing your mind into the qualification token, you can obtain basic information about this origin ground. You will have a mission indicator that you will know when you check your qualification token. After the referee finished explaining the rules, he waved his hand, and the entire floor of the black tower behind him seemed to be covered by misty light, turning into a teleportation channel. After everyone entered one after another, Han Fei and the others came directly to the Sea of Stars. Obviously, the Black Tower sent them to the Sea of Stars. But above the Sea of Stars, a huge crack appeared here. Obviously, this was the channel to the so-called origin ground. The referee announced, the 4th round of the qualifiers is about to begin. Participants, please enter the arena immediately. Han Fei exchanged a glance with Feng Fei, and then with Feng Yu. Feng Fei didn't intend to go with them. In fact, they didn't need Feng Fei to carry them. Feng Fei was curious about what little junior brother and Feng Xingliu were up to. At the moment when they were about to enter, Chao Mingda handed Han Fei a few tokens and said, Brother Fei, with this thing, you can roughly sense our locations. Okay. With that, Han Fei accepted the items and walked into the entrance without hesitation. Buzz. The entrance to the origin ground, controlled by the Divine Capital Dynasty, had been arranged into a random teleportation entrance. It was not that the Divine Capital Dynasty insisted on doing so. This was something they had carefully considered. Because the origin ground was very vast, if they gathered people at the beginning, they would inevitably be in groups. It was not forbidden to form teams. However, if they invaded in teams, it was very likely to suffer the strongest backlash. It might even cause the death rate of the participants to be at least 30% or even 40%. In that case, too many people would die. It was unnecessary. When Han Fei appeared here, he found that there was no light here. The entire world was enveloped in darkness. He looked up at the sky and saw a dark moon with gray stars. However, the light was almost negligible. Instead, the spiritual plants growing in this world and some rocks and moss on the ground were emitting shimmers of different colors. Han Fei slightly spread out his perception, but when he spread out his perception, all the spiritual plants seemed to sense him and were extinguished, leaving only infinite darkness. Han Fei frowned slightly. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a spiritual plant of this level to discover his perception. Then, it could only be explained that his perception was a different kind of external power to this world, so ordinary spiritual plants were so sensitive to it. But Han Fei didn't care. He tried to extend his perception and found that the range of his perception was about 1/3 of the normal range, which was more than 2 million kilometers. However, Han Fei felt that it must be related to the rules of this world. Perhaps the 2 million kilometers here was equivalent to more than 7 million kilometers in the sea realm. Han Fei discovered that this was a pure dark world. The rivers, land, and sea here were intertwined and quite complicated and dense. In Han Fei's perception, hundreds of thousands of various spiritual fruits appeared. Unfortunately, he didn't know what kind of spiritual fruit they were. In his perception, some demonic plant-type creatures hiding in the darkness appeared. So far, the strongest one Han Fei had discovered was in the sea establishment realm. However, the key was not that these were sea establishment realm demonic plants, but that there seemed to be too many powerful creatures in his perception range. In his perception, there were more than 100,000 creatures, and except for those basic spiritual plants, most of them were above the venerable realm. In that case, weren't there too many strong creatures here? Han Fei didn't immediately catch a creature to ask. After scanning this world with his perception, he immediately tried to communicate with his origin star, and found that, as the referee said, he could enter it at any time. What's the difference between this world and the sea realm? Han Fei sensed the surrounding energy. When this energy was absorbed, Han Fei frowned slightly. It seemed to conflict with regular energy. The energy in this world seemed to carry some poison, some inexplicable power that tried to change the body. Han Fei slapped back and dispersed all the energy. No, it's just that we're not used to the rules of this world. Han Fei frowned slightly. According to the referee, this world would cause about a 20% probability of death. Then it was impossible for strong masters to fight without energy. Since energy couldn't be absorbed from this world, what about from the void? Han Fei stretched out his hand and tore open the void. Stepping into it, he found that the void here was also filled with this strange energy. If the void didn't work, he could only go to the sea of stars to absorb energy through his origin star. Above the sea of stars, Han Fei tried it. Sure enough, the sea of stars was reliable. However, although the sea of stars could provide energy, he couldn't take his enemies into the sea of stars to fight, let alone his origin star. And the 20% probability of death meant that there would be battles here. In addition to relying on the resources in his origin sea, Han Fei thought that there would definitely be a reasonable source of combat energy. Han Fei immediately focused his eyes on the creatures here. He grabbed at the air and a giant tree was pulled up by Han Fei. This kind of creature didn't seem to have any sense of fear. As soon as Han Fei grabbed it, it extended countless branches at Han Fei. Unfortunately, Han Fei squeezed hard and the giant tree exploded. A large number of energy bodies appeared. Huh. With a thought, Han Fei found a normal source of energy. Han Fei absorbed the energy in the bodies of creatures, which had no negative effect on him. But this surprised Han Fei. The creatures here were more like energy bodies, so when they died, they would turn into pure energy. Han Fei realized that the creatures here had the ability to filter the negative energy impurities of this world. The energy absorbed by them was pure. When this large amount of energy spread out, Han Fei immediately felt countless creatures move. Many demonic plants extended their tentacles towards here. Among them, a mushroom-like creature at the late stage of the sea establishment realm erupted with a spiritual penetration towards Han Fei. Humph. Han Fei grabbed back, minced the spiritual penetration, and held the big mushroom in his hand. However, when Han Fei pulled it out of the ground, a strange creature was pulled out. Is this a humanoid? Han Fei saw that the big mushroom was actually just a head. Half of that thing's body was underground. After pulling it out, he saw that it was a humanoid demonic plant with many colors on its body. There was a mushroom on his head, fungal moss on his face, roots, hard lumps, and weird veins stuffed with spores below his neck. In short, it was a weird humanoid monster made of thousands of plants. In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. Name: 100 Herb Demon. Introduction: a demonic plant living in the dark demon domain. Because it was polluted by the ominous power, it is seriously mutated. They devour all foreign species and even native species, allowing the mutation to evolve. Deeper. There's a trace of ominous aura in its body. If you're unfortunately contaminated, take the pure life origin crystal in its heart as the cure. Level 97. Quality Ordinary. Realm C Establishment. Contained chaotic chi 1048 wisps. Battle techniques: poison assault, parasitic technique, 100 herb demon. Seal. Collectible: life origin crystal. Absorbable. Note: in this world polluted by ominousness, no spiritual plant is innocent. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue. Reading tomorrow, everyone, winking face asterisk asterisk. Translator asterisk Kenyi Translations Editor asterisk Kenyi Translations. A world polluted by ominousness? When Han Fei saw this message, he felt a little uncomfortable. He pierced through the 100 herb demon and dug out a pale green life origin crystal in his body. If he guessed right, this life origin should be similar to that of the number 3. Revived place in the chaotic wasteland. The only difference was that the creatures in the number 3 revived place weren't polluted by the ominousness. However, all the creatures in this origin ground should have been polluted. Han Fei couldn't help but frown. It was impossible for the divine capital dynasty not to know about this, but they said that in the entire origin ground, which was the venue for the 4th round of qualifiers, everything obtained was a benefit for the participants. However, they hadn't revealed any information about the ominousness to the contestants, but they had arranged for everyone to carry out the 4th round. Here. Why? Huh? Suddenly, Han Fei raised his eyebrows. The 100 herb demon was killed by Han Fei with one blow. Han Fei thought that it was over. However, there was no great Dao crack here. The heavenly Dao here didn't seem to be sad about the death of a 100 herb demon, let alone happy about the return of a great Dao. There was no movement here. After the death of the 100 herb demon, countless spiritual plants gathered around. These spiritual plants didn't seem to know what fear was, nor did they seem to care that Han Fei was here. They rushed up and ate the body of the 100 herb demon and the strange and messy demonic plant fragments. Han Fei could clearly sense that after devouring the remnant body of the 100 herb demon, these ordinary venerable level demonic plants were growing at a terrifying speed. Han Fei frowned slightly and ignored it. He raised his hand and immersed his perception into the qualification token. It seemed that after entering this origin ground, some information appeared in the qualification token. When Han Fei immersed his perception into it, some information immediately emerged. First of all, it introduced this world. This was once an origin ground that was full of vitality. It was once filled with all kinds of powerful and friendly demonic plants. Later, because of the pollution of the dark power in the sea of stars, the creatures here gradually mutated. The demonic plants here became more and more bloodthirsty. They fought each other crazily and hunted all foreign species. In the end, they transformed in the direction of demonic plants. So we call it the demon domain. In the demon domain, energy couldn't be absorbed directly from the void, but could only be absorbed by killing demonic creatures. All creatures above the monarch level in the demon domain had been killed, but the demonic creatures here didn't need to rely on the origin sea to grow and advance. They had a unique way of advancement, which was to devour the darkness. The participants killed the demonic creatures and took the only life origin crystal in their bodies, which could increase their vitality and fuse with their origin stars to strengthen the life origin of their origin stars. There were no absolute rules in the fourth round of qualifiers. The participants only needed to complete 3 of the tasks to pass the fourth round of tests. The first task was to kill 10,000 sea establisher demonic creatures. The second mission was to kill 10 demonic creatures in the sky-opening realm. The third task was to destroy a demonic source. Notes: the demonic source is the source of the power of darkness. The demonic source is hidden in an unknown corner of this origin ground. Participants have to find it on their own. However, there is usually more than one powerful sky opening realm demonic creature guarding the demonic source. In addition, don't be contaminated by the dark energy in the demonic source. Otherwise, there is a high chance for you to fall into the demonic Tao. Special note: the resources in the origin ground can be brought back. The Divine Capital Dynasty can buy them back or deal with them themselves. After reading this information, Han Fei was a little confused. This world was not right, or to be exact, there was something terribly wrong here. The main reason was that the number of kills on the mission was too large. What did 10,000 sea establishment realm cultivators mean? There were a total of 150,000 trial takers. If each killed 150,000, did it mean 1.5 billion sea establishment realm demonic creatures to be killed? Weren't there too many demonic creatures? So many that it was abnormal. Also, one person killed 10 demonic creatures of the sky-opening realm. This meant that there were at least 1.5 million demonic creatures of the sky-opening realm in this demonic domain for the participants to kill. And if there were 1.5 million freaking sky-opening realm demonic creatures in an origin ground, was this still an origin ground? How powerful was this origin ground? Also, when did the monarchs here get eliminated? There were so many demonic creatures in the sky-opening realm, but none of them became monarchs now? Han Fei's impression of the origin ground had always been from the chaotic wasteland. It was already not bad to have 1 or 2 sky-opening realm cultivators in an ordinary origin ground. For example, he had once encountered Blood Fiend in the number 3 revived place. However, there were only 4 sky-opening realm creatures there. Even if it was only a revived place, it might not have been like that in the first place. Judging from the number of Blood Fiends, there were at most a few thousand sky-opening realm cultivators in the past, and there shouldn't be any monarchs. Compared to the raging sea, Han Fei thought that places like the number 3 revived place were already very powerful. However, compared to the demon domain, the number 3 revived place was just garbage. Since the mission standard was to kill 10 sky-opening realm creatures alone, it meant that there must be 1 million sky-opening realm demonic creatures in this world to kill. Otherwise, it would be difficult for everyone to compete. Would they fight to snatch the demonic creatures? That would be contrary to the purpose of the fourth round of qualifiers. Besides, in Han Fei's perception, there were a total of Han Fei counted 17 sea establishment realm creatures in total, including those who were in good disguise. Yes, he was sure that he didn't count wrong. Within this area of 2 million kilometers, there were 17 demonic creatures in the sky-opening realm. Among them, the 100 herb demon he had just killed was the strongest. According to this number, there seemed to be a lot of demonic creatures in this demon domain. At least, it shouldn't be difficult to kill 10,000 C. Establisher-level demonic creatures. Han Fei thought for a moment. The mission must be carried out. For most people, it was actually quite difficult to kill 10 sky-opening realm demons. But it shouldn't be difficult to kill 10,000 C establishment realm demonic creatures. Therefore, judging from the mortality rate, Han Fei thought that the main possibility of death was not from killing the demonic creatures of the sky opening realm, but destroying the demonic source. There should be a lot of these things. Otherwise, how could they be enough for so many people? 3 years? Han Fei smiled. 3 years were given to complete the mission in order to take care of the relatively weak. In addition, 3 years should be a benefit, as the referee said. But the best news for Han Fei was that he had 3 years. Time was too important for him now. It would take about 4 months for his star core to be born. After the star core was born, it was naturally indispensable to inject vitality. And there were 2 ways to obtain vitality. One was to kill the participants, and the other was to kill the demonic creatures and snatch their life origin crystals. As for how long it would take, it shouldn't take long. It didn't seem difficult to inject vitality into the star core. The biggest problem was the last step, body tempering. Star transformation. Molding ground veins, nurturing the star core, injecting vitality. All of this was prepared for Han Fei's body tempering. Once he condensed enough golden jade marrow, he might be able to fight Zhao Qinglong again. Han Fei came back to his senses and found that there was already a fierce battle here. Some strange mixed demonic creatures with hundreds of plants on their bodies were fighting and tearing crazily. Han Fei was not in a hurry to attack. He was observing the attacking methods of these demonic creatures. Different from the usual great techniques, this kind of demonic plant seemed to cultivate both the body and the soul. For example, Han Fei saw a guy with a humanoid body, a Ganoderma head, and roots arms. When he raised his hands, endless roots erupted. Those roots were like incomparably sharp spikes that could pierce the void, the barrier, and even the soul. Han Fei also saw a beetle-like 100 herbworm, which he just called that. Flying in midair, before being pierced by the roots, he condensed a soul barrier and tried to block the roots with his bark-like carapace. Although the rotten carapace looked like it could shatter with a touch, Han Fei was sure that its defense was good. However, this carapace was easily pierced by the root tentacles as if it were a piece of paper. And the Ganoderma monster, which had won the battle, sucked away some power from the beetle monster through its tentacles. Because Han Fei could clearly see that the colorful spore plants on the beetle monster withered immediately. The colorful monster immediately shriveled into a pool of black water. Such a battle was breaking out frequently nearby. It wasn't until all the power of the 100 herb demon was absorbed by these monsters that the surroundings returned to calm. Huh? Since they're devouring each other, why do they stop fighting? Han Fei felt that the way the demonic creatures here grew up was very similar to the way the ominous creatures in the chaotic wasteland grew up. They both had a strange power of unlimited growth. The only difference was that the ominous creatures would form a clan, so their strength would be lowered. Otherwise, it might not be difficult for them to grow to the monarch level. Han Fei pondered. If these demonic plants had the possibility of growing into monarchs, why didn't they kill them? At this moment, Han Fei saw something approaching under the black mud in the Distance. Hanfei wanted to directly perceive what it was, but when his perception touched the ground here, he found that his perception couldn't penetrate at all. In lakes, part of the lake water blocked perception. In the sea, his perception would stop at the seabed. Hanfei didn't notice this just now. Pooh. 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 Before the underground monster appeared, Hanfei saw that the creatures that were fighting crazily just now all bloomed with flowers. In the flowers, there were some black water droplets condensing. It seemed that they were waiting for someone to collect the black water droplets. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Winking face ****.